Welcome back, everybody, to another episode of Eyes on the Audit with Mama Bear and Inferno. Hey, welcome.
Hey, hey, how's it going, man? How's it going, Mellows? How you doing, man? My mama bear?
Yeah, it's the
Hey,
continuation from Grimm's Live from earlier.
Oh yeah.
So what's happening? Where's he gone? Everyone's not even bothered turning up. Or on here.
Yeah, yeah. All of a sudden, yeah, it might have been maybe a little in between time because actually I think it kind of is for me. I mean, I got about 30 minutes or so, but yeah, I got to start dinner pretty soon. But
All
yeah,
right, well, we're here now. How are we
yeah,
doing?
yeah.
Real? Jump up, bro. Come up.
Let
Let's have a little late night chat and see how we
me
go.
find you. Let me find you on PC. Get you some watch. Some watch time.
Yeah, well, watch time hours out of the way. Right. We can have a little chat, a little natter. I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to see any more.
Yeah, no call. Yeah, and a call.
Any more,
Whatever. Yeah, yeah,
any more bullshit.
yeah.
Well,
No.
about as much as we can feel for that one.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Sometimes you get kind of, filled to the brim, and you kind of have to let the brim kind of, kind of settle. Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's a bit of a random live. I haven't really even
But yeah, it's cool.
to play.
I don't see.
If anyone wants
There
to
you are. I
jump,
couldn't see your Sorry, man. Yeah, yeah. I couldn't see your notification. There we
you
are.
didn't see it. You didn't get one.
There. Oh, I know. I got it now. I just didn't. I was just, I wasn't in the right little thing yet. But yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
There we are. There we are.
All right.
Jap up and Ariel. Chat with us. Hope everybody's
Let's
doing
see what we
okay.
got. Let's see what we got. What I can find, just in case.
Yeah, I love how passionate Will gets sometimes. He just gets so passionate.
Right. Yeah. Let's
Yeah.
get back on. We can talk
Uh,
about the Tartaria.
yeah.
Put a
Yeah, I
couple.
was like, oh, yeah, I brought up the wrong thing. Yeah, oh, wait a minute, I might have brought, sparked something that, sparks the whole, It's funny how that works. But yeah, I can go on for days about that stuff. People.
Real knowledge is to know the extent of one's ignorance.
Hmm.
Right.
Yeah. Right. Yeah, I've always said that. It's like, what?
Hey, Apollo. Welcome to the stream, man.
Oh,
Oh, thank you,
yeah,
man.
hi. Hi, Inferno, MamaBear, Mellows.
Welcome back.
Oh, Paulo. Hey, how you doing, Paulo? How are you? Good to meet you.
I'm doing good, I'm doing good. It's a long day today, but finally at home. But man, it is
Good.
informative. The last live with all the guys, all you guys have some really extreme views.
Extreme.
Yes,
Extreme, extreme news. You say? I'm
Extreme
sorry.
views.
I didn't quite catch it with you.
Extreme views.
yeah, views.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. From the last conversation. You were saying in the
This was
last.
the
You were
building block.
listening.
Yes,
This was
yes.
the
Okay,
Yeah.
I
Oh,
see.
sure,
Oh,
sure.
I see.
I was
Yeah.
listening.
Yeah. Oh, thanks. Yeah, yeah, yeah. We just, yeah.
this was the
Oh, yeah,
building.
yeah.
I don't
Here's,
mean it. I don't mean it negative, but it's nice to see different views from people. You know what I mean? Not always people
oh,
who
yeah.
who have the same. You know what I mean?
Oh,
Different.
same
I
old thing
love
to
it.
say. Oh, great.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah. Well, thank you, man. It's like, yeah. You too. It's yeah. Yeah, I say it's yeah, I love talking about everything. Yeah, definitely, yeah. So very cool, man. It's good to meet you, by the way.
Thank you. Thank you.
This was that
But yeah,
building he was talking about.
yes, this is it. Yeah, yeah, the Iowa State Capitol. This building, you should see the. I mean, the outside is insane, but you should see the inside. It's
I
just like
imagine
what
the
the.
picture here doesn't actually do it justice.
Oh, exactly, too. Yeah, yeah. It's a little out of focus. You notice that they always do that too. It's a little out of focus, kind of, yeah, kind of blurry. Yeah, yeah. When you see the real thing, and it's just like, what is that? You know? Are there any interior shots? You know, that's
Um,
yeah, that's where
fro-
the money shot is. Yeah, yeah. Some of those interior shots, it's just like, I mean, there's no way that we could recreate that today. Oh well.
Like the guy with the beard, I don't know, I can remember the name, says, "Man, Mellows, you seem to have a big history behind you."
behind who? Me?
Yeah,
Uh,
that's
we, all,
activist. That's activist. I mean,
we all have a past, unfortunately.
yeah.
We
You too,
got some.
Inferno? Sorry, my ignorance. I'm new
Oh
at.
no. My no, no, nothing to do with YouTube so much. Other things, I guess. I don't know. Yeah. Oh, but yeah, yeah. I never really with YouTube, really. Yeah.
More like real life activist, right?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Yeah. Yeah. I've been to a few. Yeah. Big
What is
state.
this? This is
Yeah.
laughing.
Yeah. Yeah.
uh,
Yeah, man.
I don't think if I call myself an activist, I had my time, uh, but I don't think at this extreme like Mellows. I'm always big here in Germany when with demonstrations, you know. I go as much demonstrations as possible. Like it was, I think, yeah, yesterday, no, 2 days before in Berlin,
Mhm.
200,000 people, man. You should watch it. 200,000 people. A friend of mine met a
Wow.
live stream.
Mhm.
Man, this was impressive just to see people come together. 200,000 people together fighting against the far right idiots.
Oh yeah, I would bet. Oh yeah, I would bet.
The AfD, you know, the AfD party in Germany.
Say again.
It's AfD, Alternative für Deutschland. It's alternative for Germany. It's a far right party, and they're getting very very dangerous strong, man.
Oh, I see.
Dangerous,
Mm.
dangerous
So yeah,
strong.
yeah.
And
Oh, I see. Like
because
that, we have that here.
yeah,
Have that here. Yeah, we have the far right
y-
in here. So yeah, I know all about
yep. But
it.
they get very strong now. Now that Trump won, you know, and even this idiot Elon Musk supported this issue, talking about the interfering of other countries' elections. You know, this idiot.
Oh really?
Yeah,
Yeah.
there was a big rally here in Germany 2 weeks ago, and this idiot
Mhm.
Elon Musk joined be a conference called Big Screen. Oh yeah, me and Trump stand behind the AfD. It should, you know, any German should vote for AfD and kick all the immigrants out. Who the fuck are you to tell Germans who to vote for?
Oh yeah, I see what you're saying. Yeah. Wow.
Understand what I mean? And then this
Hmm.
idiot, the same idiots, a few years ago, or the last election for Trump, oh, the Chinese interfered with American election, the Russians, bots and shit, you know, interfering, blah blah blah. And now they're doing the same shit.
Yeah. Well, I think I mean, really, truth be told, I think there's one world thing, anyways. You know what I mean? You know where I'm getting
Huh.
at with that? It's just there's you know, y- I think there's like five people that run the world. You know what I mean? You know what I'm saying?
Well, no one knows exactly. But for me, all these people at the top who call themselves presidents are just muppets. They're playing a
Yeah,
role.
yeah, yeah, exactly. I think everybody is just, yeah, 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 everybody's on a stage, and yeah, exactly. Hmm.
You know, they try to turn Germany to Little America. Man,
Well, I think the whole world is already. I mean, some people have a lie. I know. What is it? Is it bricks? That whole thing. That's a. Like. what is it? India just joined BRICS, right? Yeah, so that's something. Yeah, and so yeah, it's gonna be big, man. It's gonna be big.
I don't know. Call me paranoid or something like this. But if it goes this way, Jesus, I see very dark times for my kids and my grandkids, man. Man, it
What I'm
pisses me
saying,
off that the people that
it happened
stupid.
here. You know, it happened here, man. And like through the '90s, we thought, I mean, everybody just sailing and everybody's all like everything's cool and everybody has good jobs and families,
Yeah,
and then all then all of a sudden, here it is. You know what I mean? So I think it's gonna happen. That I mean, it will happen everywhere. You know?
it might. It sounds dark, but it must happen. It can continue this way. It must
Yeah,
something must be happen. Whoever
yeah.
control, who's in control over the government or whatever, it
Hmm.
must be happening. Too much humans on this planet, and they all
But
gather together. In one point, big cities, big countries.
yeah, because before,
It's
really, I'm sorry. Really, I've never heard of before of like in Europe and over there, like the right being a predominant thing, and it's like all of a
oh
sudden it's
yes,
like people are talking about the right all of a sudden. You know what I mean? It's like the same way here. It's like we started talking about it with Bush. When the Bush came along, everybody hated hated Republicans and all that shit, and that right then is when we started talking about it, and all of a sudden, bam, it's a hammer,
and
you
one
know.
alien talk changes anything.
I'm sorry, say again.
The orange
One
alien.
orange alien changes anything.
I'm
Oh
gonna say
yeah,
what I'm gonna say one thing, guys.
what's
Enjoy
that, man?
life. Life is good. Enjoy your family. Enjoy your children. The world
Yeah,
could be falling apart. It could be falling on top of us. Life is still good. You woke up today, bro. You ate.
yeah.
You're free. You're
Yeah,
breathing.
but I'm
Life
worrying more
is
and
good,
more
bro.
about
I get it. I get it.
I worry more about my family, man.
You
Not
know
about
what?
me.
But the
You'll
That's
be
my
way,
dead
problem.
tomorrow. You worry for
yeah,
nothing.
man.
You die tomorrow.
No, man. The way the economy
Enjoy
is
it,
working is
bro. I get
no,
it,
man.
bro.
No, man. The way the economy is working is like even now. I see people now, working at Walmart, like guys that are like in their 70s that are still working because they can't,
Yeah.
retire. Even now. You know what I mean? So
It's
it's
done on
like
purpose. You know that.
So it's like I think there's going to be a time when like like when we're 70 that you want to really when not even be able to get a job to sustain yourself. It's like the way the economy is working, everybody ends up homeless.
Well, the AI is going to take over.
You
You
know
know,
what I
AI
mean?
take over your job and all that. So where you
Yeah, I
going to
know.
work?
So like everybody ends up homeless in this economy because they'll just keep burning things out until everything just gets completely exhausted. It's like they're not gonna you know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? Because it's already been doing that. So
I watched it today in the morning. My wife showed me a video from how it's called Skid Row
mhm,
in LA, the region Skid Row. Understand what I mean?
mhm.
Skid Row?
Yep.
Oh yeah,
Man,
yeah, man.
how
Those
can
people,
she,
yeah, the whole
don't
world
get
can
me
be.
wrong. No, not the whole world. Man, we have a homeless problem too here in Germany. But
Hmm.
whichever city I go, the darkest and most criminal region in any city, Frankfurt or whatever, I
Hmm.
never saw a state like this, like I saw on this video on
Yeah,
Skid Row. How can people, tens over tens, people bending over and for hours? Okay, they are drug addicts, fentanyl or whatever,
yeah, yeah.
But
Hmm.
But this is
and then
everywhere.
you
This
see.
is everywhere in the United
mm,
States right
mm,
now. A lot of
oh,
places.
oh, okay, United
Yeah.
States. Okay, I get it. Okay, but how can you people accept this? Man, I'm not
Whoa.
a guy who
Well,
cries fast, but
mhm.
seeing all these people, oh,
Oh yeah. Well, like even before, it's like you
wow.
can never be like be high on the street without the cops are getting you for
Well, it's
you
illegal to be homeless
know, for public
nowadays.
It's
for
what?
public intoxication. You could be like arrested for. Yeah, yeah. Oh yeah,
What?
illegal to be even homeless now.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's
right.
illegal to be homeless, man.
Yeah, so it's
They're
like
doing
that's
it.
what I'm
Wait,
saying. It's like
what?
everything
Sorry,
is
sorry. It's illegal to be homeless. It's a
Yes,
crime.
yeah,
yes.
yeah, because they're always making you move, and they're always telling you to,
Yep.
you know what I mean. You never can stay anywhere, you know what I mean. And
Oh my
so
God.
yeah, so it's like it's a set up to fit. I mean, it's set up.
Yeah,
I
you're
mean,
gonna fail regardless. Yeah.
yeah, yeah. Regardless, there's no way. So I think everything because everybody is just getting. I don't know about y'all, but I don't have quite the same money that I used to about 5 or 6 years
None of
ago.
us do.
Yeah.
Because of the because of the pandemic, and so everybody is just getting poorer and poorer and poorer.
I had this discussion yesterday on another panel, and they said the price of eggs is what do you say, $70 or something like this for a dozen eggs.
Well, it depends. Yeah.
$70 for
Yeah,
eggs. The
yeah.
most
Oh,
simple.
really?
Yeah, in USA,
Yeah, I
not
know.
in and here in Germany, I still pay €1.29 for 10.
Oh, really? Like, yeah, I mean, where I'm at, it's a going up a little bit, but I paid the other day. I paid $22 for 60 eggs.
For
So
60.
that was,
Okay.
yeah,
Okay, that's okay.
yeah. It was
Decent.
okay, but like I have, I have seen it around the corner for $34 too. So, so yeah, there's another store, but
Well,
before,
the other thing is
before it was like,
there isn't that many eggs out there too. Now they're limiting the eggs. Like you can only get maybe a dozen eggs. They're telling people
What?
like when
yeah, and
I
they're
go to
probably doing it.
Walmart places, like there's no eggs. They're not there.
Hmm.
They don't have them.
Yeah.
Whew.
Yeah, because I think because they know that the people have used that for the longest time as a sustainable food, and it's like, oh, okay, well, it's like since they're using that, let's go and cut that too. You know what I mean? It just seems like they're just trying.
How can poor people survive with prices like that? And then you see this motherfucking idiot going on his luxurious plane and eat a
Hmm.
hamburger.
Hmm. Hmm.
You know this picture where he's holding a hamburger to Donald Trump and a hamburger on his plane with his rich friends and families. Oh my
Hmm.
God!
Yeah.
And people play this game. People play this game.
Hmm.
Republican Democrats are fighting each other over shit like that.
Yeah. Hmm.
How people you see something must be happen. Something must be happen. People got too
Yeah.
stupid.
Yeah. I think it's at a certain point. I don't know. I hate to be so glam and doom and whatever, but
Yeah.
I think so. Yeah. Yeah. It's
When I was
you
in,
know, wait.
when I was on
It,
yeah, sorry.
Oh, I'm sorry. No, no, excuse me. Yeah, it's like I never. Well, I mean, back then I never had kids because I was just, I wasn't responsible enough to have kids. That's the truth of the matter at first, And but then as time went on, I was like, man, I'm glad I didn't. So glad I didn't.
uh,
It's a big
the good times
responsibility.
are over.
Yeah. Mhm. Mhm.
Even when they grow up, they're still your kids, man. You can't get rid of them.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah,
Right.
that's
Yeah.
that's what I said, Ariel. I'm not
Yeah.
worried. I had my life. I had my life. I had a decent life, but man,
Mhm.
if I look in the future, whew,
So
Yeah.
yeah, I feel like that way too. I feel like I've already had like the life I was gonna have or whatever. So you know, it's like yeah, weird.
Eternal vigilance.
yeah.
Eternal vigilance is the true price of freedom, my friend.
One day, one day, man, one day it will win.
If it goes this way here in Germany, and that's how that's I think it's gonna go. They're gonna create. We have elections in a few days in Germany, and if it goes this way, they're gonna form a coalition with a conservative, and if on the next election, they're gonna spread the hate messages against asylum people or refugees and shit, and then they're gonna win and majority, and oh my god, fourth,
Mhm.
third World War from Germany. Oh my god, I was thinking Germans wake up and didn't fall for this shit anymore, but they're the
Mhm.
same idiots.
They're all following the same script.
Yes, I was really thinking, man. I got raised here in Germany, and I was really thinking Germany learned it from the history. I was
You
really, but it seems not.
see, greed, and willful ignorance, right? You see, when you break the law,
Ah,
the ignorance of the law is no excuse, is no defense. You can't say, "Well, I
Mhm.
didn't know you broke when you broke the law that you didn't know it was a crime," right?
Mhm.
Unless you're a government official, right? If you are a member of the government, if you're a policeman, if you're a member of parliament, or you're a politician, a president, prime minister, whoever the fuck you are, ignorance is an absolute must and mandatory. You have to be ignorant to
Mhm.
be a prime minister, to be a president, to be a, you know,
yeah.
ignorance is your only defense. So you can get out
Mhm.
of clause, or get out of making a fuck up. Well, I didn't know. I didn't know this. I didn't know. And they call it, this is what's that word they like to use? The totality of the circumstances. Have you ever heard that word? Who here has heard that word before? I fucking, every time they say it, it drives me
Yeah.
insane. The totality of the circumstances. In other words, right? You know, you can fuck, you can't fuck up. I can. The rules and the laws apply to you, but they don't
Mhm.
apply to me. I can
Yeah.
ruin and destroy your life, and you can barely scratch the surface to mine, right? When
Yeah,
they're the public
yeah.
officials, they work for the public, they work for the taxpayer. We pay them their salaries, right? And instead of us scrutinizing them and what they do and make sure that they are not doing what they're not supposed to be doing. So, when you asked me earlier, why be an activist? Or I don't know. Basically, to me, to be an activist, to actively hold your government accountable, to scrutinize every detail. This is a civic duty that all of us, it's incumbent upon everyone to do, right? You have to be, scrutinize everything. You have to hold them accountable. When one bad actor is put in places of trust and positions of authority over one person, even if that doesn't affect you directly, you must
Mhm.
speak out. You must expose that hypocrisy. You must highlight it and bring it forward and bring it to light
Hmm.
uh,
Mhm.
to hold these people accountable, because it's the only last line of defense. The media corporations are not going to do it, and that is literally their sole job. But they've been bought and sold to the corporations. Now the corporations, they own the politicians, they own the media, and what do you think is going to be the outcome and the result of this? They're going to place themselves into positions of power, like Mr. Elon Musk and Donald Trump have. I mean, this is not
Yeah.
an accident, right?
Mhm.
This is
Yeah.
not a fucking accident, okay? This
Mhm.
is all by design. In order for them, see, the only thing that can stop them is that system that we have, right? The common law system. Now, the common law system has been subverted with this, commercial admiralty law, if you like, right? Where it's
Mhm.
contractual. Everything is contractual, agreeing. Now, once you've agreed to new laws and legislations and rules of your states, then you've entered into a contract that you have to, whether you signed for it, agreed for it, even knew about it, you have to follow that rule, right? You got to pay
Mhm.
tax on your car.
Yeah.
You got to do this. You got to pay this much, that much. Whether you agreed to it or not, you still got to pay these things, right?
Mhm.
And all they do is just create reasons for being, right? So now they,
Yeah.
we got to stick marbles up cats' asses to see, how many times how many we can say. I don't know why they did that. Why did they do that anyway, Margaret? I don't
I
But
understand.
I don't.
Hello.
But Mellows,
Hey,
I have
Untrackable.
not.
sub
Oh,
track.
hater untrackable. I have nothing against to pay taxes. Maybe you don't like it. I have nothing to pay against my taxes, my fair share. as long as they use this money to help other people.
No,
Yeah.
more than that. They
They
use
don't
it
do that.
responsibly, ethically, exactly what they were supposed to. When they said to us, look, this is what we're going to spend the money on, spend it on that. Don't stick it in your back pocket and snort
Yeah.
it and
Right.
pay for hookers and then come
Yeah.
round knocking on my door for more money, right? Because the holes in the roads ain't fixed, because the fucking the planes are falling. I don't know what. You fucked up it basically. And now I've got to pay for it when you took you took money to fix it in the first place. But instead of fixing it, you spent it somewhere else on contracts with your own company to get yourself rich. I mean, this is the politicians. If you want to get rich, the quickest way to get rich is get into politics, become a politician, right? Become a politician, create an NGO, funnel fucking funds into that NGO from your fucking bullshit, and then use the NGO to fucking have you re-elected, and then automatically you become a millionaire, just like that.
Would be fine if anyone can get NGO, right? But that's not possible.
Well, you see, it's all about in the know, right? And it's not what you know, it's who you know, right? So years ago, it used to be what you know, and then it became who you know. But now it's changed to what you know about who you know.
You know what? I think this is a great idea. We're going to apply for one of those grants. Mellows, you and I are going to apply. House smoking 420 on YouTube with a bunch of friends from around the world. Study.
Yeah. We all get supplies. That's right.
Yeah, but we need to get peer reviews.
I got glaucoma. I got to clear that shit out, bro.
Well, money's about to evaporate. You know, at the rate that we're going, just America alone, right? They're spending $2 trillion a year annually, right? Currently, and he can't. And currently, I think that it's 4 trillion. So we're rapidly heading into disaster. This guy has just come in and he's already spent trillions of dollars. He's only been in there a couple of weeks. Can you imagine the damage? He's going to, you know, when the politicians say they're going to do something, they always do the opposite. Always. I challenge you to tell me one time one president has said he's going to do one thing and done the other. And I know that they've given us the illusion that Donald Trump is doing what he said he's going to do, but that is just an illusion. Trust me, that's just an illusion. Just look at it a little bit closer. You know, when they say they're going to do something, it's just for show, right? But really, look what else he's doing in the world. Look at this devastation that he's causing with these policies.
Yeah, he's distracting them. That's what I think. All this
distraction.
When you know, I talk to it's not just an example to Mitchell. Okay, it's a Trump. I don't care. He can to make whatever he wants. Oh, look, Trump a few weeks in the office, and he already getting things done, you know. And he deporting all the immigrants, and he closed down all the departments and shit. Come on, this is all destruction. Meanwhile, he's filling his bank account and his family in the background.
Elon Musk invested £500 million in Donald Trump's election, right? And he is up to date till now in the new contracts that he's been signed. He's gained over 300 billion. We haven't even started yet, right?
Yeah.
Wow.
We haven't even started yet. So 500 million. It wasn't even 500. It was like 400 million or something like that. And
Investment.
then it's an investment, right? I mean, it's peanuts, right? 500 million, you get, 250 billion. Are you shitting me? There's £250 billion just there out the back. Boom. Like strike one. Boom. Out the knock it. What do they call it? What do they call it? Fuck, when they knock it out of the park.
Grand slam.
Yeah,
Home run, but it's a grand slam is the big one. Yeah.
Everyone else, the Jeff Bezos and all of that, they all had to, do it the hard way. They had to lie to everybody, lock them all in the house, and force them to use the internet to do their shopping. But fucking Mr. Elon Musk, right? He just comes out the bat. He says, "No, mate, we're gonna buy Twitter. we're gonna fucking use Twitter to get Donald Trump fucking firmly
Yeah.
put into power, and then he's gonna sign all these glorious contracts, and I'm gonna become fucking rich overnight. Well, I mean, he's already
You guys
rich.
really think Elon Musk is pulling the strings behind
No, he's not pulling the
Trump?
strings. Of
No.
course, he's not pulling the strings.
No,
Elon
it's
Musk-
always-
Oh, there's another one above him.
of course.
Always.
Hello,
Okay.
Always. Look,
hello, money. Hello, untrackable.
Hello.
Hello, Cliff.
you got to follow the money. See,
Hmm.
Elon Musk money. Where does Elon Musk money's come from? People like to make you think that PayPal, this, that,
Yeah. Businessmen and shit.
Oh, yeah.
Before that, this guy fell out of the sky and landed in a fucking emerald mine. His parents, right, are old money, multi-billionaires.
Yeah.
from
South
get-go,
Africa. Yeah.
right? They owned. They were part of the blood diamond mines in South Africa. They were part of the apartheid in South Africa. That's where their money comes from, man. It's old
Oh,
money.
really?
You know what I mean?
Oh, I see. Hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
When you look into his family, then you can find out who he really is.
Exactly.
All of them. Though.
But who really do those dig this deep? Who? Most people are so distracted with their day-by-day problems that no one has the time or the interest to get informed.
Hmm.
That's right.
People is dumb. People are dumb.
Deliberately, it's not their fault. They're victims. They're victims of
Okay.
brainwashing, manipulation, coercion, intimidation. They're afraid. Most of them who know are afraid. They're afraid to lose what they have. They're afraid to lose their positions. They're afraid to lose their licenses. They won't be able to practice. If they,
Yep.
They're a
Right.
fear. Fear drives them, right?
Mhm.
And then there's others that just greed. They, why
Yeah.
would they change? They profit from the way from the the status. They profit from it from being continuing this way. You know what I mean? Why would they want it to change?
The time Elon Musk and all these rich idiots juggling with money, with billions and trillions, man, like I say, the video I saw today, oh my God, seriously.
Money is about to disappear. They're gonna flood the. I mean, you can't just keep printing money, man. I mean, what's happening to the value that you earn? You know, people going out there, they buy £100,000 house, £200,000, £500,000 house. It's worthless, right? Because the £500,000 has been diluted so much
Right.
that it ain't fucking £500,000 anymore, right? I mean, how long is it going to be before you have to go and buy a packet of fucking cigarettes and pay $1 million for it?
Hyperinflation. We had this hyperinflation. We had this already here in Germany. Hyperinflation, and then people gonna search for someone to help them, and some idiot. You know what happened in Germany in 1935.
But the income, the household income doesn't increase. The wages doesn't increase. In fact, they're decreasing and the hours are increasing.
Mhm.
You know, because when they do minimum wage, what happens is they automatically get reduced hours. So they end up having to do more but get paid less.
Mhm.
Right?
One more
Even though they were fighting, they were voting for, minimum wage. Yeah, we need a minimum wage. All right, here's a minimum wage. Right?
Mhm.
But now you get less hours, more time. More less money, more time. All right, more money but less time. Sorry, do you know what I mean?
Like, yeah.
Right.
Like,
So
depends on where you're at too. If you're in a
you're
place that
worse
only
off
gives you
now.
like 30
Yeah,
hours instead of
you're worse off now. Do you know what I mean?
instead of 40 hours or whatever. Yeah. You
Yeah,
can't even get 40
you're
hours. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and now you have
Yeah.
to split that job with 2 people. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and then you don't get insurance because you don't work enough hours to get insurance or some bullshit. They always do stuff, man.
Yeah,
You know?
zero hour contracts, all that shit.
Mhm. Done.
You know, they do, like, they need us, right, to tear down this system. They need us to scream for, yeah, Doge is doing great. Doge saved this money. Doge, yeah, we want this Doge. We want it. We want it. They want us to scream for them to tear down the only system that can actually stop them. That's the irony.
What do
The
you mean?
problem is that all of us, right, on our side, we don't have someone qualified, I suppose, or with the knowledge to be able to navigate that landscape. Do you know what I mean? You know, the legal system. You know, there's a few, you know, the brave people who have literally, the system has just chewed them up, spat them out, and they've become professional lawyers, right? Like that Wildman audits we were watching the other day, or Lane Myers, for instance. You know what I mean? These people fucking, you know, they're next level auditors, man. They're not just fucking out there holding them accountable and then relying on their lawyers to do the job. They're actually pulling up, they're fucking doing the lawyer's job, man. They're becoming lawyers, super lawyers, you know what I mean? Knowing the job inside out better than the fucking lawyers do, you know?
Yeah, but auditing, auditing all is good and fine, okay? But I think something on a bigger scale need to be happen to make some changes. Auditing the police, auditing this and shit, you know, I think this is too small. It needs too long to change the mind of the people. They're indoctrinated. They're indoctrinated to be followers or obedient trained followers.
Yeah,
it needs something bigger need to be happen.
I'd agree to a point that auditing without the civil lawsuit is pointless, right? Because you're out there, you're going to hold them accountable, right, for violating your rights, and then they violate your rights, then you don't hold them accountable, and not because of some, you know, legal issue or something, just purely because you just didn't have the resources, the knowledge, even, right, to do it. You know, you're kind of like you go in to have a fight with someone who's far bigger, far stronger, you're gonna get fucking hurt, mate. You know, you might as well just sit down and shut up. Do you know what I mean? You're not ready, right? You know, you're gonna go in the ring. You're a little skinny ass cunt. You're gonna go in the ring with a big Mike Tyson type ear-eating motherfucker. You're not gonna survive that, right?
Are we gonna watch this video, guys, or no?
Play it, man. Have I got to share it?
Well, it's the one in the back.
You playing video? Okay.
Oh, is this the yesterday video?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I'll be right back, guys. I need to check on something.
I think it. Where did we go? How far in did we go?
3:19, I think.
Yep.
3. I go 3:16. There you go. All right.
Okay.
That's the video we didn't finish yesterday.
Yeah, I did watch the rest of it though when they came back on. You just started waffling on, and when they came back, and I just started watching it.
Yeah.
Is this a video of how they spent the money from yesterday, or what?
Yeah, after they came back from adjournment.
Okay.
We were watching it live, and then they went off to adjournment, and so they're coming back now. Hang on.
And Governor Reynolds has an unmovable conflict and must leave at 2 p.m. that's just arisen. Without objection, the witness will be excused at that time, and the committee will proceed. Without objection.
Is that the one guy?
Chair now recognizes Mr.
Yeah, I think that's the guy that was running it. He was taking the votes. Yes.
5 minutes.
Oh no,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, thank you for the witnesses for coming, and for whoever is watching.
Say about
what
it.
we're witnessing is the dying scream of addicts who
Say it again.
Yeah, say it again, MamaBear.
The guy that had nothing to say is still sitting in the chair.
Yeah, he's one of the witnesses.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't remember where he was from, but they have nothing to do. None of these people here have nothing to do with Doge or the team. They're not part of Doge and they're not part of the team. But I don't know why these people are even witnesses, to be honest with you.
Who realize that tomorrow they're going into recovery because this town, Congress, has been addicted on spending opium or other people's money for a long time. And that's what you're witnessing today, is this desperate cry of individuals who don't want to see fiscal responsibility. But we've gotten to this point, and it's a point of, we're getting close to where we're at a point of no return. And so a group called EPIC, which is the Economic Policy Innovation Center, said that we're nearing a fiscal cliff. We're nearing a point in which we're going to start going down a debt spiral. They say that will occur under current policies if we don't cut any spending in the next 15 years. It gets worse. 15 years seems like a long ways out, but you've got to slow this freight train of spending down to have any impact 15 years from now. In addition, the Social Security is going to go bankrupt in 8 years, right? And the Medicare has another ticking time bomb in just 10 short years. So look, the spending spree is over. We have got to return to some form of fiscal sanity or we won't have a country. This is not a Republican problem or a Democratic problem. This is a math problem, period. And so I would have expected Democratic colleagues to see that and recognize that this is a serious problem, and let's all get behind this and figure out a way to solve this problem. And the way to do that is to figure out the easy way to do that with the least harm is to figure out how to make government more efficient with the dollars that we're bringing in, right? And reduce that burden on the American people. As was said, we're at $36 trillion in debt. Our interest is over $1 trillion a year, which now eclipses all other spending. We're at 120% of debt to GDP. So it's absolutely unsustainable. We've never been at that level of debt. Actually, we're beyond the level of debt that we were just after World War II. And we had just finished fighting a world war. This puts us in a very critical situation where if we are faced with any kind of global conflict, we have no money, we have no room to go. So, and then when it was talked about some of the opportunities for waste and bringing in outside consultants to identify and expose some things, because this town is a little bit incestuous. I mean, they generally do not think outside of the box. This town is really good at doing one thing, and that is saying why something can't be done, right? So it's good to have people outside of the box come in like Mr. Musk. And I want to ask Governor Reynolds, thank you for being here today.
Musk.
I understand
This is kind of an idiot.
You were Doge before Doge was cool, right?
Musk.
So in Iowa, you rely on outside expertise to come in, correct?
Yes, we did. Because otherwise, I mean, you when you're in it, you see it one way and you get accustomed to what you're doing. And I think it's beneficial to have somebody from the outside come in and take a look at some of the practices and some of the initiatives and how we're operating. So it was actually beneficial. We hired a consultant to do the alignment to help really manage it, but to also help us compare how we were doing business with other states. And we're standing up Iowa Doge, and we're bringing this private sector in again for that very reason. So they can look at some of the processes and how government operates and give us recommendations on what we could do different.
Yeah. Would you embrace if Elon Musk offered to you to come in with no pay, with a team of people with, 200 level IQs?
Yeah.
All with no pay. Would you embrace that?
I would welcome that, especially when we look at the legacy systems and the antiquated systems that government is working under. To have somebody from the private sector, that risk their own capital on an idea to come in and take a look at how we can make government better, I think would be a huge benefit for the taxpayers of Iowa.
I think Doge immediately, just in the hiring probably raise the average IQ of federal workers, here. Let me ask last question of Mr. Schatz. I understand that the Citizens Against Government Waste publishes an annual report called Prime Cuts, which makes recommendations. Could you tell us about some of the latest versions of this report and what kind of savings taxpayers, might be able to find, what DOGE might be able to find?
We have a Prime Cuts comes out annually. We're working on the report for 2024, but 2023 is $5.1 trillion over 5 years. It addresses things I've discussed already: technology, telecommunications, broadband consolidation, sale of federal property, which saves $15 billion over 5 years. Some of them make perfect sense, and a lot of them are common sense, and that's something that I think is also in short supply in Washington, D.C.
Thank you. Thank you. My time has expired.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Presley from Massachusetts.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. By the hour, Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and his enablers advance their extremist, anti-equity, un-American agenda, dismantling decades of civil rights progress, upending livelihoods, incomes, and lives, and adversely affecting something they claim to care about, the GDP. Because all data supports that diversity, equity, and inclusion is actually good business. Governor Reynolds, my Republican colleagues invited you here today to promote what they see as a model of governance. Simply put, Republicans' vision of America is to be more like Iowa. Governor Reynolds, let's learn more about the state. Do you know what percentage of Iowans are white and what percentage are Black?
I don't know the exact percentages. No, we're by far a larger percentage of white population.
That's correct. Iowa is 90%
yeah.
white and only 4.5% Black. So that is drastically different from the national population. So when Republicans suggest Iowa should be a national model, they're advocating for a government that doesn't reflect our country. So let's talk about what this model of governance actually means in practice. In Iowa, you signed State Senate Bill 2385 to eliminate more than 80 state boards and commissions, including those representing Black Iowans, Latinos, women, people with disabilities, and Asian, Pacific Islanders, communities that are marginalized and vulnerable and have fought for decades to have a seat at the table. Now, Republicans call this fiscal responsibility. I just call it erasure. Governor Reynolds, the Iowa Legislative Services Agency conducted a nonpartisan analysis of that bill. Do you know how much money was saved when you eliminated those commissions?
Actually, it was not about saving money. It was about putting more resources behind the Department of Human Rights so that we could actually provide them more resources for minority communities.
Reclaiming my time. Let me help you with the math. Roughly $112,000 in your state budget was saved.
Mellows.
That is 0.0.
I'm sorry to interrupt you.
Yeah.
Barely.
It's like, it's like, I need to go. I need to, start dinner. But if y'all still on later, I'll come back.
No worries, bro.
Yeah. All right. Okay. All right. I'll catch y'all later. Apollo.
See you later. Yeah, see you later, Colonel.
Yeah, man. It's like good talking to you. Yeah.
Thank you.
Carol and, MamaBear. Yeah. All right, Mellows. All right. Take care, y'all.
Yeah.
Mellows, let me understand. The first guy who said Elon Musk want to send outside counselors without pay to help the DOJ?
Basically, no. He's asking her if it's okay. What he's trying to get at is it okay to let outsiders, like private companies, basically have access to sensitive documents, like that's what she's trying to get at. Is it a good idea to give access to these people? Do you know what I mean? When these people are very keen, in it for their own interests, you know what I mean? They could be, they're going to have access to all this sort of information that they never had access to before, which could influence how they make money, like Nancy Pelosi, insider trading,
And
I know.
what are they? What these other people are there for? They're getting paid for years and years and years, much money. And what are they doing all the time? If they need outside counselors, I don't understand. Then they're useless. What are they doing all the years?
Spending our money and doing it very well.
To
See,
basically say we are too stupid to do our job. We need someone from outside.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you. Ah,
So
okay.
honestly, given your current salary, Iowans would have saved more money just by eliminating your salary. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter the LSA fiscal note into the record.
Without objection, it's ordered.
it's awful low,
In addition
Mellows.
to cutting boards and commissions, Iowa started closing government agencies. Now, this is the same thing that Elon Musk
Volume
and
is
Donald
low.
Trump are trying to do at
Yeah.
the national level. Now, Governor Reynolds, let's be
Is
clear.
it turned all the way up?
Trouble with Iowans,
Okay,
with
I'll
your
turn my
leadership.
mic up.
So let's look at the results, shall we? In Iowa, there have been skyrocketing maternal mortality rates. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record
all I've
this
got
article
now.
titled Iowa's Maternal Death Rates Rise as Birthing Units Close.
Without objection, it's ordered.
In Iowa, students' test scores have been declining. Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled Iowa Scores in 50 State Education Rankings Declined from Years Past.
Without objection, it's ordered.
In Iowa, more kids are going hungry. Is this the kind of government efficiency y'all are talking about? Mr. Chair, I ask unanimous consent to enter into the record this article titled Iowa's Food Pantries Hit Record High Numbers This Summer.
Without objection, it's ordered.
So let's be clear about what Republicans are actually doing. You are making people poorer. You are making people hungrier, more vulnerable, and gutting their civil rights. These attacks on diversity, equity, and inclusion, they were never about efficiency. They certainly were never about merit. It's just a deliberate, calculated attempt to erase marginalized communities from government while eliminating essential services for workers, families, and the people that we are actually elected to protect. They want a country for and by millionaires that advances white supremacy, and that is the real agenda. And I will do everything I can to speak truth to power and to stand in the way of that. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair, and we've got to go.
What is
to
it,
Democrats now. Chair
woman?
recognizes
Is
Ms.
it woman
Randall.
Democrat?
Yeah.
Thank
Ms.
you.
Randall.
Thank you so much,
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, and thank you for
Yeah,
our,
sorry, I don't know these people.
panelists for taking the
I
time
need
to
to
come
ask.
before committee and testify today. I think we have heard a lot of frustration from
All of
my
these lot
Democratic
here that are
colleagues
crying,
in
they're all
this committee
Democrats.
today. And, you know, on my part, it is frustration that is reflected in the calls and the emails that we are getting from
But
our
had to,
neighbors
all of them
who
had the time to make
are
change, but didn't
scared
do it.
at the attempts to come
Now
after
they cry.
programs that keep them alive. You know, a colleague, Republican colleague, equated this work to recovering from addiction. And I think it is important to point out that many government programs are funding with Medicaid dollars and others addiction and recovery support that is literally saving people's lives. So if we are going to spend time dismissing those important life-saving programs, the important lives of the people we represent, I feel like we are doing a disservice to our neighbors. I want to talk about some of my neighbors in the 6th Congressional District, a district that I have mentioned before, includes many federal workers, many federal employees, 27,000 in the 6th Congressional District, making up almost 8% of our workforce. And these employees are doing lots of different jobs, you know, making sure that we get our mail, providing healthcare service to veterans, and also ensuring that our national defense is well-staffed and ready to protect our country when necessary. I got an email from one such employee who works for Naval Base Kitsap, who had served for 6 years 4 aboard the USS Jimmy Carter, carrying out missions critical to our national security. And after transitioning to the federal government, he finds himself subjected to daily harassment, despite the only goal being to provide for his family. He hasn't had a day off in 2 weeks because he is supporting the PSNS and IMF mission, and is rated 70% disabled by the VA, but refuses to let that stop him from doing his job to protect our country. And when my colleagues say that the average IQ has vastly increased because we have let unelected Elon Musk and his cronies enter our government buildings, I am offended on behalf of my constituents who are working tirelessly to ensure that our government programs are run to the best of their abilities to make sure that our country is safe and our neighbors are cared for. I believe in government accountability. I've represented the people of Washington for 6 years in the state legislature, where we have one of the most transparent
right.
budgeting operations, and we have a AAA bond rating. We have good budgeting practices and good programs that invest in community. I believe that government can do both, can invest in our neighbors and be accountable. But we can't be accountable when we fire all of our inspector generals and take away that watchdog authority. Dr. Resch, our veterans have sacrificed so much for us. And a 2024 report by the VA Inspector General noted that 86% of Veterans Health Administration facilities reported severe occupational staff shortages for medical officers. 82% had shortages for nurses. And yet we are seeing an unelected billionaire striving to immediately decrease 5 to 10% across the board cuts to our government's workforce, including the VA. What would happen to agencies and departments like the VA if 5% of their employees suddenly left their jobs?
Well, again, when you're making broad cuts indiscriminately, you're not choosing per se poor performers, you're just making blanket cuts. Again, it's going to create an environment of fear, an environment of uncertainty, and you're certainly not going to be attracting the best people to public service under those conditions. And so what I would say to you is that what it will do is diminish the very capacity that you're looking for in government. It's almost as if by losing the best people that work for you, being a corporation, firing your accountants and expecting profits.
Today's time's expired. Chair recognizes Mr. Fallon from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, you hear a lot of interesting things when you sit on the Oversight Committee. Doge. It's curious that it seems to me that that's like a dirty word for many Democrats. They recoil when they hear it, Doge. Or if they say the word Doge, it leaves a bitter taste in their mouth, very acidic. That's like Doge. But what does it stand for? I'll tell you what it doesn't stand for. It doesn't stand for oligarch. It doesn't stand for billionaire. It doesn't stand for unelected billionaire. It doesn't stand for Project 2025, and it sure as hell doesn't stand for Elon Musk. It's the Department of Government Efficiency. Who in their right mind would oppose our federal government operating with more, wait for it, efficiency? Who in their right mind believes that a 1.7 million strong civilian federal workforce operates currently at maximum efficiency? Of course it doesn't. But I figured I'd hear certain things, and our colleagues across the aisle didn't disappoint. They went to the tact of venerating the flawless federal worker without whom we would all see our lives disintegrate before our very eyes. How dare we even question these benevolent public servants? In far too many instances, federal bureaucrats have become not the public servants, but they've evolved into public masters. Now, do some federal workers do a fabulous job? Absolutely. Do some federal agencies provide critical services for Americans? Of course, but not all. And where there isn't value being provided, we need to trim the excess. We need to eliminate waste, we need to expose the abuse, and we need to streamline efficiency. Take, for instance, the Department of Education. When you say you want to eliminate the Department of Education, liberals' heads will explode. But it was formed in 1979. And when you look at the proficiency in math and reading from 1979 to current day, it's stagnant. It's a rounding error. It goes up a little, goes down a little bit. But when you look at adjusted for inflation, the spending per pupil on education, it was $9,615 in 1979. It's now just under $20,000. So we spent double the money, but it's not reaching classroom performance. Block grants would be a far better way rather than spending $79 billion on a Department of Education at the federal level. We went to the moon without a Department of Education. So the growth in the federal government has been staggering. If you look at just the last 100 years, in 1929, the federal government spent $3.6 billion. Adjusted for inflation, that's $66 billion. Today, that number is $7,300 billion, 110 times in 100 years, or 11,100% in a century. There are 400 executive branch agencies and sub-agencies and 1,000 federal boards and commissions. I think we should look to the states, and we have Governor Reynolds here. And Governor Reynolds, I commend you for taking the cabinet position numbers from 37 to 16 and eliminating 500 unfilled positions, and then eliminating 83 state boards and commissions. How much is it projected to save your taxpayers, Governor?
In the first 18 months, it's saved $217 million, and that's exceeded what our original projections were for 4 years. So I will continue to see savings as we move forward, as we've really have visibility into the agencies and look for opportunities to continue to make us better.
$217 million, and having been in a state legislature for 8 years, that's real money at the state level, particularly in a state the size of Iowa. What is the feedback you're receiving from, is it Iowans? Not Iowites, right? Iowans?
Iowans, yeah.
Iowans, okay.
Yeah.
What are Iowans telling you about this?
Well, they appreciate it. First of all, I have an obligation to make government accountable to the taxpayers, and I want to continue to bring the taxpayer burden down on Iowans. And by keeping spending in check and making government more efficient, we're going to be able to do that. I started my comments today when I took office. Our individual income tax rate was 8.98%. Today, January 1st of 2025, it's 3.8%. So when we saw 9% inflation under the Biden administration, this was a way that I could help give back to Iowans some of their hardworking dollars so that they could offset some of the cost of gas and groceries that they were experiencing.
And what, Governor, what advice would you give the federal government as we try to streamline our services for the American taxpayer?
I think, it makes us, go for it. Everybody's going to tell you can't do it. I haven't heard any other suggestions on doing something different. In Iowa, it had been 40 years since we'd taken a look at the structure of government. That's ridiculous. It was bloated, it had grown, and we could do things better. And this has been an opportunity. It's changed the culture of our agencies, our cabinet, and most importantly, our employers. They feel like they're making a difference, and they're making a difference in how they're serving Iowans.
Amen. Thank you. And coming from Texas and looking at the growth of Texas and Florida, people vote with their feet, and they're moving to the states like Iowa, Tennessee, Texas, Florida, because we're doing it the right way. And at the federal level, Mr. Chairman, we can and we must do better. Thank you, Governor, and thank you, Chairman. I yield back.
Chair now recognizes Mr. Subramaniam from Virginia.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've just been listening to the comments today during this hearing, and I hear these things like we want to trim the inefficiencies in government. We want to do the least amount of harm, is what someone said. We want to get rid of the low-performing employees, but that's not quite what's happening, is it? Right? These are blanket cuts across the board that are indiscriminate. And let's be clear, this DOGE effort it can't be about getting rid of waste, fraud, and abuse. Because if you look at our federal spending, civil servants are a drop in the bucket when it comes to our budget. The math doesn't work, actually. In fact, civil servants actually save us a lot of money down the road. They prevent food illnesses. They prevent a lot of bad things from happening that would cost us more money down the road. So, yes, there are inefficiencies in government. Let's fix them. That's bipartisan. I've done that work myself. But, if the kitchen cabinets in your house are broken, fix them. Don't burn the house down, right? And I don't think this is about waste, fraud, and abuse. I think this is about revenge over civil servants who may have slighted the president. I think this is about control over the federal agencies and federal government, ones who especially had actual oversight and did actual regulation of companies that were slighting consumers. And this is about stopping the protections of consumers. And it's about having civil servants with a certain ideology. And this is not legal and this is not constitutional. And I wish we had the Doge folks in here today, but we don't. So we just have the governor of Iowa. And so I'll just ask Governor Reynolds, when you made Doge reforms in Iowa, did you freeze all spending while you were doing your review?
No, we did not.
And when you brought in those consultants, did you let those consultants take over your payment systems and give access to every person's personal health information to them?
We did not.
And do you think it's okay for outside consultants with no security clearance to handle classified documents?
No.
And do you think it's okay for outside consultants to handle sensitive data haphazardly that could cause cybersecurity breaches? I'm just curious.
You know, that's not been our experience in Iowa.
Yeah, you know, we don't know who the people are. At least you knew who your consultants were, right? We even tried to go into the Treasury building and meet with them. We tried to go into USAID and meet with them, and we were turned away, us, members of Congress. But the reason I know what's going on inside those buildings is because I have constituents who actually work in those buildings. And let me just tell you some of the stories I'm hearing. One at USDA said that they've frozen funding to control invasive species protections, which would cost us hundreds of millions of dollars if these pests get into our country and devastate crops and livestock in states like Iowa. Or at one agency, they actually just came in, one of the Doge employees came in and said, just cut 50% of the employees indiscriminately. And then the Doge employee actually started living inside the building. So our federal agencies are now Airbnbs, apparently. And now we have nuclear scientists that are resigning. We have PhDs. They're not dumb people. They may not have 200 IQs, but it doesn't seem like the Doge people do either. But what they're doing is they're resigning because they don't want to put up with this anymore. And it's going to be hard to replace these folks. It's going to be a brain drain on our federal government. This is not the right sizing of government. This is the dumb sizing of government, and it has to stop. And Congress has oversight over this. This committee has oversight over this, but what are we doing about it? We're talking to the governor of Iowa, no offense. We're talking to think tanks. We're talking to folks that are not actually doing this work. Let's actually give the American people answers. Let's give our constituents answers. And let's actually use Congress's powers to fight this, or at least figure out how we can work together to fix what's wrong in government. I'm down to do that. I know both sides of the aisle want to fix what's wrong in government. The American people deserve to know, though, what's going on right now, why it's happening, and how to fix this. But what's happening right now is way overstepping the bounds of executive power. It's overstepping Congress's power. We're getting rid of agencies that Congress authorized. We're going way over the line here, and this is unprecedented and needs to stop. And so we're going to continue to ask questions. We're going to continue to ask for hearings, and we're going to continue to ask for the people who are actually doing this, because we want answers. I yield my time to the ranking member.
And I would just ask the gentleman from Virginia, and we want to add to that, we want Elon Musk to come here, since he's an unelected, unaccountable, major player in all of this, unlike the process in Iowa, which was transparent and accountable, in order to answer to this committee in our legitimate oversight functions. Is that not correct?
Absolutely, that's correct.
I thank the gentleman.
Chair, now recognize myself for the purpose of asking questions. Governor Reynolds, again, thank you for being here. You're a role model for government efficiency. That's why we asked you to come in, and you've done a tremendous job explaining what you did in Iowa as we work, at least on this side of the aisle, to sincerely try to reform government and reduce unnecessary spending in Washington. I understand you were asked a question that mischaracterized a bill you signed a couple of years ago that addressed the Iowa state auditor. Can you talk about why the legislature passed the bill?
Yeah, the bill was passed, again, to promote government efficiency. So it completely fell in line with the government efficiency and alignment bill that we were working on. And what it did is it required that two government agencies to mediate conflicts rather than going to the court and racking up legal bills that the taxpayers have to pay for. So it did not limit the auditor's access to necessary information. It was more about the process of when two agencies disagreed, that they could actually mediate their conflicts instead of taking it through the courts, racking up additional cost on taxpayers.
Right. Like you worked with your legislature to amend laws that needed change to complete your alignment. President Trump has said he will work with Congress where he needs to. But he will take executive action where he can. You did that too, correct?
I did the same thing. When we started, I did it through 2080 agreements. I had one director acting for both public health and human services. We did it through a 28E or an MOU. We did a proof of concept, and then we took it through the legislature. I also did executive orders with the rules moratorium. I initiated that with an executive order. And then when we took the next step, we actually took it through Congress when it needed a statute change to implement some of the ideas that we did either through an executive order that I stood up or through a 28E. Then we brought in the Congress and utilized them to make the statute reflect what we were doing.
Great. You eliminated a host of state agencies, commissions. It saved money and streamlined the state bureaucracy. I wonder, did you encounter opposition from entrenched interest when you did that?
You know, we really didn't, but I will say we did a lot of the homework on the front end. And these were common sense changes,
Right.
as I talked about. You can't have different functions spread about across multiple agencies and expect to be efficient. So we brought in the directors early, we brought in the leaders, we brought in the chairs, we reached out to stakeholders, but no. And the few incidents where there were some concerns that were raised, it never came to bear.
So it sounds like people in Iowa were serious about
Yeah.
reforming government. I don't get that feeling in Washington, D.C., at least with half of the Congress. What sort of blowback did these proposals get when they were first announced?
Well, again, I mean, we hadn't looked at the government structure for 40 years. So I don't think they were surprised. I had done a complete tax overhaul. Again, I started with the merger between public health and with human services. And so I had a great proof of concept. So as we worked with the directors, we were also able to anticipate what some of the arguments might be, what some of the opposition would be. So we could do the research on the front end to be able to provide the answers to the individuals about why we were doing what we did. And it was very, very effective. But it's hard to argue that it doesn't make sense to not have licensing spread across 11 agencies, or to put 100 troopers back on the road by putting your motor vehicle enforcement unit in with the Department of Public Safety. That's 100 troopers that we were able to put
Absolutely.
on the road.
Did some say that your proposals would disrupt government services and lead to other problems?
A lot of it was the existing, maybe some of the agencies that we were moving
The
off the cabinet. It
agency,
was the agencies,
yes.
not the individuals, not Iowans that had the most pushback.
See, I think that's who's leading a
It
lot
was
of
the
the
agencies.
fear and
Yeah.
criticism of Elon Musk. I think it's some of the federal agencies and federal employees who are about to be disrupted.
Yeah, that saw their kind of their territory being uprooted.
So were their fears proven to be overblown? Was there damage, if any?
There was not damage, and we haven't had really any pushback whatsoever. And I keep saying this, but even the employees and the agencies, they love the culture that we're creating. There's actually more upward mobility within the agencies because we've broadened their scope on what they can impact. And they love that. They like being a part of that.
Were people in Iowa ever allowed to work from home for years after COVID?
No, not for
Okay. See,
years.
that's part of the problem. I think that's what set the ball rolling of fear and opposition among a lot of the federal employees. There's so many in this town that are still working from home because of COVID years later. So they've been brought back to work. And now we're talking about bringing agencies in and letting them justify their existence and cutting agencies and cutting wasteful spending and eliminating duplicative services and eliminating duplicative agencies. And it's just created all this fear and mass hysteria with my colleagues across the aisle. But we're committed to work with this administration to reduce and eliminate unnecessary spending and wasteful spending. And hopefully we'll be able to do that like you did in Iowa. But thank you, Governor.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Chair now recognizes Ms. Ansari.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you to the witnesses for being here today. This is an unprecedented moment in our nation's history. Donald Trump and an unelected billionaire, Elon Musk, are illegally dismantling our government agency by agency and illegally stealing your data, your money, and your services. I would love for Mr. Musk to come here and testify before this committee so we can understand his qualifications to do this, because last I checked, running a social media platform does not qualify you for understanding how the US government works and making sure that it can operate and serve the American people. One of my Republican colleagues just went after the IQ of federal workers. They want us to think that federal workers are faceless, nameless bureaucrats roaming the halls of Washington, D.C., when the reality is that over 85% of federal employees live outside of Washington, D.C., and they're your neighbors, your friends, and your families. More than 34,000 federal employees live in Arizona, and about 7,000 live in my district. They make sure that your highways are running smoothly and safely so we can get to work on time. They make sure your grandparents get their Social Security checks on time so that they can afford food. In my district, we have multiple VA health centers to make sure our veterans get access to basic health care. Maricopa County, one of the largest counties in the United States, has over 245,000 veterans who do not know if they're going to keep getting their benefits. That is absurd and disrespectful to so many Arizonans who put their lives on the line for this country. Because of the Musk funding freezes, I had constituents calling my office panicking about whether they would be able to get urgent surgeries. Renters on subsidies are distressed about whether or not they will get aid or get evicted and end up on the streets. Even after Trump realized how disastrous his misguided freezes were and reversed some of them, there are healthcare clinics in my district that are laying off staff and cutting critical programs like STD prevention and substance abuse care because they were labeled as DEI. Republicans want to take a vote about fentanyl later today, and yet they're cutting care to get people off of fentanyl. I previously served as the vice mayor of Phoenix, Arizona, the 5th largest city in the country, and I can tell you firsthand how much federal funding and agencies matter to a city like Phoenix. It literally keeps your grandparents and your children fed, your streets safe, your public safety and police and fire running, make sure public transportation is operating, and that air conditioning is running during our extremely hot summers. While Trump and Musk are allegedly concerned about making our government more efficient, they want to lay off and dismantle the very people and departments who are keeping the country running. These loyal, dedicated employees are doing more and more with less and have been for decades. This graph shows the federal workforce. It has remained at nearly the same level for 50 years, while the US population has grown by 100 million people.
She had the time to make a
The
graph.
bottom line is that Donald
Look,
Trump and Elon Musk are
how much
lying
did
to
that cost
you,
the
they're
taxpayer?
lying to the American people under the guise of efficiency. They are dismantling
She probably had a
every
team put it
department. That's not
together for her.
efficiency. They are breaking down the government illegally, from USAID, that's vital for national security,
This
to
one's
the
proper
Department of
triggered, right?
Education,
In
to
her
the
voice, you
Department
can
of
hear
Labor, to the Environmental
it.
Protection Agency. They are going after your healthcare, your school, your safety, your data illegally
She's
and
gaslighting the
unvetted.
public now.
And what is the
Right?
ultimate aim for all of
She
this?
basically got
To
you got a
distract the
budget
American
cut.
people, to cut a little
You
bit of
want a
money
money.
so that they can
It's
gift their
crime.
billionaire
They
budget.
had 4 years to do something. Why they don't do it?
Yield back.
Because they're too
All of
busy
the, all of the
wondering.
sudden now they care.
No, thank you.
But this is
Just real
one of the
quickly.
things they always
And
agree
is-
on, right?
Does
They
Elon Musk
agree
bring
on
some specialty or
what,
some expertise in terms of ameliorating or cutting back or
all the things that they
pruning
agree on.
or
is
making
spending
qualitative
money.
judgments about the
That's spending
value of the
money.
programs you described that are being hurt right now? Does he bring some special expertise to that task?
He does not.
Can you
He has not
can you
shown
pause a
any
little bit,
interest
Mellows?
in the issues that affect
Please.
Phoenix or any other city that I've heard of.
It's almost finished.
You know what? Maybe you have other ideas. Okay. You know, for me, it sounds like they give Elon Musk access to all this because anything is about information. You know how. The health, the data of the health of government workers and shit, you know. For me, you know how this social media things work. Facebook, X, and all the other. All they need, how they create their money is with information. They can use all this information they're getting now from all these departments and add them to their database and use it, to advertise medication for the how it's called. No, I lost it. For the pharma concerns, but what I try to say. They're gonna
Yeah.
use all this information they're gathering, they're stealing now, or the government collected over years. Now they're gonna use it for their benefit. A private organization.
It's always been for their benefit.
A private organization. Why they get access to government information? A private what?
It's because up until now, they've never been able to have unprecedented access to so much data. Now that they have this amount of data, they, along with the technology, like the AI, for instance, has given them the ability to do things that they've never normally been able to get away with, right? So
that's what I mean. As they try to sell it like it's something super cool, urgent, needed, and blah blah blah. Hey, wake up! They give one organization access to unlimited data. Unlimited data.
Dangerous.
Wow.
It's funny though. I can access a lot of this stuff that they're talking about that they are looking at. You can go in and look at grants, who's getting them, where the money's going, and that stuff. You can do that on your own. You don't have to. They're doing it, but you can do it yourself.
Well, a lot of the research stuff, they won't, even though we do freedom of information requests, they deny those requests.
So why they give if it's freedom of information, if it's public, why they give Musk access then?
Donald Trump and the Doge team, they actually went into the buildings and locked them all out and took over.
Yeah, I saw it. Unbelievable.
They would never have given them access willingly, and they didn't want to give them the chance to lock them out. So they just moved in.
That's what you mean. Now I understand.
Right. Yeah.
Okay.
And you're right. This is not a good thing at all.
No, for me, it's too much power, too much information on one place. No one should have the access to that much information about a private citizen. No one. This is too much power.
The reasons we have separations of power is so that one agency can keep the other in check, but they're all colluding. As long as you turn your blind eye against or support my cause, I'll turn a blind eye and support your cause.
Yeah. You listen to this coma guy, oh yeah, you're a good guy, thank you, governor, blah 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 blah. I hate when politicians do that, patting each other in the back. Oh, you're good, you're blah blah blah. If you're doing that's a good job, why were you sitting there then? They all praise each other. Oh, we are good, we're doing our best, blah 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 blah. Licking each other's ass. Sorry. Okay, let's continue. It pisses me off. Such people pissing me off.
This is almost finished. I think it's got
Yeah, it's okay. Sorry. Let's go.
And that would be quite different than the process that we saw unfold in the reform effort in Iowa, would it not?
What I heard from the governor was very different than what I've seen thus far. There were no funding freezes. People, programs were actually being evaluated. It sounds like what was happening in Iowa was actually about efficiency, where this is about illegally dismantling our government and taking away from the American people.
I thank my colleague for yielding.
Pursuant to the previous order, Governor Reynolds is excused. And Governor, thank you so much for appearing here today. Chair now recognizes Mr. McGuire.
Ask the governor a question, but I understand you have to go, but I just can't tell you how much our country is grateful to what you've done in Iowa. And I'm so excited that you want to continue that type of efficiency and work with DOGE and with President Trump's administration. We have a great country and it needs to make sense. And I love what you said. We need the best practices and the right people. Thank you. So my questions, I'll divert those questions a little bit. But first of all, I would say is that I don't think we can remind folks, especially folks on their side, enough is that through the grace of God, President Trump won a mandate on November 5th. He won the popular vote, the Electoral College, and the American people have spoken. And I don't understand why every time he puts in an executive order or makes a decision, it surprises folks, because every decision I'm seeing is what he campaigned on, and that's what the American people voted for. I would tell you this, there is a war on common sense, and it's really an effort for all of us to bring our country back to common sense. We have to have a meritocracy. We have to have the right people in the right place, or people get killed. And we don't have time to go over all the examples. I would say, as a small business owner, if the government was a business, the government would be out of business. We are spending more per day than we bring in per day, and that is not sustainable. If the government were to build a car, first of all, it'd be it would cost overruns. It would cost $1 million, and nobody in this room would buy it. It is amazing what the free market can do and how innovative it is. We probably saw Elon Musk created this rocket for 10 times cheaper what it would cost the government to do the same thing. And I heard some folks on the other side talk about these young people involved in what's going on with our data. But I want to remind them that young people are very capable. You ought to research the ages of our founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson when they created this amazing country. But if you look at the young people saved the world during World War II on the Normandy beaches from Nazism. So young people are quite capable, and if you have the bright young minds, I don't care. I got to tell you, as a veteran, if you saved my life on the battlefield, I wouldn't care if you call yourself a Democrat, Republican, Independent. I don't care if you're young or old or pink or blue. We're all Americans, and we're in big trouble. And I think we're on the way to a sovereign debt crisis because we're spending so much. And I hear this talk, and we all know the government's not efficient. Corporate America and the corporate world is talking about how people perform better face-to-face in an office environment. And so we want to bring people back to work, yet folks on the other side are saying it's a terrible thing to bring people back to work. I got to tell you, people in my district have to go to work every day, and they don't understand why people who work in the government don't have to go back to work. We also heard his testimony in this committee about a week or so ago about a guy it took him 3 years to fire. I talked to a very, very successful businessman on breakfast yesterday, and he said, if we have a guy who's not performing, we get rid of him in 3 minutes. We need to make the right decision. So my first question, and I apologize if I pronounce your name wrong, Mr. Schatz.
Yes, sir.
So thank you for your work to find ways to make the government more efficient. But I wish I could have asked this to the governor, but she had 3 presidential disasters declared in her state. And what are some things that you think we could have done better, more efficient, if we would have returned that power to the actual states or to the governors when they have these disasters?
Well, I think President Trump initially talked about eliminating FEMA, but then he said he would like to allocate that money back to the states. The first line in any kind of disaster is local officials. FEMA comes in late, takes a while to get the money. There's a lot of red tape. I think it's an area that absolutely needs to be examined. These are things, by the way, the other way to address this is to set up a federal fund that Congress provides every year so that you don't have to have these special appropriations, supplemental appropriations that then add on other funding for things that have nothing to do with the initial disaster. A lot of states have these rainy day or reserve funds. I think that would address a different aspect of emergency spending, but it would also reduce the need to have FEMA run out there every time something happens.
That makes a lot of sense. When is the last time our government passed a budget for Congress?
It's only been done 4 times, I believe, since 1974.
Would you agree at the rate that we're growing government that we are in danger of a sovereign debt crisis?
Well, it's $36 trillion now, going to grow by $2 trillion annually over the next 10 years. And yes, everybody says, oh, when is it going to happen? But we're really robbing our children and grandchildren of their future when we keep doing this.
Yeah. If we could make one best decision to fix this, what would you do?
Oh, part of what this committee is doing today is determine which programs are essential, which are functions that only the government should be doing. And if the private sector can do it, President Reagan talked about the yellow pages test. Now there's no more yellow pages, but pretty common sense to have a business answer or have the private sector do something. Usually it's more efficient, or at least match them, see which performs better.
Thank you. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Bell.
Thank you. Today marks just over 2 weeks since the Trump administration took office. In the last 16 days, we have witnessed an unprecedented full-blown attack on federal workers and the services they provide to people at home in our districts, a power grab by the Doge and unelected officials like Elon Musk that have the ear of the president. So to my colleagues, I'm not surprised by the president's executive orders, but as a prosecutor, the rule of law matters. I hear about telework and we need to get people back to work, but several of my colleagues and myself went to USAID and the administration had told them to telework and to stay home. So I'm a bit confused on the value or of these arguments or what have you. The president has instituted a hiring freeze, slapped federal workplaces with hostile and counterproductive policy changes, took action to potentially purge large swaths of the federal workforce and weaponize career professionals by threatening involuntary reassignments. Trump also sent federal employees an email offering them free pay and benefits until September 2025 if they agree to resign by February 6th. Dr. Resch, will this approach lead to the retention of our best and brightest federal workers?
No, it will not. When they have blanket fires, again, the people who stay are likely to be the poorest performers. The ones that go under those conditions are likely to be those that are more competitive on an occupational job market. And so therefore, it will likely lead to brain drain as opposed to the retention of the best employees.
And let me ask you this. What would accepting this offer mean for federal workers across the country, including the nearly 13,000 federal workers in my district?
Well, first of all, I'm not sure that accepting it is legal in terms of saying that if you don't do it by February 6th, but if you do it, that you will have be put on administrative leave and paid through September 30th. I believe the cap on any type of action like that is $20,000. That would not meet the several months that most employees are using.
Trump also took the
making. Sorry.
That's okay. Trump also took the unprecedented and illegal move of freezing trillions of dollars in federal funding, throwing the entire country into chaos. I spoke with Dr. Kendra Holmes, head of Affinia Healthcare, who feared that this would impact their ability to provide essential and critical care at their community health centers. I spoke with Dwayne Butler, the CEO of People's Health Centers in St. Louis, who said the action would have a significant adverse impact on not only healthcare centers, but so many other federally funded companies and programs. The Missouri Department of Elementary and Secondary Education had to pause payments to daycare providers, and school districts in St. Louis County were concerned about their ability to feed and support their students. Dr. Resch, do the administration's actions reflect standard operating procedure for right-sizing our government?
No, they do not. In fact, they increase inefficiencies. Many of our partners, whether they be private sector partners, universities, nonprofits, first of all, have to also pause their operations. They have uncertainty in the reliability of the federal government as a partner. And yeah, I think that's enough to get the picture.
Our federal workers go to work every day dedicated to serving the American people. They are the reason that communities across the country receive critical federal funds that support healthcare, safety, education, and infrastructure. They deliver congressionally mandated services and administer congressionally directed funds. The Trump administration should be supporting them in their mission to deliver the best possible services to the American people, not making that mission impossible. We cannot and will not allow a takeover of our government or our democracy. Thank you, and I yield my time to the ranking member.
I thank the gentleman for what he just said, and I know that my constituents as well as his who work for the federal government appreciate it. Thank you.
Chair recognizes Mr. Gill from Texas.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for putting on this hearing. You know what? It's great to be on the side of the aisle after having won a massive mandate from the American people. President Trump, of course, winning not only the Electoral College, but the popular vote, delivering us a majority in the House and in the Senate. It's kind of funny to me because we've seen such outrage over Doge as if this is something that's new. Whenever I've been talking to my constituents in North Texas for months and months and months about President Trump coming to the White House and getting Elon Musk involved in cleaning up waste in our federal government, it seems to me that leftists are apoplectic, not because our tax dollars are being wasted on idiotic things, but because all of it is being exposed all of the sudden, which I think is certainly a beautiful thing. So much of this government waste has been operating in the shadows where the American people don't know about it and has been largely unaccounted for. And so many of these programs wouldn't exist and will not exist now that they're being exposed. I could give so many examples of wasteful spending, but I'd like to name just a few and get y'all's opinion on these. Just recently, the Department of Health and Human Services spent over $400,000 studying whether lonely rats seek cocaine more often than happy rats do. Mr. Schatz, thank you for being here. I'd like to ask you, do you think that that's a responsible
We could just
use
ask
of taxpayer
Alexander.
dollars?
He
No,
could
it's
tell
not.
us if
And
it's
those are
cheaper.
the examples that get people interested in doing more about
About the cocaine stuff.
He's probably part of the program.
That's
Right,
exactly
lonely
right.
rat
And
sniffs more cocaine.
Mr. Resch, let me ask you, do you think that it is responsible for the federal government to tax working
Wait,
class American
are you
citizens
now
to pay
referring
for
to the
studies
cocaine
that
or
cost over
to the rats?
$400,000 asking whether lonely
Or
rats
both. I
seek
mean,
cocaine
cocaine
more often
sniffing
than happy
rats.
rats?
I mean, that's Spanish Valley,
Cocaine
isn't it?
sniffing rats. Cocaine sniffing rats.
You have no
All
position
right. I
on
mean,
weder we should
if I said to
be
you a
spending our
cocaine
taxpayer
sniffing
dollars
rat,
getting rats high on cocaine.
I
I know
mean,
that
automatically,
addiction is an important
Alexander
problem. And if
would
it
just
leads
appear
to
in your mind,
insights
right?
that
It would
lead
just,
to
yes, I know
reductions in
what a
addiction, I'm
cocaine
sure
sniffing
that it
rat
has a
is. Yes, I
multiplying
know what that
effect
is.
if that's
I've
the
heard
case.
one of those.
You would have to see the indicator.
I
I know they
agree, and
exist.
I'm going to reclaim my time here. I agree that addiction is
I
a
love when
very
when
serious
these guys
problem,
say
but I
we're
doubt that the
creating
plumbers and
happy
electricians
rats,
and working
happy
class
cocaine
citizens of North
sniffing
Texas
rats.
that I represent are going to be very happy
What a
whenever they
joke.
find out that they're paying to get rats high. Let me give you another example. We've recently spent $123,000 to teach
Making
people on
rats happy.
Kyrgyzstan how to go viral. Mr. Schatz,
Oh
do you think
my
that that's a
God.
good use of taxpayer dollars?
No, I don't.
I don't either. What about you, Mr. Resch?
And no position.
No position. Okay. Got it. Let's do another one then. We've recently spent over $3 million from the Department of State for girl-centered climate action. Mr. Schatz, is that an appropriate use of our tax dollars?
I don't think so.
Mr. Resch?
No position.
No position. Got it. What about, over the past 4 years, the United States has had a grotesque border crisis that was created by the federal government in the Biden administration. Nevertheless, we spent over $2 million for border security in Paraguay. Mr. Schatz, let me ask you, do you think that that is an appropriate use given the context of American taxpayer dollars?
Well, only if it impacted immigrants or whatever you want to call them, people coming to the United States illegally. That might have some merit, but depends on the purpose.
I agree. What about you, Mr. Resch?
Again, depends on the purpose and the outcome.
Got it. I think that that's incredibly enlightening. You know, over the past couple weeks, really, we have seen all of the nonsensical areas that our tax dollars have gone to. We found that our taxpayer dollars, we just found out today, are being sent to left-wing media outlets like Politico and the BBC. We've known for a long time that our tax dollars are funding NPR and PBS. We've seen our tax dollars go to left-wing NGOs, and I think that the takeaway is that large portions of the left's institutional ecosystem are dependent upon taxpayer subsidies. And I think that that's a problem. I'm thrilled Doge is here because we're going to get rid of it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I yield my time.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Ms. Simon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Ranking Member, and thank you, witnesses, for coming to speak with us today. I really appreciate the conversation, and like much of the testimony and conversations I'm hoping to have and hear during my time in oversight, I think that there are spaces where we should all agree government should be more efficient. Absolutely. As someone who went through college and had to bring my baby to childcare, I get it. I understand. And I remember when that childcare was shut down, I couldn't go to class. I couldn't go to my night job. I get it. I am right there with so much of the conversation. What's interesting, though, to me is last week when I returned to district, I went to go visit, like many members, organizations that are providing work on the ground for almost vulnerable populations. I was prepared to offer a check that an organization, East Bay Asian Local Development Corporation, had earned through a grant process to extend housing to elderly Asian Americans in the East Bay. Again, these are the descendants of the folks who built the West. Elderly folks seeking and needing low-income housing. Clearly, they're not going to get that money right now. Housing is on the line, as is childcare, as is Medicaid, as is Medicare. After this meeting, I will go and visit the president of a children's hospital. He's in my office right now, and I went to go literally sit with the folks in the NICU last week. Care is in jeopardy. There is a heart transplant that is in jeopardy. A small child, I would like for us to look at in the faces of that parent. What's really interesting to me, I actually have a question for you, Dr. Rush. Like you, I've had this amazing benefit to study government budgeting. I have an MPA with a focus on municipal and federal finance. I have a lot to learn, as we all do. But in understanding where we are in this push by Doge and our colleagues to look at government spending, which I agree we got to figure it out. I'm curious, because this ripoff we're talking about, again, halting essential services for people to live in communities where there is waste, let's get rid of it, but by freezing basic services, I want to ask you this. By weakening the country's social service structure within a week, causing chaos, would you agree with me that instead of going after the Department of Education, again, if you have a young woman in college and she is abused, the Department of Education has an infrastructure to investigate that rape. I can go on and on, they do. We get rid of the Department of Ed, what happens there? Instead of going after the Department of Ed and USAID, wouldn't it make a lot of sense for us to think about other areas that are right in our face? Listen, the constituents of California's 12th district are paying over $6 billion in tax dollars for DOD. That could pay for 35,000 registered nurses per year and salaries of 50,000 elementary school teachers. If we're serious, sir, about right-sizing our government, I would recommend that we start there. in an institution, in a department that has failed 7 audits with an estimated multi-trillion dollars of waste and abuse in contracts that go to private companies. Would love to know, Dr. Rash, your thoughts on where we should start.
Congresswoman, thank you for the question. I'd just like to note that throughout this testimony, I've been asked questions about a very, very insignificant proportion of our federal budget, and that is domestic discretionary spending. If the committee is serious about right-sizing government in terms of dollars, then it should not. That's very tiny proportion of our overall federal budget has seemed to be the focus throughout this meeting. $14,000 grant to something through AID is nothing compared to the non-discretionary funds. But if we were talking about the Department of Defense, it is not subject to some of the same scrutiny as well as these programs that offer social services, so on down the line.
Thank you to all the witnesses that came today, and thank you, Dr. Rash, for your answer. I yield back.
Chair recognizes Mr. Jack from Georgia.
Well, thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for letting me get a little exercise this morning. I appreciate that. I want to start by saying, throughout this hearing, I've heard over and over and over again from our colleagues on the other side, Elon Musk's name invoked. And to me, it rings very similar to what I experienced over the last 9 years I've worked for President Trump. It seems like the Democrat playbook from 2015 through 2025 has been to singularly target one individual and over and over and over repeat talking points against that individual. And some pre-political advice. In 2016, it didn't work. In 2020, House Republicans gained seats. In 22, we gained seats. In 24, Donald Trump delivered one of the most impressive historic landslide victories we've ever seen. And it's because he offers solutions to the American people, and that's exactly what we House Republicans are doing. I want to spend my time today engaging with Mr. Schatz, talking about a solution that I campaigned on, something that really resonated with the constituents across my district. And I'll predicate by noting I'm probably one of the few members on this committee who actually was a federal employee. From 2017 to 2021, I served in the Executive Office of the President as the President's White House political director. And one of the things that I was tasked with while working for the President was helping move departments and agencies outside of Washington, D.C. so that they could be headquartered in areas that are more reflective of the people they're targeting to or designed to serve. And Mr. Schatz, in your testimony, I very much appreciated you noting that 17 of the 24 agencies only use an average of 25% of agency headquarters office space. The American taxpayer is paying for office space that is not being used. And it's one of the things that I'm very passionate about. In 2019, we relocated large agencies within the Department of the Interior to Colorado. We found a lot of success in doing so. So I just would love to get your thoughts and comments on that. I think that's an innovative solution that this Congress can move forward and something President Trump campaigned on. And I'm so proud the American people gave him the victory and affirmation for that.
Well, thank you, Congressman. And we completely agree with that concept because it would enable the federal government to work more closely with state agencies that in many cases perform a lot of the same functions. And that's another form of duplication. That isn't necessarily turning those functions over to the states, but it is determining where it might be more effective and more efficient and deliver those services. And just briefly, the objective of an agency should be to deliver a service to someone, period, right? And then determine how that gets done, and then determine how much it costs. And the reverse is true. It's spend the money. If that doesn't work, spend more money. Don't take the time to figure out what works. This would be very helpful to reaching that conclusion.
Well, in that vein, and as my esteemed colleague to my left, Mr. Gill noted, all the programs that were all the money previously spent by USAID, I have to imagine the people of Texas's 26th congressional district or Georgia's 3rd congressional district would not have made those decisions had they been employees at that agency headquarters. And in that vein, I just want to also note for the record, you'd have to drive an hour from where we sit right now to reach a precinct that voted for President Trump. Yet, of course, we saw a landslide victory across our country. To me, you need a federal workforce that's reflective of the balance that America is. And in this general area, we've got 90, 95% Democrat, participation in elections. To me, that's from where our federal workforce is coming. That's why we have so many problems that we've discussed here today. I also want to note, Mr. Schatz, your leadership at Citizens Against Government Waste has led to trillions of dollars of savings for Americans. You've done an incredible service to your country. And I just want to close with a final question to you. Based on your wealth and knowledge and experience, what are the most prominent patterns or locations that you find waste, fraud, and abuse in our federal government? Any advice to the committee before I finish?
Well, it runs across all agencies. And I would note on the Department of Defense, when the Grace Commission made its recommendations and found $424.4 billion in savings, 25% of that was in the Department of Defense. As has been noted, they failed an audit. Joint Strike Fighter is pretty much of a mess. Less than half, about 55% of them are available for use. So the procurement system needs a lot of reform. Information technology, 80% of the systems are legacy systems, and some of them, they're so old you can't find people to fix them or service them. And that's an investment, in our view, that's worth making. Upgrade those systems, and then people will be able to find out from the click of a button, what's going on with their money, and that would be extremely helpful for transparency, accountability, and more efficiency.
Well, I'm grateful for your testimony today. I hope every committee member reads all the innovative solutions that you've offered us, and likewise, I hope my colleagues join me in helping relocate our departments and agencies outside of Washington, D.C. I yield back to our distinguished chairman, Mr. Comer.
Gentleman yields back. Chair recognizes Mr. Min from California.
Mr. Schatz, Dr. Resch, thank you for testifying today. Now, this hearing's happening because of Republican concerns about the size of our government. But I would submit they're missing basic economics here, and particularly the chapter on public goods. As a reminder, public goods are things that governments provide that we all benefit from. National defense, infrastructure, education, police, firefighting, air traffic control, all examples of public goods. And the most important thing to recognize is that these are all things that private markets typically do not provide on their own. So when we're talking about making cuts to the FAA budget for air traffic controllers, understand that no one is going to fill that gap to make our skies safer. When we cut the budget for FDA and USDA inspections, no one's going to step up to come and ensure that our foods and drugs are safe. That is why the government provides these things. Now, I realize it makes for a great talking point to talk about getting rid of waste in government. And I'm sure there are many examples we can point to. I know my colleagues have pointed to some if we look closely enough, just as I'm sure we can find lots of examples of waste and corruption in large private companies as well. But here's the thing. The reality is that what you're looking for is just not possible at the scale you're talking about. Elon Musk and many of my colleagues on the Republican side of the aisle have publicly stated that their intention is to cut $2 trillion from the federal budget. The problem is that this is just bad math. And yes, I'm Asian, and yes, I'm pretty good at math, but you don't have to be very good at math to understand this. The chart behind me illustrates very clearly the entire domestic discretionary budget, that's the primary focus of today's hearing, is only $917 billion. You can cut everything: education, food safety, air traffic safety, wildfire prevention, affordable housing, the FBI, the DOJ, and you're still not even halfway to the amount that Elon Musk and the Repubs are trying to cut. You can fire every single person in the federal government. That's 4% of the federal budget, a tiny fraction of what you're looking to cut right now. You can cut all military spending, $805 billion. You're still not there. So let's be realistic and talk about what's really at stake here. It's when we're talking about $2 trillion, we're talking about non-discretionary spending, which is a fancy way of saying Social Security, Medicare, and Medicaid. These are earned benefits, the checks that my mom and dad rely on for their retirement, that your moms and dads and grandmas and grandpas rely on, that they spent their lifetimes paying into. And let's be clear, this is what Elon Musk and many of my Repub colleagues are targeting right now. They've made it very clear with their statements, such as when Nancy Mason, March 2023, called for huge cuts to Social Security, saying everything is on the table, quote. And so that brings me to my first question. Dr. Resch, I assume you're familiar with the United States Constitution.
Yes, sir.
Article 1, Section 1 states all legislative powers herein granted shall be vested in a Congress of the United States, which shall consist of a Senate and House of Representatives. Article 1, Section 9 gives exclusive authority for appropriations to Congress. Are you aware of any provisions in the Constitution that allow the President of the United States to unilaterally take away Congress's legislative and appropriations authority?
I am not.
Are you aware of any provisions in the Constitution that allow a special governmental employee appointed by the President to take away Congress's powers?
I am not.
Are you aware of any references in the Constitution to efficiency?
I am not.
That's right, because they do not exist. Because efficiency, while important, is not something that the founders thought was a constitutional priority. Founders were very aware that democracy was a messy and inefficient way of running a government. It would be far more efficient to have a monarch or a dictator decide how to fund programs rather than have 435 members of the House and 100 senators debate and deliberate and vote about it. But this country was not founded as a monarchy, not founded as a dictatorship, because we expressly decided that democratic representation, as inefficient as it might be, was more important than pure efficiency. And that's the point that my Repub colleagues need to recognize. We can debate our views on Social Security and Medicare and government spending. In fact, it's critically important that we do that. But those debates belong here in Congress. And we should not lose sight of the fact that Elon Musk, an unelected billionaire, is playing God with the federal government, deciding at a whim which programs and agencies he wants to, quote, delete at the flip of a switch. Elmo has gained control over our federal payment systems. He's universally declared that certain agencies we've created here in Congress are terminated. He's locked federal employees out of their systems, and he's threatening to end federal disbursements that he does not like. This is all illegal and grossly unconstitutional. The United States of America is not a monarchy. It is not a dictatorship, and Elon Musk is breaking the law repeatedly by taking Congress's legislative authority. So to my Repub colleagues, I want to plead with you. This is not a partisan issue. It is your authority here in Congress that is being stolen by Elon Musk right now. If you do not speak up, you are going to permanently lose your legislative authority. We all swore an oath to support and defend the Constitution of the United States, and that is what I'm asking you all to do. We have an obligation to uphold the rule of law and defend the Constitution against this unprecedented assault. I yield to the ranking member.
I have 3 seconds, so thank you. I thank the gentleman for his observations and for his cogent points.
I also would like to request unanimous consent to enter into the record a New York Times article titled U.S. Agencies Fund and Fight with Elon Musk. A Trump presidency could give him
Without
power over them,
objection to order.
which describes how Elon Musk's were, quote, promised $3 billion across nearly 100 different contracts last
Without
year
objection
with
to
17
order.
federal agencies.
Got it.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
I also have a unanimous consent request, Mr. Chairman. I ask unanimous consent that the statements of the American Federation of Government Employees and National Active and Retired Federal Employees be entered into the record.
Without objection to order.
And I further ask unanimous consent that the article Doge Aid Search Medicare Agency also be entered into.
Without objection to order.
I thank the chair.
Chair recognizes Ms. Tlaib.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair. Since we're entering items to the record, it's really important, as I do a lot of these question lines, to center it around my constituents and my residents who very much feel like there's so much instability and chaos right now. So if I may, I would like to submit a letter from the CEO and founder of Cody Rouge Action Alliance in the 12th Congressional District in Michigan, just about the freezing of the funds and what it meant for her seniors and many of the community members that she supports. Many of them are retirees. Many of them rely heavily on this agency to, again, supplement the high cost of living right now for many of our families. And so if I may, I would ask unanimous consent to again send this letter.
Without objection to order.
Thank you. You know, I want to cut through the BS because I am from Detroit and we like to speak truth to power and be very honest. You know, the American people feel very much we're in a constitutional crisis. They cannot understand, you know, this billionaire. I don't even know really how to describe him. Of course, he's the richest man in the world. And to think that he can just walk in to an agency that I can tell you for many of my families from the Social Security, the Medicare, I mean, it is literally part of how they survive in our country. And it's not just about the private information. It's about the fact that this person who they have no way of, they didn't get to elect him. He's not held accountable to them, the community, the public. And so they are very much living in fear right now. And we are in a constitutional crisis. One of the things that I continue to talk to our ranking member about and thinking about even the folks that voted for the president and others, if I was to ask the American people, do you think Elon Musk cares about you? Do they think that he cares about your disabled child that relies on Department of Education services through the IDEA Act? Do you think he cares for any of our families right now? No matter how hard they work, they're still in survivor mode, not thriving in our country. The disconnect that his own lived experience will never ever be able to connect to that family in North Dakota, to the teacher in Detroit, to the child living and trying to survive through the education program, living with autism, and so much more.
And so I'm just curious. I mean, really, this is my, do you think Elon Musk cares about the American people, Mr. Shades?
I don't think that's the issue. I think the question is what is going to be done about the $36 trillion debt
Yeah.
and the $2
So you
trillion
want to talk
deficits
about the
annually.
debt, but the Congress, they're in control. Why not go through the public process? If you want to make cuts, then vote to cut it. Why are you having this person do it? Are you giving him your power as an elected person representing 750,000 people? You represent equal number of people I do. I want to get a chance to vote on this, hear from my constituents, have it be done in a public process. You want to deal with it, you're in power. You have a trifecta, the White House, the Senate, and the House. But no, you want to do it this way. The cruelty of it. The fact that even American people, no matter in their political affiliation, I'm telling you right now, feel like they have no control over the decisions being made. Why? Because members of Congress have circumvented, said, hey, we're good. Go ahead and do it for us. Go ahead. Even though they know it is going to impact farmers, veterans, disabled residents, folks living with disability, and so much more of these infrastructures that they don't understand support all of our families. So you can keep talking about the debt. They have control. They can deal with the debt if that's really what they want to do. Instead, they're just yielding their power to Elon Musk, who has, again, been unelected. And we can continue to say that. But one of the things you can go around the country is they don't want Elon Musk making that decision. They want their member of Congress that is elected making that decision, Mr. Shades. That's the problem. And I will never, and Mr. Chair knows this, vote your district. Come here and vote your district. If your district wants you to cut these various programs, go cut a public education, Department of Education, then go ahead and vote on it. Introduce a bill to cut the Department of Education. Do not say, hey, I don't have no custom. You're just literally giving it to this person. It doesn't make any sense. Dr. Resch, do you think the American people think that Elon Musk cares about them?
I don't think the American people should really care what he thinks. They should have someone making decisions who's taken an oath to the Constitution.
Oh, that's actually very important, isn't it? You know, the Constitution gives Congress control over the spending, not the president, and certainly not Elon Musk. And the American people need to understand why that balance of government is there. It's to protect all of us from these kinds of decisions that are hurting people now. And Mr. Chair, just know this. This is the same man that continues to want to cut, but he has $20 billion in federal contracts. Can I get our money back? Because he is the richest man on earth, and he's still taking a handout from us, the public. $20 billion, Mr. Chair. If it's really about that and not about hurting these public infrastructures, which really are critical and important for, I guess, the most vulnerable, and really, you'd be surprised how many people in your community and in your districts, no matter, again, political affiliation, will be harmed by these decisions that, again, overpass the congressional public process. It's our constitutional duty and responsibility to be able to authorize spending and cuts. We should be able to do it, not Elon Musk. With that, I yield.
Gentlelady yields. That concludes our questions. In closing, I want to thank our witnesses once again for their testimony today. I'm now going to yield to the ranking member for some brief closing remarks.
I thank the chair and I thank our witnesses. You know, we've spent the entirety of this hearing under the rubric of right sizing government, as if we all know presumptively what the right size is, which of course nobody does. In fact, it's not even necessarily a sensical question, but we have ignored half of what should be involved in any enterprise, business, nonprofit, or government, and that is the revenue side of the picture. You cannot right size, whatever that means, government by only looking at expenditures and investments. You've got to look at how we finance it. Does anyone think that Elon Musk, in running Tesla, had a meeting when he took it over and said to his management crew, whatever we do, we are never again discussing or modifying the price of a Tesla. Whatever it is today, it's frozen forever. And all company profits will be derived from spending, expenditure cuts. Of course not. I heard the governor of Iowa say we ought to run government like a business. Well, then run it like a business. And that means there are two sides to the ledger, revenue as well as expenditure. I also heard the governor of Iowa say that there's nothing wrong with looking at the enterprise and making recommendations. I couldn't agree more. But that isn't what Elon Musk and company are doing. They're taking a wrecking ball to the federal government. They're firing people. They're intruding in very sensitive databases. They are threatening to close down entire departments and agencies of the federal government without any mandate, without any confirmation by the U.S. Senate, and without a howdy-do by the Congress of the United States. This committee and Congress cannot be supine in the face of that threat. We must play our legitimate role. And if my colleagues on the other side can muster a majority to, in fact, shut down these agencies, then so be it. But it cannot be something delegated to an unelected billionaire oligarch from South Africa. I yield back.
Gentleman yields back. I must say, there's been a virus that has been spreading throughout the inside of Congress for the past 4 years. It's called Trump derangement syndrome, but it appears over the last week it's mutated now into Musk derangement syndrome. And all we have here is a business guy, an outsider, much like many outsiders and many business people on the local and state levels all over America that have been asked essentially to serve on a board to make recommendations to make government more efficient. What a noble idea on the federal level. And we welcome Elon Musk. We welcome any individual in America who has ideas on making government more efficient. But I will say this publicly, to make government more efficient and to live within our means, which is what the American people voted for in November, we're going to have to make cuts. We're going to have to reduce the size of government. And that's not going to be an easy task. It's easy to spend money. Everybody's popular when they're spending unlimited amounts of money and doing check presentations and things like that. But when it gets to making cuts, that's tough. That's what people in the private sector have to do every day. That's what people who work and pay taxes and struggle to make ends meet have to do every day. They have to make tough financial decisions. Congress has been immune for that for a long time. But the day has come and the American people have spoken to where we're going to have to tighten our belts. And that's what at least my side of the aisle is committed to doing. And we're going to work with Doge. We're going to work with the Trump administration. We're going to work with all of his cabinet secretaries. We're willing to work with Democrats across the aisle on sincere ideas to make government more efficient, to end duplicative services, to reduce wasteful spending. That's what we want to do. That's what this hearing was about. And I want to thank our witnesses who came here today to testify about that. With that and without objection, all members have 5 legislative days within which to submit materials and additional written questions for the witnesses, which will be forwarded to the witnesses. If there's no further business without objection, the committee stands adjourned.
Well.
I'm talking and
Anyone
I'm
gone?
muted. I'm talking and I'm muted.
Yeah, sorry, I was just in the toilet when you finished. And that's that. Adjourned. End of that story.
Nothing was solved. Everything we knew from going into it, there was a whole lot of spending the government was doing.
You actually expect them to resolve anything. If they actually resolved anything, they wouldn't have a job to do. The job is to argue.
You know, everybody needs to really look at the lobbyists and how much they paid. They get paid. and how they build their bank accounts. Some of these are only paid 170, 200,000 a year. They're worth 12.5 million. How did they get that? You know, it's interesting.
All this talking must lead to something. Talking, blah, pointing the finger against each other. I don't know.
To give us the illusion that there's a power struggle, right? That there's a deep state, and then there are those good few in there that are trying to help us fight the deep state. Yeah, they're in there. They're fighting for us. Elon's gonna get them. He's gonna get them. Fucking bunch of morons. It's an illusion.
But Mellows, come on, you can't give a private billionaire access to all this information. This is too much power. This is godlike power.
Hang on, who gave him the access? This
What do you mean, who? For Trump?
The government gives someone like Elon unprecedented access to the keys to the country, right, to the world. And oh my God, oh, we shouldn't do this. Oh, it's all a farce. It's all a game. It's all by design. It's all orchestrated. Oh, like I said the other day, they want to create a situation where they need us to tear down the old world in order for them to create this new world they want to give us, right? They need us to do it. And we got to willfully do it. And give them the permission. And vote for this motherfucker. Yeah, we want this. Oh, shit. Yeah, well, we didn't want it like that, but oh, never mind. You know, so slowly, it's a death by 1,000 cuts. Only this time, those 1,000 cuts are coming in a minute and not over a lifetime. You know, they're just coming all at once.
And the funny part is, if I understand it right, one of these speakers was saying to give Trump the access and this power on the. It's even against the American Constitution.
Yes.
So it's unlawful, but all of them let it happen. All of them let it happen.
Yes.
It's basically a crime, and all of them let it happen. No one doing something against it.
Oh, yeah, but they've all got the excuse now to say, well, we tried to, we spoke out.
Yeah.
Right.
Right.
It's all a farce, man. The whole thing's a sham. The whole thing is a fucking sham. Elon Musk wants to put a Neuralink in every single one of these. He wants an AI fucking interface into your head. You know what I mean? He wants to do all this sort of shit. You know, this guy pretends to be for freedom of speech, for this, for that, but it's all a show, man. It's all a farce. It's all of it. All of it. They're all on the same. They're all in the same boat. They're all on the same side. Joe Biden, Kamala Harris, the red team, the blue team, all the same team. Right?
Yep.
Their job is to make a show, right? And make out as if, you know, like the WWF when they go out there and they pretend to be eating each other up, but it's just a show, right? They don't actually hate each other. They don't actually hurt each other, but they just pretend to. That's what they're doing. They're just pretending to put on a show. You see, the Romans, right? This is what they taught us. Give them bread and
bread and games.
So this is bread and circus, right? You know, Johnny Depp and Amber Heard, her trial on YouTube, right? Everyone was glued to it, right? While everyone was glued to it, these people were buzzing through laws and this and that allowed them to siphon billions of pounds from the taxpayer. No one was paying any attention. This is how they do, man. Donald Trump, Elon Musk.
The destructive the people with some stupid shit, you know. That's why I stopped watching TV. That's why I stopped. I literally give all the TV I had in my house away to friends, and I have zero TV on my in my house. Zero. It's a complete waste of time. Everything the news on TV. Then if you target show every day on 8 o'clock in the evening. It's wasted. It's all the same shit with distractions. You know when they started here in Germany, the Tagesschau, which is only for normally for news like for political news and what something important happened in the country. Now they're reporting about I don't know if you know this TV show Jungle Camp. It's like Big Brother shit, you know. Now they put Big Brother shit on a daily news. Who cares about these idiots that want to be influencers or shit? They make the people stupid. No one cares about politics or whatever happens in globally anymore. No one cares. They keep them stupid. Big Brother shit. I hate this how people when I go outside sometimes to drink a wine or something like this, all the people are talking about is Big Brother and some fake reality shows. That's what they're talking about. Who the fuck cares about this idiot? Destruction, all destruction. Keep the people dumb. Instead of watching inform themselves about what really happens.
It's not their fault, man. You know, you can't blame a dumb person for being dumb, and especially if he's been dumbed down by design, right? He's a victim. All these people are victims. They're all victims of their government, the government lies and propaganda, the mainstream media, all the sellout idolists, all these pop idols and all these, they're all sellouts. They all sold us down this propaganda trail where they've deceived us and lied to us and brainwashed us and dumbed us down and distracted us, right?
I don't care. Yesterday, when I was on a panel, all they were talking about was Taylor Swift. Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift, Taylor Swift. Who the fuck? No one cares about it. Seriously, Hamura, this stupid. Who cares about Taylor Swift? Why they paid so much time of their life talking about Taylor Swift or shit like this, and instead of focusing on something more important? I don't. Oh my God! Frustrating me. How seriously? This is frustrating to me. Okay, I have to admit, Mellows. That's why I thank you for this, because you get my focus to something different. This is new for me. All this is completely new for me. I have to admit it.
That's my sole goal, man. I mean, to get people to think, to ignite the fires, to enrage people, to, you know, like, I mean, basically, you know, you heard the saying, you know, you can't shout fire in a crowded theater unless it's actually burning down. In this case, the theater is all burning down, and I am shouting at the top of my voice.
And no one listening. Only few.
Right? We are at war. We are at a in the middle of a this YouTube. This is a battlefield. Most people don't see it that way. It is a battlefield. It's a battle of the mind and the soul in the human in the human race. The humanity lies, you know, is at stake here, right? YouTube started off as a place where people could learn and share knowledge and share stories and information and so on. And it became so powerful that it enlightened and awoken it woken something inside of everybody, right?
Not everybody, Mellows. Come on, you see it. Look at the most viewed videos and shit. It's some dumb girl making jumping jacks.
I would say it has awoken something in somebody, even if they haven't realized it yet. For years, right? For years since the birth of YouTube, people inadvertently, unknowingly, unwittingly gained a vast volumes of data, information, knowledge, right? I use it every day. I've used it for years. How to do something, you just YouTube video and it will show you quickly how to do it, tutorial, and all of a sudden you know how to use a certain software program, something, whatever it is, build a house, right? And because of that, people have awakened, right? Their imaginations, their daily lives, their routines, everything has been changed because of that, right? Because of that revelation, that industrial revolution sort of thing, that wave, that generation, the technological innovation has advanced. It's connected us to the four corners of the earth, right? It's given people who never normally would have been able to access information or knowledge the ability to access all the information and knowledge that they could ever be able to use, or need, right? And because of that, it has become a very powerful and lucrative battlefield, if you like, right? So for the past 20 or more years, the government has, by roundabout ways, by subversion, by distraction, by coercion, has played this long game where they have used the internet to gain money off us, get money from us, basically, to invest in it, then make us more vulnerable, and then demand more money from us so that we can better secure ourselves. And so it was a money printing machine and an excuse to print money, basically, right?
They create a problem and they offer the solution.
Exactly. This is how they work, right? Dr. Hegel was a professor, and he came up with the term, the Hegelian dialectic, right? It's problem, reaction, solution. This is what most people have heard of on YouTube. So it's basically, it's 101 in marketing. It's 101 in strategy of war. It's how to win any argument. It's how to have a useless product in your company, in your corporation, right? And then being able to ingeniously invent ways to make a profit out of that useless waste, right? This is the Hegelian's dialect, right? You create the problem, you get the reaction that you need, and then you offer up the solution that you prepared, right?
Yeah.
So it's the same thing with marketing and sales, door-to-door sales. When they go and knock on a door and they ask you all these leading questions where they're opening up. Would you like this? And wouldn't you like to save some money? Of course I wouldn't want to save some money. Well, why don't you buy one of these? You can save some money. And and this is how they close the door on you and they get you on the hook, right? It's create a need and a desire for your product. It's the same principle, right? These people are master illusionists, right? They are on another level, right? They do things because they mean something else. So when they do something, it's undoubtedly something else that they want to achieve, right? Anything they do.
Mellows, do you think they know what role they play?
Yes.
I don't think they fully understand the whole, the bigger game. I think they're only
some of them are quite happy not knowing the full details, because they're just they're happy with what they're doing. As long as they get instruction, they're good. They're getting orders. This is the classic example that came out of the Nuremberg trial, for instance, right, where all the soldiers, all the Nazis, they all pleaded. Yeah, they all pleaded that they were ordered to do this, right? I mean, shit,
Yeah.
it was an order. Someone else did it, right? I mean, have you ever? What's that? Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is they're playing like mind games, right? And where they pretend to be fighting each other, and they get us divided and
They
fighting
follow the
each
same
other
goal.
for they're basically, yeah. I mean, it's like, let's just say, me and you are the kings of the castles, right? And I got a castle over here, and you got a castle over there, and I got far too many people in my castle, and there's a few that I don't want in there because they keep telling me what to do, right? And you got some as well. So me and you, we start a bloody argument or fight, right? So I'm going to send my men, right, especially the ones I don't like, right, over to fuck up your men, right? And you're going to send the ones you don't like over. And then in the meantime, after a cup of coffee, right, after you've got rid of your people that you don't like, and I got rid of my ones and I don't like, we could just shake our hands and, say, okay, we agree to
Mellows,
disagree.
That's the reason. But it's an example, okay? We Greeks, we have to serve 2.5 years in military, and I had to do my service too. But I had a situation where when I said, okay, now I'm not serving my country, I'm not serving anything useful, I'm just doing it just to do it for some idiots who give me order to do something. It's completely stupid. And I said after 2 years, no, that's enough for me.
Yeah.
I left the shit. Fuck you all. They give me 9 months in jail because I punched the general in the nose. Lojaro. Το λέω στο μυστιμούρι το μαλάκα.
Yeah.
Yeah, and then I got another 9 months in jail. But no, why I should? Why? That's why I started to think. No, there's something bigger. I'm just a tool. I'm just a tool for them. I'm not important.
No, they referred to us once as useless eaters.
Yes.
Useless eaters.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? Let's go, Mellows. I'll follow.
Well, that is literally how they refer to us. There was some books, I can actually bring them up, but they actually refer to us as useless eaters, because we are. There's another word they like to use, chattel or guyon. They compare us to farm animals, as in we are their farm products, their farm animals, their chickens. That's who we are to them. They consider themselves stakeholders, where we are mere
mere livestock,
Yeah, products, basically. We are just the produce.
What enlightened me on this hearing, they all throw these numbers around, yeah? 200 million there, 300 million there, trillion there, like it's nothing. And when the others say, oh, we're talking only about $40,000. Oh, who cares about them? Idiot, motherfucker, $40,000 is a lot of money for some of these homeless people.
I mean, personally, I wouldn't stick ball bearings up a cat's ass for 40 grand, but there are people out there that would do worse, right?
Right.
I've got principles, standards. I mean, shit, 40 grand, nah. I ain't gonna stick marbles up a cat's ass for any of that kind of money. But people would. There are people that would quite happily do it. They'll do it for free, just for kicks.
Yeah, but it's a job, right? There's a job. Yeah.
Yeah, you can pay them to do that. They'd love it.
Yeah.
Millions of pounds, stick marbles up cats' asses. Yeah, I'll have that job.
But you paid the bills, right?
Yeah, pay to play. Oh my god.
What was his cardboard saying? Elon Musk promised to save $2 trillion. Yeah, right.
And save.
Two
Oh yeah, he saved
trillion.
this. Yeah, more like earned.
And where does money go? Even if you save that much money, which I don't believe, what are they gonna do with it? You think? Come on, Elon Musk is not the Lord's savior.
I think people are just grasping for straws. I think they're just trying to grab
Yeah.
onto anything that I don't know.
Put your big man hats on. There's the police chief. Fire. So fire. As you
Mark
know,
Zuckerberg must be so pissed.
ladies with
This
skirts
is,
on.
this is
Oh
gonna
yeah.
be this is going to be a good one.
The vehicles that was leased, is
Oh,
they paid off now, Mayor?
yeah.
Is they paid off in
Oh, yeah.
full, or are we still leasing them? You ain't the police off? Don't try to pay boo-boo the fool. I'm talking about we was leasing something from. We was. So were we leasing something from Enterprise? You voted on it. But is they paid off? We still leasing? Chief, yeah, I'm asking if they paid off in full. Do you understand what a lease is? You ain't even got to listen if you don't want to, but I'm gonna tell you, you are sorry later. You haven't done nothing for Terrence City, but bring us down.
I
And
can
all this
hear
could have
it.
been avoided if the council had done what they were supposed to do when he was initially fired.
He's probably we know. It's like yeah. What's your point? Yeah.
First sent it back. Spent $8,500 for a Halloween candy, and you talking about her going to learn something? But because the mayor has such a thing against me, stop making it personal, Mayor. You should be leading by example. And I don't see you leading us nowhere. You ain't led us nowhere. The only review I can say I did was when I went around and told people to vote for you. That was the biggest mistake, and I went back and told them I made a mistake. But you got to go. You are leaving that seat. But you guys have created this two-headed monster. I think you probably I'm so sick of you saying you guys. You started it. Okay?
I didn't understand anything, to be honest.
Welcome
Was it
back to
some
the channel,
city hearing?
everybody. Today, we're looking at the latest city council meeting from Tarrant, Alabama, which took place on February 3rd, 2025. Tarrant city council meetings are some of the most chaotic in the country, and this one was no exception. In the previous meeting, Mayor Wayman Newton and Councilman John Tommy Bryant got into a heated argument, with the mayor accusing Bryant of calling him the N-word with a hard R. I'm going to show you that clip in just a moment. But that's not the first time these two have clashed. After researching it, I found out that Bryant actually punched Mayor Newton during a past argument. He was arrested, but later found not guilty after the court ruled that Newton had provoked him with fighting words about his wife. I have found footage of this last altercation, and we're going to take a look at it right now before we look at this most recent city council meeting. Also, the major topic of debate and controversy during this most recent meeting is the fact that they have two fire chiefs, because the mayor fired one of the fire chiefs, but then the fire chief took the matter to court, and the courts ruled that they had to give him his job back, but they had already hired another fire chief, so they're going to end up having to give one of them their job back, and he gets paid without working. Now, without further ado, let's just jump right into it.
You ain't man enough to stand up. Well, call me a boy again. Or better yet, why don't you call me like you've been calling me? Come on. And you will do it, and I'm not backing down because I was put here for a reason. I was put here because of that. You've been doing this, terrorizing the city for 16 years with your old school brand of just bigotry and hatred. So I'm going to talk.
And just as advertised, here is the footage that I found of Councilman John Tommy Bryant hitting the mayor in the face right there. And For an old timer, he hit that guy pretty good. You see the mayor's down on his knees. I'm guessing this happened outside of City Hall, and this is the camera off of the building. It has no audio. It's going to zoom in, and we're going to see it again here. There's the mayor and councilman. They are arguing, and from what the court says, the mayor said something about doing something to the councilman's wife, and he was found not guilty. So
Yeah.
this
Sound
drama
right?
has carried over into these city council meetings. As you can see, he's being arrested right here, put in handcuffs.
Grown-ups.
Yeah. Yeah, I know grown-ups there. That's for sure.
So is this the the settlement agreement, I guess, with Ripples?
It's not a 250, yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
And just make sure, because I heard a lot of things, is it he's gonna continue to get paid, I guess, what, through 2026 and not have to show up for work?
That was supposed to be negotiated, that's what I understand. That can, but first things first, so.
Yeah, okay.
I bet you Brian, I've got about 800 hours vacation, and on there, I'll start burning that.
I'm not gonna offer that. I'm not gonna offer that.
I'll burn the vacation, y'all can figure this out, down to 320. I've got over 800 hours of vacation, so that's what you feel, just put me off on vacation until we come up with a group.
So basically, we have someone getting public funds, not showing up to work.
800 vacation hours is still huge, so I mean. I don't think hired while being an employee here.
All of this would have been avoided if you only had affirmed my my decision. But you guys make it difficult.
Didn't even make a statement about
You
that.
made it
If you
difficult.
had
You
done
made
what
it
you're supposed to do,
difficult.
like it's
Very
supposed to have been done, this would never happen in the first place. This belongs to you, Mr. Mayor. And if you want to debate that, I will debate it with you.
Well, the statute says I can
I know
remove
what the
them.
statute says. The statute says that you can fire
Inform you.
the fire chief for any good reason, and at the next council meeting, you have to announce it to the council, which you did.
Which
not
it
do.
was announced. You
And
were
then-
provided with the
There was no
press release.
resolution and we didn't vote on
And the
it.
fire
Why
you
did you
guys-
big on us voting the police
You
chief out?
guys chose not
You
to
did
do
not do
anything.
that, and it also says you cannot fire the fire chief permanently, and you made a statement in a work session that Chief Ripples was never gonna come back to work, because you fired him permanently, which all three of those, all four of those are against the laws of the state of Alabama. So it all belongs to you, not to.
Well, I find it interesting that when it went to the personnel board, and he filed his appeal, the personnel board actually affirmed the termination. And it was only until after you guys, nearly 2 years after the fact.
Are they fighting to kick the fire chief out, the second one?
Did all this become an issue?
I don't understand the point.
They're fighting over who's to blame.
And the other thing is, if you want to debate this when we've got time, right now is not a good time to do it.
Yeah, it's just too low for me. I'm not able to hear it.
Not a good time, but I will prove you wrong on everything you said.
I don't understand nothing.
You also said I always tell the truth. That's not true either.
All I got.
Well, you guys do what you do, but you're gonna run into some problems, basically.
So they've ended up hiring these two fire chiefs, and they're blaming each other for it. It's the mayor's fault, and he's blaming this guy, and the other one for hiring the new guy.
It's problematic because you
And the other one's blaming the other guy for firing the other guy.
Another chief doesn't have to work. They're still getting paid.
What a shit
I would
show.
suspect that the chief that's
Yeah.
actually working, he's probably going to have a cause of action against the city as well. So. This is your problem, so I'll let you guys figure
I
it
mean,
out.
I think seriously, The U.S. government is too bloated, it's got too big. It lost control over themselves. No one really know what really happens.
Upheld your firing.
Yeah.
How can you hire 2 police chiefs? Come on.
Place that he's in.
It's like little children play with monopoly money.
Yeah.
And look how many people are from this town are interested. Look, 10.
Think that the council would have actually
That's it.
termination as well, but
Meanwhile, the other.
Well, most of those people came with these people. They came with them.
Okay.
Most of them come with them.
You have the right to fire.
Yeah, the people from this city, they pay the tax dollars for this
They're
shit.
busy working their ass off, getting extorted by police, parking tickets, paying for parking tickets, paying for speeding tickets, paying for any ticket, paying for stupid
Yeah.
shit.
Meanwhile, the cops are harassing, pirating the streets, collecting money for any little traffic problem.
Meanwhile, these like they can't even tie their shoelace.
Yeah, they're laughing their ass off. Oh my god. I can watch this shit for long. Seriously, I get angry.
So the mayor, the one in the middle, right? He fires the chief, right? Leaving the other department over there, the councilman. His responsibility is to make sure that there's a fire chief. So he hires a new fire chief, right? Then the old fire chief takes the county court and he wins, and the judge orders them to give him his job back. So now they've got 2 fire chiefs, right? And whose fault is it?
Amazing. Yeah.
The mayor won't take responsibility for firing the guy in the first place. And why did he fire him?
And who's going to second it?
Yeah, what? John?
That's the important question no one's asking.
Yeah, right. There you go. I see what you're saying. Yeah, because get fired from a position, it's like, what do you got to do to get fired? Do you know what I mean? Because how many guys can do a shit ton of things without getting fired, you know?
Direction as to how things are supposed to operate. Since you guys have created this 2-headed monster, I think you probably
I'm
need
so
to.
sick of you saying, you guys, you started it.
He doesn't want to take responsibility for his mess that he
We didn't
created.
know he was fired until the next day.
Yeah.
We saw it on the news.
So.
And that was because of you.
It was because of you. You did this, bro. Well, take it. It's everyone else's fault. It was not his fault.
And I just received a text message from accounting saying that fire chiefs is not going to be economically feasible for the city. So.
The mess that you create.
Meanwhile, all of them get to go. Who cares how much money each month?
You mind showing that text message to one of the council members?
We're waiting for the public to speak now. They're going to come up with another few words.
It's like you said before, Mellows. If they have, if they can print so much money, and all of them are putting their hand in this pot, and get so much money that they like out of it, they don't care. There's enough. If we need more, we print more.
Leading by example. And I don't see you leading us nowhere. You ain't led us nowhere. The only review I can say I did was when I went around and told people to vote for you.
I'm so tired of people like this, spitting out all these intelligent, good words, but in the end, only bullshit happens.
Gaslighting. Yeah, gaslighting.
Gaslighting, yes.
You can stop me from being part of stuff that I earned to get us a seat at the table.
Blah, blah, brain diarrhea. Brain diarrhea.
I care,
You know, like I say, and I'm going to finish with. Let the work that I've done speak for me. Let it speak for me. What have you done for the city? except get all these freaking lawsuits, and you got the people thinking that it's the council fault. No, it's not. No, it's not. And you
Like
quick
nothing's
to
our
say
fault. Yeah,
something
nothing's
that
our
you
fault.
did not
Yeah.
make. And you made that statement that about we had something to do with a video got released. Do you not realize that's slander? That's slander. You ought to be tired of getting these lawsuits. You know, and like I said, things that I said about you. Why don't you sue me for slander? Sue me. You quick to tell people, sue me. So sue me. What's that?
Your judgment proof.
My judgment what?
Never mind.
No, it's like this.
Never mind.
You can sit there and take a lot of tip. It's going out. All don't come out in the wash. We'll come out in the rinse.
This is interesting. Police Chief Major gets up to the podium, and the mayor brings up the topic of one of the new police officers stealing $3,000 on a recent traffic stop. And the police chief gaslights the mayor and changes the subject, and then proceeds to brag on his police officers and expect everybody to lick their boots.
That's the gentleman that came and made a formal complaint down at the police department about an officer. He said that he had $8,000 that was taken from him, but he only received $5,000 back. So he actually came to City Hall. I spoke with him, and I just directed him to go to Aaliyah. So I was just making you aware.
That was the one that was investigated by Aaliyah some time ago.
No.
This is another one?
This is your new hire.
Find out that. I think you're talking about the seizure of the $4,000 at the end.
No, this was a stop that was made on, I believe, Highway 79.
Man, I can't understand.
He had $8,000 on him.
The microphone of them is shit.
$5,000 back. So
there was a seizure of some marijuana and some drugs and money, and that officer.
Yeah, I think it's the quality of the video too. It sounds a little kind of muffled,
Yeah. No. This happened last week.
We'll look at that. And I want to point out about these two incidents where people discharging firearms within the city limits.
I seriously think all this department, government, whatever, they lost control over themselves.
They took it on their own.
Yeah. Yeah, but
They have no one to fear, you know.
Yeah, right. There was no checks and balances anywhere, you know.
Yeah.
But everything just had to run amok, you know.
You put your big man pants on. There's a police chief fired.
So,
Fired.
as you
Don't
know,
ask these ladies these ladies with skirts on to do a man's job.
Okay.
If you want fire.
as you know, there's a current case before the Alabama Supreme Court. That was a lower case that said that you are the appointing authority and that you can fire. That I don't have the authority to do that. So that's why I've been including this so you can
You're
do
saying
your job.
You agree that you do not have the authority to fire, right?
At this point.
Okay. All right. Is it not true that one of the individuals that had filed a complaint against you for sexual harassment has withdrawn that complaint?
That's my understanding, yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Okay. Can you give other reasons why you should not be fired?
I believe I've been performing the job as you expected. I told you when I took the job, I would enforce the law without fear or favor. I do not care about personal money. That's not my goal here. My job has been, since I've taken the job of a law enforcement officer, that I would uphold the Constitution of the United States and the Constitution of the state of Alabama, and I would enforce its laws without fear or favor. I do not care.
Yeah, right.
Personal grandiosity. You can say what you want about me, but we will enforce the law. We will supervise the officers that I am charged with the responsibility of supervising, that they follow the law. And we will do that no matter who, no matter what, and no matter when. And if you continue me as your chief of police, I will continue to do that and exercise the judgment as I understand it. And I will always obey the orders of the court.
Thank you, Chief. I'd like to introduce Resolution 9250, resolution to reinstate Jason Rickles to Fire Chief of the City of Tarrant Fire Department and directing all back pay and benefits for citizens to the Personnel Board of Jefferson County, order dated November 7th, 2024. I move for the adoption of resolution 9250.
It's been moved and properly second. Is there any unreadiness? Again, all this could have been avoided if the council had done what they were supposed to do when he was initially fired, when he was initially terminated, and also when the personnel board first sent it back. They sent it back because the council had requested, they wanted to vote on affirming or not affirming.
Assholes, yeah, twirling his fingers.
So again, because they chose not to do anything, this is what you get. So
Yeah.
My intention to pivot from what I usually do, but I will say that it's real rich that the mayor would make a statement about Chief Ripples about respecting women.
I can't understand shit.
Yeah, me neither, but yeah, I'm not hearing them either.
You know, they always say that if you tell a lie enough.
Hey, you struggling to hear?
Yes,
Yeah.
sorry, but seriously, I can't. Maybe Inferno, but I can't understand anything. I can't follow.
No, me neither. Yeah, me neither.
Right.
Yeah, it's just the quality of the video. It just doesn't sound like it's right or something.
Doesn't sound any louder with my mic off.
I think it did. Yeah. No,
It's
it just
not
sounds
the
kind of
volume.
hollow.
It's muffled. It's muffled. It's not the
Yeah.
volume.
It's
Kinda hollow,
it's the video that they give us from the courtroom. They're so shit.
Oh, right. Uh-huh.
It's exactly 2025.
Yeah.
They do that deliberately, though, right?
Uh-huh, yeah, give you shitty. Yeah, so I get that. Well, it's probably cheaper too in some ways. I'm sure. Just to run
Oh,
some old
now
ass
I
camera.
see. It's Harvey Freebird. Oh, I know this guy. I've watched a lot of video of this of him.
Oh, he's brilliant.
Oh yeah. He's good. Yeah.
I'll just stick this in the chat. If anyone wants to watch the rest of it, you can go over to tell him Mellows and MamaBear sent you.
Yeah.
There you go.
That's kind of activists I love when they go to city meetings and report. I saw another video. I can't remember who it was. Well, something like this happens too. There was a police chief who used the gas station from the police station to fill up all his private cars from his wife and from his friends and all. They all, what I think it was Acura Armando or something like this, and they filmed him while he's filling up the gas tanks of his private cars.
Oh
and
yeah.
His daughter, his wife, his son, and they had 4 or 5 cars waiting to fill up their cars with paid from the police department.
Uh-huh. It's like yeah, I saw a video. Like that one time this guy was filming outside the police station there, where there was a gas pump, and he was like, hey, that's weird. All these private, there's probably about 2 or 3 private cars, pulling up there, filling up, and he's like, hey, he's like, what's going on here? And the people just driving by, and he's like, yeah, we know what's going on here, don't we? Like people just
so much shit
filling up their
going
car.
on.
People and then nowadays, I mean, there's a lot of videos too of people catching cops, just leaving their cars or running all the time so they can burn up the gas and
yes,
you know what I mean, to get more budget and more money, it's like,
I love it when they say when or some of these bootleggers say, "Oh, we thank you for your service," blah blah blah. And meanwhile, so much videos going around. They're sitting on the luxury SUVs, running the AC, sitting there in all comfort, doing nothing, playing some games on the smartphones.
Yeah, it's like there hardly, crime is, at the lowest it's ever been. You know what I mean? In the last, 50 years, pretty much. I'm sure it'll start increasing soon, but, it's been the lowest it's ever been. And and so, yeah, these cops are doing nothing except just, handing out speeding tickets and,
Yeah,
those kind of things.
that's what they're good for.
Yeah. Yeah. It's like,
But
sure. I'm sure every cop, has their story. Like, one time a year, they probably have some crazy call they had to go
oh
to, and it was,
yeah,
whatever. But come on. $200,000, paycheck.
right?
That's just like, come on. Yeah. It's like I don't mind paying them well because, like I say, that is a hard job, especially if they did it properly and everything was, the way it should be. It is a hard job. But now it's just, like I say, it's just almost like it's a lottery job. It's like you get to be a cop. It's like man, you hit the lottery.
Yeah, but that's what I don't understand. The mental and physical requirement to be a cop. I don't know. If I see these videos, some of these cops are dumb as fuck,
Oh yeah.
obese like a whale. But seriously, I
Yeah.
saw so many. Man, so many cops. They are so fat.
Yeah, Southern cops are like, yeah. There's a lot of fat Southern cops. Yeah, it's funny.
What the hell?
Yeah, because they don't do, they don't have to do nothing. They just, enjoying the gravy life.
I think it was Michigan Cathedral Crusade or something like this. They got confronted by one cop. He stopped it. They're filming something, something military base or something like this, and then this cop comes around. Man, this cop struggled to get out of his car, and he walked for 2 or 3 meters, and he was out of the breath. He was sweating like a pig.
You right? Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's about right. Yeah, no.
And they posted a FOIA about the salary of this cop, and this idiot get $180,000 per month. $180,000 for this fat pig.
Right, yeah. Yeah.
The fuck?
And the guy was just a lowly, was he just an average cop, right? He wasn't like a sergeant or anything, right?
Yes, no. It was, I think, I don't know, some street cop or something like this. And
Sure.
180,000.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Jesus.
It's like, yeah, it's like lieutenants, a lieutenant's like make over, like, one I saw is like, along with the overtime pay and all this other shit, and, she was getting, and it was a lady too, by the way, and she was getting $282,000 a year, something like that. With all of it. Just like, what the?
I don't know if you saw it. This was it was not an audit or something. It was a report. The sheriff, chief of the sheriff department or something like this. He paid. He was sitting at home the whole time. Meanwhile, getting paid. He's watching his favorite games, TV shows, and the GPS tracker revealed that he was over 2 years. 80% of the time he was sitting at home doing nothing, watching TV.
Yeah, right.
And he got also something like $200,000+ or something like this. And meanwhile, he's still, and he also reported overtime, working overtime. It was not only enough to steal for his normal job time. No, he reported that he worked overtime to get more and more money, and no one cares. What the fuck going on there? You seriously? You say, for one side, something has to be done. Someone has to be to control this shit. It got out of hand. It got out of hand.
Yeah. I don't think there is any control. Yeah, on it now. It's like, I don't know, man. I don't know.
It's too bloated. It's too bloated. No one knows what's really going on. It's too bloated.
Yeah. It's so. I think like everybody always says, oh, we better do this before the point of no return. But I don't think, think we're past that one. because like I say, with the model just doesn't, it's funny, even about 10 years ago, I remember like around here in my neighborhood, I started seeing a lot of surplus, like buyout stores, they kind of call them, and they buy things that other stores can't sell, whatever. I started seeing a lot of that stuff, and then oh shoot, sorry, I lost my train of thought. Excuse me. Yeah, about that. Oh geez, I'm not thinking about it too hard now. But
That's okay.
yeah, sorry about that. I lost my
Nah.
but no, I noticed that. I was, let's move on, and maybe we'll come back. Maybe come back.
I have so a lot of times to brain freeze.
Yeah, so funny. I had something, and I had like too many thoughts at once, and I kind of forgot where I was going. It was funny.
My problem is that I know a lot of other languages, and in my head I translate them to different languages, from Greece to German to English to French to Arabic or something like that to Turkish, and then I lost in my head what I wanted to say.
Oh, I bet. I can imagine. Yeah, going through that many languages. Yeah,
Oh boy.
Yeah, I barely know Spanish. I mean, I know some Spanish because where I live, there's a lot of Spanish people. But even that, really, I know like insults and funny words and things like that.
Yeah, the usual. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm really anxious to see what's gonna bring through the next weeks or months, where all this shit leading from. Unfortunately, and anything happens in USA will influence also what happens in the whole world. That's
Oh,
You know
why
what's
I'm
going to happen?
interested.
I'll tell you. We're going to have an alien invasion.
A
Aliens?
what?
Oh yeah.
An alien invasion.
The fuck?
Right? You never
Talking
know, man.
about?
Huh?
Yeah, no, that's a wild idea,
No,
but yeah, that's a wild
if
idea,
it,
but
no, I think they're already under us. They're living already under us. You look at Inferno. Come on, this eye. Look at
yeah.
this eye. Come on.
It's like we're sure they are, yes. You know what I mean? But it'll
All of them are coming.
yeah, it'll be revealed,
Yeah, right. They're already living among us. Seriously.
Sure,
Some
yeah.
some reptilians.
There's a
So
message
yeah,
for you on the screen, Apollo.
Shut the fuck up, Money. All people only know me for this phrase. Shut the fuck up. Oh my god.
Who did you steal that from?
Money, come on. I go with the flow.
yeah.
Hey, Apollo? Who did you steal that from?
No, I didn't steal it. No, I didn't. No, somehow I really I don't want it to do. When I was okay, let's say when I'm sitting on TPP, okay, all I'm hearing on our free speech channel, the most used phrase is "shut the fuck up." Every 2 seconds, someone say to someone else, "Shut the fuck up! Shut the fuck up!"
It's kind of anti-free speech, isn't it?
Yes. And that's what's my problem. If people claim to be on an American free speech channel, and then
they're telling you to shut
every
up.
6 seconds, yeah, exactly. That's call me
irony.
stupid, call me whatever.
I think
irony.
the
The
irony
irony.
is missed.
The irony.
They're not even seeing it, man. Shut up! Shut up! Is this free speech? Shut up!
That's my problem, Mellows. That's my problem. Maybe because I'm Greek, I don't know. But you can't tell people to shut up all the time.
My experience is most Greek people, the older generation, they have a different outlook to most people in the Western world. A completely different upbringing, a different way of thinking, a different outlook, and a way different education for sure.
Yeah.
Education was not westernized, you know. It was influenced very much so by the Western culture, right? But we still, for thousands of years, somehow, you know, well, I don't know about now, but the elder generation for sure, they did pass down some of that education.
You know how I see it. The older generations, you know, we are rebels. If something stupid happens, if someone tried to oppress someone, we stand up, you know, and
It's
that's
part of
how I
that
see
culture as
myself.
well. It is part of that culture as well. I mean,
Yes, yes,
for Greek people, you know, for more than 3,000 years, the Greek people have been fighting for liberty and freedom. And it's literally the birthplace of
yes.
you know, democracy. You know, most people
That's
don't
how I
realize.
see it. And then you know that's what my money says. You know, and then I said, okay, when they start to say to other people, shut the fuck up all the time, and they okay, let's see how you like it if someone say to you to shut the fuck up all the time. I shut them all up. I shut them up. They all run away, Mellows.
Yeah.
Oh, they all run away, created their own penance. Anyone, because they can't handle their own medicine. You know what I mean? And that's possible. And now anyone know me with I said, shut the fuck up, you know? I don't want this, but all of us trying to do. Let's see how you like it. If something happens to you, what you do to others. And I give them their own medicine, and then they cry, "Oh, you're so mean, Apollo. You're so mean. You're so." What do you mean? I mean.
Just holding up the
What do you
mirror.
mean? I mean. Yeah, exactly. That's what I say to Mellows. I'm only here to hold up a mirror against all of you, and no one's liked it. No one's liked it.
Well, people
It's
don't like
okay for them.
themselves. Man.
It's okay for them to tell other people to shut the fuck up. But as soon I say that to them, oh, you don't like women. Oh, you're racist. You're a Nazi. You're this. You're that. You're this. Okay, I'm a Nazi. So okay.
Yeah, it's like
Stupid people.
everybody always says that to people that are, you know, German. You know what I mean? It's like, especially when you know you, it's like, yeah, you're Nazi. You know what I mean? It's funny. It's funny
Yes,
how they
Inferno.
always
Come
go
on.
straight to that.
Inferno. When I joined this panel, the TPP panel, within 2 hours, this racist Chris, black racist, he labeled me a Nazi. Where are you coming from, Apollo? Well, I'm born in Greece, but I'm living in Germany at the moment. Okay, you are Nazi. What the fuck?
Yeah. I see. Yeah.
You're a Nazi. And no, anyone
Yeah.
call me a Nazi because I'm living in Germany. What the hell?
Like, how long ago was that? You know what I mean? It's like, yeah, it was funny, you know.
Yes, exactly.
You know.
I'm not even
Here's the thing
German.
about that
I'm
too,
not
but
even German.
oh, I
That's
see.
the
Right.
point. That's the funny. I'm not even German. That's the funny part. I'm not. And I was
Okay. Yeah. You
fighting
sound. You
against
know.
huh?
Yeah. I know you sound. You know, sound German. You know, of course. You have a German
Okay,
accent.
if you're living over 20 years in a country, you adopt it. You know, it happens.
Sure. Yeah. So, yeah. Some things kind of. Yeah. Yeah. You just kind of pick up certain sounds. Yeah. Yeah. I totally
Yeah.
get. I just like anybody that moves to America after a long time. You know, I mean, they sound more American after a while.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Did I go and call all of them all Americans Alabama hillbillies? No. How stupid you have to be to call someone a Nazi because he's living in a certain country. It's stupidity. Stupidity. And by who? By someone like Mellows. Okay, he don't like this Alexander guy. For me, one of the worst of this community I met is Chris. What he said about Arabic people, about Islamic people, you know, come on. Calling all Islamic people goat fuckers, camel fuckers?
Oh, did he?
He's just gaslighting, right?
Yes. And no one said anything, but all of them Mellows claim to stand against racism, you know.
That is double standards, of course.
But when Chris said this shit about Arabic people, oh, okay, Nidal, your wife had a child by fucking a camel. What the heck? And they're all of them laughing. And then they say, "Oh, I hate racist people. I hate racist people." Meanwhile, they have these black racists, and all of them gaslighting them and hyping them up. That's I don't get it. If you are against racism, there is no favorites. You don't give someone a free pass because you like him or whatever.
Oh yeah.
You.
Welcome to the panel, mate.
Mr. Beer, I'm sorry.
I'll
Oh,
track-
hey, Giacomo, what's up, man?
Hey, good to see everybody.
Yeah. Good to see you.
I'm a bit stressed out myself.
Yeah, bro?
So because of heavy weather, expectations, not actual weather, but expectations, they
Oh,
have
weather.
shut down the school system.
Oh, sure.
And my wife, she travels for work, but the majority of her work is administration. It's law enforcement, policy enforcement. You know what I mean?
Uh-oh.
Computer.
Oh yeah.
But I don't operate that way. And to keep the kids in school when they have days off, now I have to pull up the computer. Now, thankfully, the school gives the computer, but now I have to have logins and passwords and all this stuff. But I don't live my life that way.
I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Never have. And but now I have to understand software and passwords and logins and
That's all easy, man, right? Well, at first I thought you meant like you didn't like putting out like, making passwords and just getting all your, being online, you know what I mean? But it
Come
seems,
on, Untrackable. You should be able to homeschool your child for a few days.
yeah, and I thought maybe it would be a packet of paper. Hey, we're expecting your kid to not come home or not come to school for a few days, so we're gonna give them like 3 days of a packet in each subject. But no, they want to do a Zoom meeting, and the last time they did a Zoom meeting, I spent 3 hours.
Now I see your struggle.
I spent 3 hours on the thing, even including going onto my own phone and downloading the app that I didn't have on my own, and then I had to change my password to have access to it. And by the time we got it on, we still were not allowed in. So there's a difference in people and how they do business, and not everybody needs to be on the computer. Some people, their
Come on,
entire
it's 2025. It's 2025 for
lives
Untrackable.
are out there in the field. So in a place where you take somebody where there is no computers involved at all, and all of a sudden the most important thing is, hey, log in and save your life. It's like, well, hey, how about you go fuck yourself?
yeah, you do all this shit.
Well,
Otherwise,
Untrackable. So it's time to educate yourself on this matter, computer and shit.
Yeah, it's quite simple. There's a lot of videos on it too. You know what I mean? If there's certain anytime you have a certain question, just ask ask YouTube, and I'm sure there's somebody explaining how to do it.
Time change. Time change.
Mm-hmm.
It's not pen and paper anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what happens when the parent of a child says, "Hey, I refuse to do this." You know, education comes in many different forms, but you cannot force me from 2 generations prior to change my ways in what you're teaching them. Yes, I could and can learn. However, what at what point can I not say, hey, how about screw y'all just because it's snowing? Don't shut the school down. How about you put
Yeah.
chains? How about you put chains on the tires? How about I will walk my kid to school in the snow?
Yeah, really.
That's why they close it down because of snow.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
It's not even actual snow.
It's probably something to do with Elon Musk.
Somewhere. At the Board
Elon
of
Musk
Education too.
closes.
It's like,
Yep.
yeah. Remember how they did kind of make some
they have
cuts?
no money for the teachers. They have no money for the teachers.
Yeah, so they come up with some bullshit rather than saying, "Oh, we ain't gonna fucking work for nothing."
Can you imagine? Imagine if that's what it was. Yeah, it's like, well, we don't have enough teachers for to teach the students
Oh,
this year.
now you
So
make
we
me
don't have
think, Mellows. Maybe it's part of the agenda to put the chip on the, no teachers needed anymore. They put the chip on the child's head, and you can download anything from the internet.
There you go, instant. Yeah.
Damn.
I was saying.
It's just tough because like I said down in the chat, my wife she's an administrator. She is an enforcer of policies, and the majority of her work she can do from a computer. I do not do or earn my money that way. I understand the intake of information, but I take the information and I turn it into like physical stuff. And there is no application, there is no computer that can replace what humans do in that aspect. So when you tell the human on the ground that is messing with the sharp wire and making things hot to mess with computers, it's like, well, wait a second, isn't there somebody that can mess with computers? Because we don't mess with computers. We just destroy things. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But come on, Andrew, you're not much older than me, I think. And then you must have, at some point of your life, came contact with computers.
I understand that it exists, but it's never been a part of my life. Like I'm talking through
Okay.
my phone right now, and
And that's it.
Yeah. Yeah, if it's not on the phone, then right. Yeah. Yes. I mean, but yeah, it's a lot easier. Like I say, people kind of overcomplicate too computers and things like that.
Yep.
Yeah. Like, as a matter of fact, lately, I've been real into Linux. Lately, using Linux over Windows.
well, I can say my dad is in his 80s and he loves his tech, but
Oh yeah.
he's a tech guy. He's not a labor guy.
Oh
You
yeah.
understand?
Oh, I see. He always was. Huh? Yeah. I see.
Yeah. I mean, he's a military guy too, but what he did in the military was missiles, and that's
Oh yeah.
tech. Um, Even
I'm
being
definitely techie.
there's no computer that's going to cook your eggs right. There's no computer that shows up at 4:30 in the morning to make sure you have breakfast on time. There's no computer for, the temperature of the refrigerators. And
They are.
Oh yeah,
What do you
okay.
mean? They are already
Well,
connected to internet. He scanned
now,
what's inside of your fridge, and if something is missing, he's order it online or by Amazon. It's all automatic today. You can
that's
order
crazy.
it seriously.
That's crazy. Yeah.
If you see you milk, you don't have milk, it's ordered automatically. You don't have even to do something.
hmm Yeah.
and what
So now it's
happens
AI.
when something goes wrong?
Mhm. Yeah, that's the
What
thing.
happens when something goes wrong with your computer?
Yeah, just
Well,
have to. Mhm.
Because
you're
I mean,
fucked.
if it's
yeah.
freezing outside, I can take the food and I can put it outside and I can hold it in the snow. But
Mhm.
what happens when
Oh
your
shit.
computer goes down and you're talking about comms? What are you gonna do when the computer goes down? You're just gonna try to fix it. You're gonna try to fix it. You're gonna call somebody who calls somebody who calls somebody. But what you're not doing is keeping the food cold.
Mhm. Yeah. But like really with computers nowadays, everybody kind of diagnoses and kind of fixes their own problems with computers, it's kind of a, I know for me, anytime if my thing crashes or I get the blue screen or whatever, I just kind of, re-download the before I use a time shift. I use a thing called time shift now, uh, but yeah, you just kind of reinstall it, just to start over.
It's
Yeah,
not
and
that
exactly.
complicated.
Same thing.
Yeah.
Same thing. What are you gonna do to make the food hot? Okay,
Mm.
you got a stove, you got a microwave, you know, you
Mm.
got all these things, but what happens when they go down? Do you know how to start a fire
Mm.
from scratch?
Yeah.
It
Yeah, I
takes
think
effort.
anybody.
It takes effort, it takes supplies, and you still have to make the food hot.
Hmm.
Okay, but come on, untrackable. We are not on the Stone Age anymore. Okay. Do you know how to kill mammoths? Do you know how to kill mammoths or something like no? It's
I
not heat.
understand what he's saying, Apollo. I do understand what he's saying, and you kind of don't. I think you missed it.
Yeah,
The
would you?
a lot of the
Okay.
people. Here's an example, right? Greek people. You learn how to start a fire at an early age, right? I mean,
Mm.
barbecues, bonfires. These are the things that a Greek male and female learns from an early age. As a matter of, it's
Mm.
just how it is. You know
Yeah,
what I mean?
but it's a
Not for
standard
all
skill. Yeah.
people. Sorry.
It's a standard skill. It's nothing special. You know what I mean? Come on, who don't know to start a fire? Come on.
A lot of people.
Well,
Yeah.
What?
talk about communications. It's easy to chat over this thing that we have right now, but have you ever heard the story of the marathon? That was communication. That was the traveling of information.
Yeah,
And how long did that take?
24
Yeah,
miles
26 miles. Huh. I thought 34. Okay. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it was.
or 20. Yeah, something.
I was thinking 20. Yeah, whatever it is. 26. No, but I'm sure the first number was, yeah, it wasn't 20. The first number
Yeah,
wasn't
it's
26.
an early form of computer, sending a signal over a long distance.
Yeah, and
Marathon,
so
yeah.
when you have to use the correct device to do that. And when you send somebody who is like me into the communications, when I'm the person that just makes things hot, yeah, I do have a problem. There's a disconnect in the information that I have been given because, yeah, okay, you can say, hey, you grew up in this era, you should know this, but you should also look at the people that have subscribed to a way of life and the teammates that we have connected ourselves to. So, like I said, my wife is tech. My wife is nonstop communication, and I'm nonstop hustle and setting shit on fire. We are different people for a reason, and when I am all alone and I have to, turn on a computer, yes, I have a problem.
But you managed to do it, right? Your kids have access to Zoom and anything now.
They do. He doesn't.
Exactly. I am the one that's being faced with the problem tomorrow. And I am the one that just called out of work tomorrow. So that way I'm going to spend my entire morning learning how to connect to Zoom.
There's a YouTube video. You do it. Just watch a YouTube video, man. 5 minutes, you'll learn how to do it.
Yeah, but there's also this the sensitivity of protection when it comes to the school system. Because I went through this the last time, and I spent like 3 to 4 hours last time
to connect to Zoom.
And I'm gonna start earlier this time. However, there's no guarantee that I can get my kid onto the Zoom.
Oh yeah, but yeah, like I say, man, just to check out a video, just to watch a video, it'll be something on that, Yeah, just search on YouTube, how to set up Zoom or something like that, or how to whatever, there'll be a video on it, a lot of them probably.
This is what I was saying earlier. Like growing up, my family we had chickens, we had rabbits. We would cook outside more often than inside. I don't know. We grew up at an early age, learned how to create a fire and cook a meal, and these are the sort of basic skills that most people in my generation, at least,
yeah,
they inherited.
I miss them too, Mellows. With my father, and we're starting fire, making cocoretti over coal and shit.
Yeah. I mean, the chickens, the chores. I had to go and collect all the eggs and feed the chicken.
A whole pig. Put a whole pig over. Oh my God! And now, you go to the mall.
To milk any goats or anything like that, but like chickens and rabbits was as far as I got. At an early age, I didn't realize that we were eating the chickens and the rabbits, right? I mean, I knew we were eating the eggs. But that was about it. Right? I was the one that was collecting the eggs, so I knew we were eating them. So it wasn't until I came home. I was about 9, 10 years old. I came home and I saw my gran in the garden chopping the chicken's head off, and I freaked out. I saw this chicken running around without a head on it, and it just freaked me out.
Yes.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah. First time we saw it.
Yeah. From that, for about 2 weeks after that, I wouldn't eat a bloody thing. Right, I couldn't eat. Right.
Exactly,
My,
Mellows. I had
my
the same
brothers,
experience.
all my brothers took the piss out of me every day. They would wind me up about the rabbits, about even the rice, because I would at one point I wouldn't eat anything. I'd just rice. They started teasing me about the rice. Oh, doesn't that look like maggots? All this shit.
Fucking with it. Yeah.
You know.
I had the same experience when my mother ordered me to catch and kill rooster
Yeah.
to cocora, πώς το λένε στα αγγλικά, το cocora.
Rooster, cockerel.
Rooster.
Yeah.
And she told me, get the stick, and when you see him, throw it at him. And okay, and I did it, and one of the rooster was in the pants, and I throw the stick, and the stick chopped his head off. And this fucking rooster jumping around without head. I said, and I said, what the fuck going on here? Well, how can he? And seriously, I hunted him for 3 hours down, and he was still jumping around
Oh man.
without the head.
Yeah.
Oh man. Yeah, that part was freaky. Huh?
He was alive for 3 hours more, and he still like nothing happens. He lost his head. Who cares?
It's like yeah, they say that. It's like it is if you don't cut off the head like low enough. That's kind of what it is. It's like there's a little part of it's like really a lot of their brain still exists in their right there at the top of their.
A lot of animals do that. Fish, you see it with fish. Long after the body's dead, the skin, you see it still moving. Muscles are still twitching.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah, there's that. But like wasn't the rooster actually running around as if it kind of had like a kind of a mind? Or?
No, he's right, Mello. Seriously, it's not only spastic muscular or something. This rooster was seriously. I think I was 7 or 8. He was flying around, jumping around, like it's nothing happens. He's still there.
Yeah.
He was flying. He was jumping. He was running away from me. How can he even hear where I am if he has no head?
That's weird. Yeah, it is weird. Yeah, that's funny. It's like unless he's feeling the vibration. I guess maybe he was.
I don't know.
Yeah, it's like this body was feeling your vibration, and then like everything was just automatic. There was, probably no thought process. It's just everything was just sort of on autopilot.
But you see the struggle that I'm going with is that I don't live this tech life. Hey, even if it's the first time I'm gonna cut off the head of a chicken or chase a pig and go down that road. So me and pushing buttons, we don't get along.
What about ChatGPT?
Oh yeah, sure.
I'm
Make
sorry,
it more complicated.
No, it won't be. For untrackable, it's literally designed for people that are untrackable. See, ChatGPT, right? You just ask it. I mean, a little bit like Alexa or Siri or whatever, but on steroids, So it will tell you how to do things. It will,
Oh yeah.
If you want to know how to connect to Zoom, ChatGPT will tell you exactly how to do it.
Yeah, but he needs someone to teach him to show him the
Yes,
way.
that's what I'm saying.
But
the video, yeah.
To be said there, and that means that I have to have an email address, and then I have to have a passport, what do you call
your
it?
Gmail. Yeah, your Gmail, right?
I have to have a password to access said email address.
To Zoom.
Mm-hmm.
And when you have to change that on the fly, Because I don't remember shit, and that's on me.
That's a problem.
That's on
Okay.
me. That's on
Oh,
me.
well, no.
You need a
there's-
password
you know,
manager.
I don't use
yeah.
this. I don't use this shit. So when I have to
Yeah,
create,
usually when you sign, oh, sorry, Mike, go ahead.
Yeah, you have to reset your passport.
You usually have to create a, yeah. I know for me, every time that I sign into something, it always says, do you want to save your password? You know what I mean? And you just say
No,
yes.
not on your browser. Get a password manager. Never save your passwords on your browser.
I would never do that. Okay, okay, my browser, I did for that. Okay, okay. I got you, man.
The browsers are easy to hack, right?
but
The
yeah.
password manager is encrypted and password protected. It's a lot harder for them to break into your password
it's
manager.
also different device, and I'm doing this for my child. So if it shows up and it's mine, I could get denied because it's mine. You understand that? So do I have to, that becomes a question in and of itself. It's like, does this login, email, and password have to be connected to my child, or am I signing in?
You're
It doesn't
signing.
matter.
You're
It doesn't
signing.
matter who is on. It
You're
doesn't matter
signing.
who owns it.
You.
Yes.
Nothing to do. Your child's got her own login.
Yes.
And then they connect her login to your login, and that's it. But you've got your own login.
Yeah, but I think the child have
Otherwise,
his
you'd
own.
have two logins if you had two kids, right?
No. I think he has to log on the school system Zoom. The Zoom
Yeah.
call.
But he would have specific logins given to him because he's
Yes.
a part of
The
a child.
the room link. That's all you need, and the password.
You should all be there in the email that you got.
We thought it was that simple in the beginning, and that's what cost me 3 hours of
Oh shit. Oh shit.
And you see, that's the best part of government. Government likes to make things complicated, convoluted, confusing, all the cons, right?
Yeah.
I thought I could click the link and my daughter would be in her class. But no. Next thing you know, they want logins and stuff, and the devices that they gave my daughter, it's a laptop, and it had somebody else's information in there, and it didn't work.
Somebody else's.
And so when I put my own information in there, then I had to, go down the route. That's when I had to go down the route of, yeah. So they're not giving your kids something that they are pre-set up to just click a button and show up to said meeting. They're putting it on me, and now my feet are on fire.
I think he had to create a new user for Windows maybe, and then log in on this, and after this log in on Zoom, and that's why he got confused. It's not that complicated.
Yeah. I just
Just
removed
don't
all my
forget.
passwords in the background. I
Just
was
don't
removing all
forget
my
to
passwords.
write all the accounts with passwords down, so you don't have to change it every time you log in. If you forget it, write them down or use a password manager.
Or just to think of something that would be easy to remember. You know what I mean? You can't think of something like that. You know what I mean? That only you remember. Like it's like It's like together your wife's birthday and your child's birthday together in some weird little combination, or make
Yeah.
you know what I mean, you know what I mean, to use her number with this number, or whatever you find that easy for you to remember.
Yeah, but the password manager will create his own very encrypted password. Very hard to hack. With Sonder symbol, special symbols, numbers, big letters, little letters.
Oh yeah, I see. So yeah, of course I don't use birthdays, but you know what I mean, just some kind of number or
Now
time and period.
birthday shit, this birthday is really easy to hack. If you want it, that's what most people use. My birthday of my wife, birthday of my kid. Nah, it's easy to hack.
Mm-hmm.
I use also a password manager.
Oh shit. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll look into that.
Oh yeah, especially I mean for me, I create every time I build a website for somebody, I create multiple logins. Like I have to create my own logins. I have to create other people's logins and send them logins. It can be a pain in the ass because there's not just logging for the website. There's logins for the servers and logins for the domains and logging for the DNS server and logins for this and logins for that. Login, you end up with 10,000 logins. So,
yeah, I've only got like 5 or 6, so maybe that's what.
Yeah. So I mean, for someone like me, password manager is a must, absolute must.
The most stupid thing you can do is use the same password for all.
Oh no,
different.
I generate I generate a random strong password every time.
I see. Yeah, that's a good idea. Huh?
I use 2FA on whatever I can, basically, in that kind of.
Which password manager do you use?
I don't really like telling people what I like using. I'll tell you a good one. RoboForm is a good one.
What?
I have used that, and it's not expensive. RoboForm.
RoboForm. Yeah, RoboForm. I know.
I'll look into that.
There are others.
Yeah, there were multiple. Yeah, I know.
Yeah, and I usually only use 2 passwords, and that is Yo Mama and Go Fuck Yourself.
Okay, now we know.
Yo Mama.
Now we know. Yeah, I'll be sure to never use those now.
Now we know. Now we have full access to your smartphone, Untrackable.
Hey, I would have given you full access if you'd have just asked for it.
No, you don't want that, man. It's like, you say that to the wrong person, man. Wouldn't be good.
It's all good. But, I do different things for a living. Whereas, some of y'all may know so much more about this tech. But when it comes to tech, I really I click a button and I get to talk to y'all. That's the level that I'm at. It's like, the same I get to hit a button and text my mama. And she doesn't want to text with me. She's like, hey, her text back is always, hey, give me a call. That's the level that I'm on. So what I do for a living, it is so far beyond this click and push and information. No, we do real things out there, heavy things, life altering things. Not
Buttons are more like triggers.
You survive it that long without it, untrackable. I think you can handle it a little bit more.
You know,
Yeah.
you know what they say, what doesn't kill you makes you stronger.
Okay, guys, I have to take a little break. Thank you very much,
Okay, man.
Mellows,
Thank you, Apollo.
Inferno,
for doing this.
Yeah,
Untrackable.
man. Good time.
See you another time.
Yeah, good talking to you, man. Okay,
Bye.
take care.
Take care, mate. Yeah.
And at the same time, don't let the strong people have the information. They, because they're gonna do strong things with it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think yeah.
They're already doing it because
Yeah,
there's
it's already, I mean, everybody's information. It's like, I already said, like, I heard somewhere that, I think, like, pretty much China, has like every American's social security number, something like that. It's like it was a part of some kind of thing, how like some kind of deal that they gave it to them for some reason. It was like, because they owe them so much, they were like, hey, well, just give it, so they gave China all of our social security numbers. Yeah. It's weird, eh?
yeah. If you give the strong person's already strong. But if you give the strong person the technology, now they have a gun. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not against guns, but
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm from from the South. You know, what I mean, I have a lot of family that have guns, and and all that. So yeah, hunter. But like a lot of in my family, we're a lot of hunters. They like to go duck hunting and all that kind of stuff.
I was just looking at it from my own perspective of what would I be capable of if I did actually learn this shit.
I know what you mean. Yeah, that's like to me, and in the past few years, the computer that I have now, this is the first computer that I've ever really had, and yeah, in the past, I mean, it's just amazing all the things I've learned in that time. It's I was like, man, just imagine if I had I had computers around since back in the day, probably be some kind of whiz.
Hey, and there's something to be said there too. Is that the first capability is mistake, and mistake will only hurt yourself. But then your first instinct is to hurt somebody else, and I'm honestly I'm against that as well. So,
Yeah.
but if you have the capability of hurting somebody, but that means that at the same right that you have the same capability of helping somebody, of saving somebody, of on that level. But it does come down to levels, because the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna hurt yourself. If I give you a gun, the first thing you're gonna do is you're gonna have a hot hand, and the next thing you're gonna do is your choice, and you're gonna hurt the person that hurt you, and then the next thing, what are you gonna do? You're gonna maybe you're gonna hurt the person that somebody else told you to hurt. But at what point do you develop a belief and decide that, hey, yes, this thing exists, but I'm only going to pull it out when it actually matters. It's a tough decision. Capability, regardless of whether it's the firearm or the computer or the fist. At what point? At what point does is it worth it to pull them out? It can be tough sometimes.
Sometimes. More like all the time.
And I'm thankful for listening to y'all all the times.
Cool, man. Yeah, right. Yeah, you too, man. Good to have you up here, man.
And thank you too.
Yeah, it's been a while. I haven't seen you in a while. Yeah. I know you probably. I say I'm sure you've been busy. Yeah, I'm sure, man. We've all been busy. Yeah.
Always good to see.
Yeah, I've been kind of like been sleeping a little bit better lately. Before I was like, staying up too late, doing all this shit. Like, man, you gotta start sleeping right, man. You know what I mean? Sleeping like good instead of just like sleeping 4 hours and then stay up too long and then all those things.
Yeah.
Anyways, yeah.
Oh. So.
That girl, yeah. That girl's so famous, That girl probably changed her look. It probably don't even look that way anymore. You know what I mean? I wonder if she has like long hair and
No, I'll say this. Thank you, Mellows, for having a platform where people can come up because it means so much to so many people.
Welcome,
yeah.
Talking of which, does anyone else want to come up? Should we stick the link out there? Who wants to join us?
Yeah, anybody out there? I see 3 in MamaBear. I mean, one's me, but and then what we got in yours here? And 3 in yours, which is and 1 is me. I didn't see a mountain girl earlier. Yeah, I guess she was. Oh yeah, because I don't have my stream chat on because I'm using my phone and it's different. Usually I use my. Oh, turn that. Huh. But yeah, I guess I'm kind of winding down a bit.
Right, you guys want to watch a video and audit or play some music? Let's just chat, shoot some shit, carry on talking. Whatever, man. I'm good.
Trying to think. I can hear like.
You guys do what you got to do. I'm gonna say goodnight and much love to you all.
All right, man. Yeah, you too, man. Love you too, man. It was good to see you. I'm glad. Glad you came up.
Take care, Trent. Nice to see you, mate.
All right. Have a good night, man. Let me go for there. Okay.
What do you fancy doing, man? You want to chill?
Yeah,
You want to
yeah,
go
you can
bed?
play. Yeah, I don't know. It's like not sure. I don't have much to say at the moment. I guess I don't know. I'm a little bit set out. I guess.
Me, it's like 3 a.m. I'm just totally exhausted. I've been
Oh, I got you, bro. Okay, cool. Yeah, yeah. Okay,
sleep.
what's the perfect timing then? Maybe I say you probably need to get some sleep, and yeah.
We could watch an audit before we go. Yeah, this
Sure,
is
yeah. Do that.
this is a good one. And Brian, here's the deal.
Here's the deal. Okay.
Yeah, I like Brian.
Let me reset this.
Most of our auditor friends and followers, you may have seen this one already. This is funny.
Out of earning the hate. And then when they get just a little bit of pushback, not so much hate, not even so much disrespect.
Can you hear the
just
audio?
A little bit of pushback.
I can, yeah.
Their egos get bruised and they can't take it. Here's an example.
This is my traffic stop. You understand that, right? This is my traffic stop. It's not your traffic stop. It is. Don't put your hands on me. Don't scowl at me like that. You work for me, buddy. Don't scowl at me. Do what you need to do, but quit looking at me like that. When you tell me to be quiet, you're telling me I don't have a First Amendment. You're scared you are with the gun on you, man. You're scared me.
Now, this comes from the YouTube channel, The Watch Man, and he uploaded this video. Apparently, Arkansas state troopers pulled this guy over because he had an expired tag. But I want you to first, before we look at the stop and we'll look at the police interaction, I want you to see what this trooper does. He activates his lights, goes against oncoming traffic, risks lives to veer into a parking lot to assist his partner who's already made the traffic stop. It's a non-emergency situation. Watch this. Activates its lights right there, goes against traffic. What if you did that? What if you did this right here? He's not responding to an emergency. His buddy already has him pulled over. It's a non-emergency situation. It's just a corporate traffic stop is what it is, a dragnet traffic stop. There's no gun. There's no threats. There's no violence. Just a traffic stop. No emergency situation. And that's what troopers do. Remember Rodney Dunn, who executed the pit maneuver on the pregnant lady because she had her hazards on and had slowed down and she was looking for a safe place to stop, but he went ahead and jeopardized her life, and he's still on the force right now after a paid administrative vacation leave. That's the Arkansas state troopers. Well, let's look at this interaction.
We'll finish this up.
No, I will do it this way. I can face you. I'm allowing you to pat me down. So
Turn around and just face away from me. That's all I want, man. That's it.
this is my traffic stop. You understand that, right? This is my traffic stop. It's not
Is it your
yours.
traffic stop?
It is.
So you have blue lights?
I don't have anything. I'm
turning around.
This is my traffic. It is. So you have blue lights because blue lights enables me and gives me authority to pull you over. Do you have blue lights? Can you pull? I got shiny blue lights. I got a beautiful souped up car that was given to me by the tax cattle. Do you have that?
Don't put your hands on me, sir. Don't put your. You just felt me down, man. I wasn't done.
Listen.
You checked my
Hey,
pocket.
listen to me.
No, I don't have to
listen.
You stop talking.
You
to me,
need to
please.
listen
The
to
traffic
him.
Stop. It's his traffic stop.
You
Please
need
stop.
to listen to him and
You
comply to
patted
his
down my
instructions.
pockets. You patted
just
down my
wanna make
pockets.
sure
You
that
patted
you're not
down.
here to hurt me.
You
That's
just
it.
patted down my pockets where I had
That's
my
all I
hands
want.
in,
That's
and that's
fine.
what I allowed you to
But
do.
don't turn around
That's
on
what I
me
allowed
like
you to do. That's all right, man.
Man, if we had a truly free market and we didn't have state functionaries with protective powers like qualified immunity, things would go down a whole lot different. If you had just two regular street thugs with guns surrounding you, you know you would respond differently. But because they have a badge and they have a costume, the authority of the state, the recognition of all the people that these are police officers, they're a cut above the rest of us. They're like gods, or at least God's representatives. And if you fight back, they're going to deploy all the resources of the state to track you down. They'll put dogs on the ground, helicopters in the air, cruisers speeding along so they can bring you to bear. This is the kind of world we live in. But if it was a fair, just society, these guys right here, things wouldn't go too well for them. I'll guarantee you that.
Okay. Go write your ticket and let's move forward.
I wasn't even going to write you a ticket.
Okay, well then let's do what we're going to do.
Because I'm kind.
I did. All I got out was to see that, and I put my hands in my pockets because it's cold.
I
You said
understand
don't. I said I can. I said you are allowed to pat me down if you like, right? Right? I did allow you to do all that.
And I
correct?
wasn't done with my pat down.
But you're
I would never submit to a pat down. Never give them consent to search your vehicle or put their hands on you in any way. And besides that, imagine taking a position where when you filled out your application, you knew that you were going to be able to put your hands all over another man. How perverted is that?
You're only allowed to pat down the areas you're concerned about.
No, I'm only allowed to pat down from the outside.
Okay.
So your waistband,
Allowed.
your outside.
But my hands are.
No, look, the politicians, they wrote up Terry v. Ohio, Pennsylvania versus Mims. I can put my hands all over you because I feel very unsafe.
In my pocket. So
waistband.
Do you feel safe now? Do you feel safe?
I do.
Okay, then go back to your car and please finish your stop. Please finish your stop.
Does him feel safe? Does him need a blankie and a pacifier? Does he feel all safe and comfortable and cozy?
Don't extend this. Please finish your stop.
Sir, you're making it extended.
What do you mean? You're extending it by not going back there and handling what we need to do so I can be free on my way. You're extending your stop right now.
Yeah. I don't know if you know this, officer, but adults are not children, and adults have things that they need to do so that they can support their family. They're not just all about wasting time. We don't have all this leisurely time. We don't get paid to harass people like you do. So let's go. Let's make this snappy. I got things to do.
I'm not. I'm talking to you.
I don't need to talk to you.
Because you got out of your car
to look at my tag. Yes.
Okay.
Yes, I did. I asked you when you were walking away. Can I get out and look?
You did not.
I did. You just didn't respond to me.
Okay.
I yelled out the window. You didn't hear me. That's your deal, not mine. That's fair. Please handle your business so we can be allowed on our way.
Absolutely. Just hang out here then.
I don't need you to give me directives, man. I don't need you to give me directives. Just get in your car and handle what you need to handle.
Look at this other trooper. Look how awkward. Watch this. So freaking awkward, man.
Don't scowl at me like that. You work for me, buddy.
Could you imagine what a cop would do if he was sitting in his patrol car, I don't know, writing reports, falsifying reports, and you walk up to his car and you stick your hands in your pocket, or you just keep your hands by your side, and you just stare at him through the window. You just keep on staring. Can you imagine the reaction of that cop? And yet this is what this trooper is doing right here, just staring at the guy.
Don't scowl at me. Oh, yeah, you do. You do. Who pays you?
Not you.
Who pays you? Who pays you? Who pays you?
Arkansas State Police.
Okay, well, then that's who you get your money from. It's us citizens. So quit scowling at
I pay
us.
taxes too.
Okay, good for you. You pay your own check then. Because you work for us. So stop scowling, go back, do what you need to do, but quit looking at me like that. 'Cause
It's amazing how many cops have a fundamental misunderstanding of where their paycheck actually comes from. No, we get it from the Arkansas State Police. Oh, yeah, trooper, where does the Arkansas State Police get their funding? Oh, that's right. It's from the American tax cattle that you're supposed to be serving and protecting, and yet you're out here harassing and collecting from people who are just minding their business, not committing crimes.
It's rude.
And what?
It's rude.
The way you're talking to me is very rude.
No, it's not.
You pointing your finger in my face is rude. You not listening to my partner
Is your
very
body
rude.
cam on?
Absolutely.
It's rude.
Good, because it's not rude that you're sitting here staring at me.
Even if it was, you're free to be rude.
Look at you.
I don't care if you look at me. You're staring me down trying to be a tough dude.
No,
Quit.
I'm not.
Yeah, you did. You walked up like a tough dude.
No, I did
Yeah,
not.
you did. Trying to tell me to quit talking and
Because
listen
you
to
were
him.
not listening to him.
Well, fucking don't talk. Don't.
This is a traffic stop. Okay. You're supposed to listen to our instructions.
I don't have to listen to your instructions.
Yes, you do.
No, I don't.
Absolutely.
I can go to jail for not listening to your instructions when they're lawful instructions. When they're not lawful instructions, I don't have to listen to you.
You mean I can be a part of an organization? I can have a job in a profession where I can force people to listen to me and to obey me, and I can literally do it with the implied threat of force by wearing a gun? Holy cow, where do I sign? This is great.
When you tell me to be quiet, you're telling me I don't have a First Amendment. So you need to figure out what you're doing.
No. Yeah. You know the law, right?
You know the law.
Do you know the law?
Do you know the law?
I'm asking you a question.
Do you know the law?
Absolutely.
Okay, then do your
I do it
job
for a
and
living.
do the law.
What do you think I'm doing?
Okay, move on, man. Quit staring me down.
I'm here with you,
Quit
buddy.
staring me down.
No. I like the way you live.
You're a bully. I can guarantee you're a bully.
A bully?
Feel it.
A bully?
Yeah.
What are you? What does that make you?
A citizen of the United States.
What does that make you?
A citizen of the United States of America. Can you please quit being so jumpy?
Wow, look how skittish that cop is. They are truly scared, and he's going to admit, this cop is going to admit that he's scared.
You're scaring me. How jumpy you are with the gun on you, man.
You're scaring me.
Why did you jump so fast?
Because I don't know what you're.
The cop, if you took a position to where you are scared about a guy picking something up off the ground, you need to look for another profession.
Got to do? Pick up what I dropped. Like, okay, and I was supposed to know that. Well, how? Can I read your mind?
You guys are a piece of work. You know
Hey,
that?
Benjamin, so are you.
Here's the story. All that is just a warning for the expired time of presentation. Okay? So failure to present. All right?
So it's a ticket or a warning?
It's a warning. No, it's not a ticket. You don't have a court date.
Thank you.
That's not going to look on your record. Just saying
This
why
has
I-
an incident number on it?
No, because there's no incident.
Then stop. So
There's a warning.
So there's a warning number will tie to you guys' body.
Correct. Correct.
And your names are all on it and all that walk.
Correct.
Who's the other officer?
I don't know his name. I'm not at liberty to discuss it, sir.
Public figures don't tell.
Watch this. He's falling.
Walk up on my partner like that. Get in your car.
I'm not walking up on anybody. I'm walking across the
I love this.
I'm going to ask you one last time. Get in your car.
I don't have to leave, first of all. I don't have to leave. That's not a lawful order.
Well,
That's not a lawful order.
here's
I'm
a
going to
lawful
step
order.
back.
Step back.
That's not a lawful order.
Step back.
You gave me this. Once this is in, it's done.
Then when you
The traffic
approach
stop
another,
is-
when you
I didn't
approach
approach
another
him. I walked that way.
there's no reason for you to walk towards our cars. There's guns in our cars.
He goes. He's going around to the other trooper's car to look inside of his car and to just do what he knows the troopers don't want him to do. They object to this, and then there's a pretty interesting dialogue here.
You're a piece of work. You don't know the law. You don't know the law. You just push your finger like
We'll be able to hear it in a second.
push your finger like you guys don't know the law. None of you do. I've worked with you guys quite a bit now, and none of you know the law. You all think you know the law. I'm giving you a lawful order not to walk up on my car. I just walked up on your car. I just walked up on it, man. What's the lawful order? Where's your lawful order? See, I told you, there's no lawful order, is there? Where's the lawful order, man?
Will you give me a chance to explain it?
Go for it. Explain it.
Without, just stop right there.
I'll stop right here. So you just say.
Okay.
Because you're pretty jumpy.
Okay. Allow me a chance to explain it, and don't interrupt me, okay? And I'll be polite about it. As long as you treat me with respect, I'll treat you with respect.
I did treat you with respect. You walked up and started treating me without respect from the start. We can go back. We'll watch it. We'll follow the video.
Okay. Are you gonna listen to me?
I'm just not going to let you tell me I didn't treat you with respect, since I did. I treated the other guy.
Okay. We can agree to disagree. Whatever.
No, there's no disagree. It's all on video.
We can agree to
It's all
disagree.
on video. We don't have to disagree. It's all on video.
Okay. That's perfectly fine.
Yeah.
Are you done? Are you ready for me to explain
I've been
it?
waiting for you, man. Just start talking.
Okay.
Instead
So
of playing.
my issue with the entire traffic stop from the start, someone, my partner over there, told you to turn around so he could pat you down, right? Because you got out. Listen, you can talk when I'm done, okay? He asked you to put your hands on the trunk of the vehicle there, okay, which you disobeyed, which that is a lawful order. Well, then go to law school.
When he tells me he's going to pat me down, but I offer him.
No.
I offer. Yeah, I did.
It's not an option at that point.
It is not.
The question is it a constitutional order in line with probable cause that a crime has been committed? And if so, articulate the crime that you suspect that I've committed.
Option at that point.
No, it's not. He's a lot nicer than I am. Listen, you're being seized once the blue lights are coming on.
He's a lot nicer than I am. That's an appeal to good cop, bad cop. And then he says,
You're being seized once the blue lights are coming on.
He admits you're being seized once the blue light has come on. Well, there's not supposed to be a search or a seizure. No warrant shall issue but upon probable cause. And if you're searching or seizing, then you need a warrant from a judge. But the cop admits that you're being seized once the lights come on, and they do this under traffic law, which is a violation of 18 USC 242, which is deprivation of rights under color of law. And in this case, it's deprivation of rights under the color of traffic law. That's plain for everybody to see. All Americans need to stop and understand this. And they need to understand how serious this is.
You sure?
Yep, absolutely.
You're sure about
100%.
And you can just pat me down for no reason.
He had a good reason to pat you down.
I had my hands in my pocket.
You stepped out of the vehicle. You stepped out of the vehicle without him knowing, and started walking to his car. That's a sign. That's a sign of a threat.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Okay.
I'm threatened by someone walking to the back of their car. You need to get a different job.
No, that's not how it goes. That's not how it works.
Saying, if you're scared of somebody walking to the back of their car, then that's a threat. You need to get a different job.
No.
And words out of my
The facts are that you the facts stop. The facts
I didn't have either.
the facts
Here we go.
the facts of you getting out of the vehicle without being told to do so, we treat as a threat.
But what's the law? What's the law?
Because we are unsure of why you're getting.
Stay in the car.
Do what?
So they feel threatened if you stay in the car. And then if they act on Pennsylvania versus Mims because they're threatened or they feel insecure in their own person because you are in the car and they tell you to step out of the vehicle, as he was doing, they also feel scared. So they're scared if you're in the vehicle. They're scared if you're out of the vehicle. They're scared if you walk with them. They're scared if you pick something up. So they're always going to be scared. They're in a perpetual state of fear.
Tell me I have to stay in the car. What law says I have to stay in the car?
Yeah. What is the law?
What law says I have to stay in the car?
It's common knowledge, man.
It's not common knowledge. It's not a common law. Is what you're trying to use.
Well, it's common knowledge that you're a road pirate, and it's common knowledge that the forefathers said when injustice becomes law, resistance becomes duty. That's common knowledge too. So my common knowledge trumps your common knowledge.
And it's not common law.
I didn't say it was a law. I said it's common knowledge.
You don't have no right.
Unless I order you out of the car.
Laws. You only handle laws, sir. That's your job. You can't say my feelings.
I don't disagree with you.
You have laws.
They're common knowledge enforcement. They're not law enforcement. Common knowledge enforcement is obviously what's at work in Arkansas and the State Trooper Division.
You abide by. You
Correct.
abide by your laws, not your feelings.
It's the state law. It's state law. State law. I'm not saying the state law says that you can't get out of your vehicle, but the fact that you got out free willingly and started walking towards, we don't know.
Ask him right there. He's right there. Did I threaten you?
Now, I'm just telling you what it looks like.
Look at my license plate as soon as he looked up. So, there's no threat there, man.
Why are you being so? You're being so hard-headed.
Everybody get out.
You're being so hard-headed.
No, you don't want to listen. You just want to know what you think.
No.
You never want to say, hey, the public is right. Because you guys have such a bad ego thing that you're just always right. You are always right. Say it. I'm always right. Because that's how you feel. I know it. I see it in your face.
Right makes
You're
right.
smiling because you know.
No, I'm smiling because this is ridiculous.
When you go on a stop,
I'm smiling because this is ridiculous.
You're always right. What's ridiculous?
That's why there's their court
What's
system.
ridiculous is that your man just told me he had a lawful thing to tell me I couldn't walk around the cars, and I did, and nobody did anything. Because why? You guys don't have laws. You only go by laws, but you tell people a lot of bullshit to make them think you have more control than you do.
Yep, that's true.
Yeah, roll your eyes, man. Roll them. I love it. I love it because you know what I'm talking about. You guys know you use lingo that makes you seem like you have more control than you do.
Yep, that is absolutely true. Spot on.
Like, I'm giving you a lawful order, which isn't a lawful order. It just happened on a on a stop for a tag, man, a lawful order, a pat down where I got shoved against my truck because I turned around after he patted me down in my pockets where I allowed him to pat me down. So don't give me this bullshit that you guys have all these rights, all these laws that you can tell me not to walk around a car or not to get out or not to stand here or not to stand there. I can do whatever the fuck I want. I'm a free American.
You are.
The only time you have something against me is when you can hand me that piece of paper or haul me to jail.
Well, we would be free if we didn't have law enforcement clowns attempting to take away our rights literally at every turn, and for making illegal turns, and for not properly with enough time stating the intention of our turns as indicated by our traffic signal.
That's done, it's done. You have no more rights. You can't tell me anything unless I'm breaking a law that the stop is over. It's court case. I can show
there is a court case. That there is a
handed
court
the
case.
paperwork in, and then you tried to do something else, and it got thrown out of court because the traffic stop is over once you hand me the citation.
Unless there's some other probable cause.
Okay, what other probable cause do you have?
I'm not saying there was any.
Well, then don't give me directives. If I want to walk around the car, I fucking can walk around the car. That's what I'm saying. You don't have no laws to back that.
Okay, well, go home, lay your head on your bed, and sleep good tonight. Okay.
What's that supposed to mean?
Just go home, lay your head on your pillow,
I'm not going
and
home.
sleep
I'm
well.
following you the rest of the day.
No, you won't, because then you will be arrested because that's harassment.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Hey, you know what?
That's a lawful order.
In other words, you can't follow me around, the cop says, because if you do that, I'll arrest you for harassment, but I can follow you around all day long, and I can pull you over, and I can get you out of the car, and I can put my hands on you. But if you follow me around, that's against the law. And I think what the cop was saying, I'm assuming here, you go home and lay your head down on your pillow and you sleep well tonight, knowing that we, Arkansas State Troopers, are protecting and serving the community. If it wasn't for us, society would collapse. It would implode upon itself. There'd be blood in the streets, chaos, mayhem.
That's a lawful order.
Love this guy. I love this guy. I think this guy right here exemplifies how every American feels who's awake to the fact that these road pirates don't give a damn about us. And the name of this channel is called The Watchman. That's The Watch, MANN. I will leave the link to the original video in the description below. If you visit him, let him know Here's the Deal sent you. I appreciate you guys. Don't forget, it's worth standing up to tyranny and shoving knowledge back down the throats of the tyrants who are trying to take away your freedoms. If you haven't done so already, subscribe to the channel, hit the bell notification.
Yeah. Did not mean to do that. Wrong button. Yeah. Anyways, yeah, that's Kevin.
Oh. What's up?
Right on 420. That's funny. The time on the live is 420 right now.
420.
Yeah.
What? It's time to scout.
Yeah, it's a perfect time, yeah.
Everything, guys.
You need a 420 song, right?
Yeah. Oh, we got one.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, we do. Hang
Good.
on.
Good.
Somewhere.
I'll take one here,
Wake up in the morning light, Mellows feeling alright. just feeling tight. 4:20 clock, it's ticking down. Mellows ready in this town. Light it up and pass it round. Peace and love just found a sound. Grabs his paper, rolls it nice. Twist it up, no need for ice. Inhale deep and feel the rise. Oh, oh, eyes red but it's no surprise. Oh, 4:20 clock, it's ticking down. Mellows ready in this town. Light it up and pass it round. Peace and love just found a sound. Clouds forming in the air. Mellows without a care. Mellows without a care. Laughter fills everywhere. Laughter fills everywhere. Feel the freedom everywhere. Feel the freedom everywhere. Afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Mellows heart, it feels so light. Oh, oh, everything just feels so right. Afternoon fades to the night. Stars above, they shine so bright. Yeah. Mellows heart, it feels so light. Ooh, ooh, everything just feels so right. For 20 clock, it's ticking down. Mellows ready in this town. Light it up and pass it round. Peace and love just found a sound. Sound.
That's your 420 song.
There we go. Oh yeah, it's up every time. Really good. That's
Yeah, we living in a world where the truth's under attack. Mellows vigilante got the spotlight on the facts. Eyes on the audit, we ain't taking no more lies. Government corruption, we expose it, open skies. They think they can just play us, manipulate the game, but we digging deep, turning whispers into flames. Grab the mic, hit the streets, let the message unfold. Transparency, that's the anthem, time to break the mold. Mellow, mellow, eyes on the audit, shining light on the shadows like we going all in. Take a stand, break the chains, truth's a weapon, it's our name in the frame. We expose the lies, let the world see the signs. Vigilante media, call it divine. No more sleeping on the couch, it's time to educate. Every headline that we read, man, it resonates. Behind closed doors, they making deals in the dark, but we armed with the truth, igniting a spark. They can't silence the voices, we'll break through the seams. From city halls to capitals, we're setting the scene. Government puppeteers pulling strings like insanity, but we cutting ties, demanding our humanity. Mellow, mellow, eyes on the shining light on the shadows like we going all in. Take a stand, break the chains, truth's a weapon, it's our name in the frame. We expose the lies, let the world see the signs. Vigilante media, call it divine. Justice for the masses, it's a fight that we carry. Scrolling through the feeds, desperation feels scary. But through the chaos we will find unity. In this battle for the truth, we'll rewrite the mutiny. So rise up, warriors, with your heads held high. We'll march for the voiceless, let them know it's do or die. No more fear in the eyes, let's take back the night. Mellows got the vision, we'll shine like daylight. In a world full of smoke and mirrors we stay bold. With every word we spit, we're breaking the mold. Mellows movement is the revolution sound. Integrity, transparency, we're taking the crown. Mellow, mellow, eyes on the audit, shining light on the shadows like we going all in. Take a stand, break the chains, truth's a weapon, it's our name in the frame. We expose the lies, let the world see the signs. Vigilante media, call it divine. So keep your eyes open wide, feel the change in the air. Together we rise up, we ain't going nowhere. Mellows, vigilante eyes, keep it real, keep it raw. In this fight for the truth, we'll never withdraw.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. I guess.
Carry on playing some music.
What's up? You want to play some more music, sir?
You want to carry on playing some music?
I don't know. Like I say, it's. I know it's getting a bit. Getting a bit late for you, right? Like I say, whatever you want to do,
No, I don't
Like I say, I
mind.
want to. Yeah.
I don't mind playing a little bit more music. How's everyone? Who's in the chat? Who we got in the chat?
Yeah,
All right.
who's in there?
Does anyone want to jump up on the panel? Say hello to us.
Come on, y'all. Who's in chat? Say hello.
You want us to carry on? I can get a couple of balls and start juggling my balls. See if that might entertain you.
Are you not entertained?
I'll be honest now. I'm not good at juggling.
Oh yeah. But no, like that. Are you not entertained?
Yeah. I'm pretty sure you guys don't want me to put my camera on and watch me juggle my balls anyway.
No, maybe not.
I am hungry.
Hey.
That's what I'm going to eat.
Yeah, pretty good. I ate there pretty good. I had some grilled chicken earlier. I went outside. It was like 35 degrees outside. I'm grilling chicken outside.
Excuse me. I'm choking on that spiffy. It's 420. Shit. Shit.
Yeah.
Breathe before you take a
What's that?
yeah, you take a deep, you know what I mean? You got to breathe first.
Oh, yeah.
Shit. Well, this is the only way I can cope, right? Is to get fucking totally shit-faced, right? Everything's a joke.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah,
I know what you're saying. Yeah, I'm sure we all got our ways of coping, that's for sure.
I mean, it's not a bad way to cope. It's funny.
Yeah.
It's fucking expensive, you know.
Too. So yeah, mine's been down. In a way, like a weed's been getting me a little bit lately. I've been kind of like getting away from not smoking too much, and then because I was smoking too much before, and then but yeah. Now I'm kind of it's like, well, before I started smoking again, I didn't smoke weed for like 15 years or something, and yeah, but then the vapes came along, and that's what that's what did it. And then but now I can't, I kind of feel like I need to go back to that again, because I remember feeling kind of a certain way that was better for me. Yeah, because that was the problem before. When I used to actually smoke weed a long time ago, man, I just got like too into too into it. And I was like, and then that's when I quit. I quit smoking weed when I was about 30, actually, and then all the way till about 45. It's crazy. What do you think? Yeah, crazy. Mm-hmm.
I was just joking over it. All right, what we got? What else we got? You guys want to hear some more music? Anyone in the chat wants to hear more music? How about this one?
Who's in chat, yo?
You like this one?
Yeah. There we go, man.
Oh Lord, I'm on a permanent holiday. I'm going outside to play. I ain't going slave away. Not for no corporate Babylon. I'm never gonna be a pawn in their manipulation games. Yeah, I'm on a permanent holiday. I'm going outside to play. I ain't gonna slave away. Not for no corporate Babylon. I'm never gonna be a pawn in their manipulation games. Yeah, they'll never know. I'm taking Jah Highway home. Yeah. Oh, I've got my own path to follow. Don't know if you'll overstand. I've got my own truth to swallow. And you know that if I could, I would throw my guitar on my back, pick up the slack and leave here tomorrow. But I know that I am a pawn of Babylon. I gotta face the facts, embrace the accent, cut these chains off my sorrow. So I'm on a permanent holiday. I'm going outside to play. I ain't gonna slave away. No, not for no corporate Babylon. I'm never gonna be a pawn in their manipulation games. Yeah, 10,000 years of captivity. We must eventually open up our eyes and see they're manipulating we with so much uncertainty and so many mysteries. Why is so few questioning the unnatural state of things? It's a nightmare, living in a nightmare. Everyone's living so scared, they're virtually unaware of this fear that rules their lives. Occupies, consumes their minds. This fear of bankruptcy, financial impotency. It's funny, money. It's all this digital currency. Ooh, yeah, it's all this money that keeps us from ever being free. And so it seems we'll be in this prison for life. Cause if we keep buying, then they'll keep selling the life. So it's up to I. Oh Lord, I won't be manipulated, mind controlled and inundated. I will seek the revelation, make my life a celebration. I will be the change I'm seeking, manifest the words I'm speaking. I refuse to be in prison, I will make my own decisions. I'm on a permanent holiday, I'm going outside to play. I ain't gonna slave away. Not for no corporate Babylon. I'm never gonna be a pawn in their manipulation games. Yeah, I'm on a permanent holiday. I'm going outside to play. I ain't gonna slave away. Not for no corporate Babylon. I'm never gonna be a pawn in their manipulation games. Yeah, they'll never know. I'm taking Jah Highway home. I'll never go astray. I'm leaving the past and forward and fast. Cause freedom is here to stay. Oh Lord, we gotta take back the knowledge. We gotta take back the power. We gotta take back the knowledge. We gotta take back the power. We gotta take back the knowledge. back the power. Take back what they have stolen from our hearts. Where we gotta take back the historic knowledge. Oh Lord, for too long they've been keeping us apart. Oh yes, we gotta take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. Humanity, don't let this be our final hour. Take back the knowledge. Take back the power. BNC Records. Yeah.
Oh yeah, it's a badass song, man. That's a good one.
I like that one. As soon as support sent that one to me, I thought, yeah, this is bad. Are you good?
Hello, Howie.
What's up, guys? How you doing? Yeah, that was a smooth song for sure. Smooth song
Yeah,
for
man.
sure.
Yeah, how you doing, man? You doing all right?
Yeah, just rocking in the freeway a little bit. That's all I could do. Busy weekend.
Oh yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
Oh, you good?
Just joking on a spliff over here. One for Harry.
There you go.
PNC's progress. RAPPS religion address me. Hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech. First Amendment blessing. We the people stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom is written in stone. Yeah, I'm the voice of the nation, spitting with determination. With these God-given rights, it's a powerful sensation. RAPPS for the people, no misinterpretation. Tyrants, why don't you see? It's our foundation. This document was crafted for the free. The voice of we the people, for you and for me. Trying to rock in a free world, living it right, not wasting tax dollars, no fools in sight. Love that freedom speech, I practice it bold. Lock me up, never. These rights are pure gold. Feel the echoes of justice, let liberty ring. Even with the Liberty Bell crack, it still sings. RAPPS religion address me, hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech, First Amendment blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom, it's written in stone. I pen this rap with passion, spreading the word, so you can stand and fight, let your voice be heard. Don't let them roll the Constitution like it's just waste. Our protest is peaceful, and freedom we're laced. Thank the freedom fighters who taught me this game. How we hood and others will never forget the name. Educate yourself, no amendments 1 to 10. Cause these tyrants wanna stomp you again and again. They'll try to shatter your confidence, break your heart. Keep your head on a swivel, don't get torn apart with legal litigation. They plot and they scheme, but RAPPS is our shield, fulfilling the dream. RAPPS religion addressment, hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech, First Amendment blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom, it's written in stone. Freedom fighters rise, don't ever let them walk over. They'll try to break your spirit, but you're a soldier in the land of the free, where we persist and resist. RAPPS in our veins, remember we exist. For you and me, this freedom we defend. RAPPS living to the very end. Rock with me in the name of liberty. With every word and every verse, we set our spirits free. RAPPS religion addressment, hear the lesson. Petition the press and speech, First Amendment blessing. We the people, stand up, let it be known. Liberty and freedom, it's written in stone. BNC's forecast, Tano at GC. Yo, sang your dress me. It's selected, Yodi.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, BNC Records.
BNC.
Twisted it. Hell yeah.
Yeah. I haven't seen him in a while.
Smooth.
I know he. I know he's usually in Jitsi, but they say this haven't been there in a little bit.
Yeah, he was in there earlier, working on something. He was playing to me. He was.
Oh, yeah, is he over there? Was he over
Yeah,
there?
yeah, man.
Yeah.
Working hard, mixing up the next track. He's done some
Oh,
long
yeah.
ass video. This next one that he's working on.
Oh, yeah.
Good. This is what I want to see, man. You see you see what I'm saying, Harry? It's working.
Yep.
You know, it might be slow.
Mhm.
I may have made a few mistakes along the way, but finally it's working.
Yeah, they were
finally
perfect
things are making
mistakes,
sense.
Mellow.
Hey?
So hard
Right?
on yourself, bud. Don't be so
Well,
hard on yourself, man. We're
I
doing
mean,
good.
we need to learn, right? I mean, this is how we learn. It's understanding that mistakes are part of the learning process.
Yeah.
If we don't make mistakes, we'll never learn, right?
Not one bit. That's the truth there. No, I'm happy where I'm at, man.
My gran used
do
to
it
say to me,
for
the only bad mistakes
the
are the
world.
ones that you refuse to learn from. You know?
Oh, yeah, the
Learning.
only mistakes you ever make is the ones you refuse to learn from, right?
Right. Yeah. I mean, they're the really bad mistakes, right? Because you just ain't going to learn nothing. You know what I mean? You're just going to keep making them over and over again. I mean, those are really bad mistakes. Making mistakes shouldn't be like an obstacle. It shouldn't be a determining factor whether you do something or don't do something. Because I mean, doubt, fear is probably your single worst enemy, right? I mean, before anybody else, before anybody, spreads a word or says a word, negative about your idea, you and your doubt and your fear are the first.
Already have doubt and fear, yeah.
Right, that's your first enemy. Your first and your last enemy is you. Once you can conquer that and understand that, the first and the last enemy you will ever face in your life is you. You are your best friend. In my case, I'm my worst. I'm my worst friend. You know? And you'll learn something new, even in your last breath. Yeah, that's one thing my grand taught me. It's never too late to learn. Learn something new. And she died. She was like 98 or something.
Oh, wow.
I was like 12 years old when she died, 13 maybe.
Oh, wow. Oh, yeah. It's like, wow, yeah, you didn't. That's amazing to have a grandmother, to live to 98, but yet you only had her for 13 years. Yeah, it's crazy.
Right, yeah. I mean, reflecting back on those 13 years is probably, I spend a lot of time reflecting back on those years. Put it that way.
Oh, yeah.
Sometimes the best years of your life. There's a little trick.
Yeah.
No matter how sad you are, no matter how angry or mad or there's a little trick that you can do to trick yourself into putting a smile back on your face, right? Yeah. And it's particularly a useful technique for people who are in sales, right? So people who are in sales, for instance, it's important that they're lively, very chirpy, happy, go lucky, want to be engaged with, because the last thing you're never going to buy something off some miserable fucker who's trying to sell you some shit, you know what I mean? It's like,
Yeah.
I'm not interested, right? So, but, as a salesman, whether you're having a shitty day or not, whether your wife had sex with you or not, you still got to go work and you still got to put on that smile and you still got to try and sell that shit, right? So there's a trick that you can learn, right? There's one that I found very useful is it takes minutes to do. I mean, it's simply you just close your eyes and try and drown out your thoughts for a minute and just think about one thing, and that one thing is the happiest moment that you can remember when you was the most happiest, right? If you can just do that, just and hold it for a few minutes, and you wake up and you look at yourself in the mirror, and all of a sudden you see some stupid ass grin on your face. No matter how angry you are, no matter how depressed you are, no matter what the fuck you're facing off, if you just do that one fucking thing, that smile will come back on your face. Just like instinct. It will just come on your face like that. Right? Because that's the power of love, right? The people that you love, the memories that you cherish, happy moments, you remember. If you can remember how happy you was at that moment, it's a powerful tool, put it that way, that you can use to motivate yourself, to move yourself, to discipline yourself, to reprogram yourself. Because these people have spent a lot of time and effort and money, your money, into programming the shit out of each and every one of us, right? So what we got to do is deprogram ourselves, detox, and come out of that system, unplug from that fucking matrix, right? And relearn everything, just like Plato's cave, the allegory of the cave. When you come out of that cave, you can't see anything, it's blinding, everything. Oh my God, it hurts, right? Until you start to focus and you start to see the light and how brilliant it is, how beautiful everything is, right? And once you see how beautiful things are, you'll never be able to go back into that cave, into that darkness, and look at those shadows and believe that those shadows, because you know what those shadows are now. You've seen the real thing. You don't have to look at the shadows and guess. You know what they are. You can see them. Why go back? You can't go back. It's like a friend of mine once used to say on his podcasts. Once people wake up, they're not going to go back to sleep. Once you wake up, there's no going back to sleep. I see that in all the activists that I've met. Most of them have become these activists because of necessity, right? The system is attacking them and coming at them and chewing them up and spitting them out. And they've had to adapt, learn, survive. And it shouldn't have never been that way. It shouldn't be that way. That's the reality of it. And it's about fucking time others are able to see it too. And that's our job, right? To make people see what they don't want to see, or just too ignorant to see, too busy to see. For whatever reasons, they don't see it. It's our job to force them to see this shit, just like that film. Do you remember that film?
That's amazing. What was that?
Yeah, I pressed the wrong button. Sorry. Do you remember this film?
Okay. Oh, I need to look at my phone. Sorry. Yes, I do.
I came here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of fucking bubblegum, baby.
Because this shit is actually real, man. This wasn't a movie. It was a fucking documentary, bro.
Yeah. Yeah, I need to watch that movie. I've never seen it. I need to see it.
It's a good movie.
Because these people, whether they're humans like us or not, whether they're actually aliens who are pretending, this is exactly what they are. They are pretending. They are these fucking creatures that just suck from the rest of us. Suck the life out of the rest of us.
The question is how do they hide this from us, Mellows? Like, there's so many of us out there fighting for freedom. Why doesn't more see this? I mean, I don't know if it's going this far, but yeah, I mean,
For me, on my
Why?
part, is I'll put a video up, all right, and I'll do a live, for instance, and like I did the other night, and I'll get 26 hours watch time, or 5 hours watch time, or 17 hours watch time, or whatever their watch time is, and my watch hours won't show. You know, so it'll show on one side on the analytics, but then when you go to watch to see where where how many watch hours you got, it still shows, fucking some bullshit.
Same thing. Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
And it'll show like that I've gained like 13, 15 subscribers, and then I'm still at the same number. Do you know what I mean? Well, I'll go up 1 or 2, but instead of 13, 14, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I've noticed that as well, man. Like my shit's really weird. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe when you
you're not
cross 1,000
kittens, right? If I was unboxing kittens here, and I was doing some dumbass shit, and I was just winding people up, and I was hurting people, and I was winding people up, and doing some crazy ass stupid shit that don't mean anything, I would be trending right now. Right?
Yeah.
I'll be promoted to monetize, I'm 1 million subscribers, mega shit. And all I've got is some stupid fucking dumbass cat climbing out of a box videos. Right?
Oh, yeah.
Because that's what they want. They want bread and circuses. They want distractions. They want people to focus on other things rather than focusing on them and what they're doing.
Yeah, I don't know, man.
This is why it's so important for them to be in those positions, those elevated positions of authority over us, to have that ability to move the goalpost and change the laws and make the rules bend the rules to apply differently to them. Because, we were all supposed to be equal under the law, right? There's no class systems. There's no, what happened to that? What happened to that idea? Do we have to go back to chopping off heads of kings? Do we have to go back 1,000 years? Is that how far back they're going to take us? 1,000 fucking years. I thought we learned a lesson, right? We've evolved, apparently, right? Nah, we're going back, not fucking 10 steps, 10,000 fucking years of steps. We're going right back to the caveman days, because that's what's going to happen when everyone starts dropping bombs. We're going back to the caves, right? For fuck's sakes.
Survival mode for sure. Yeah.
Right? Because they want to control the inevitable. When you're like a control freak and you have to control no matter what, right? You're going to do everything, including, put a dead man's trigger on there. So, you have to be in control, otherwise everyone's dead, sort of thing. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah, I see.
Yeah.
Yeah, pretty much what their strategy is, right? That's their
yeah.
MO.
This is the dilemma. We created God. The government is the God's God.
Oh.
Yeah?
I don't mind you're starting to cut out for me, man. I don't know if it what's going on, something weird there, but like say your mic's cutting out a little bit.
My mic is cutting out. Can you hear me now?
Yeah. There you go.
All right. So here
we cut out a couple of times. I heard it.
Yeah. What I was going to say is what we have done, right? Is with this government, we have created a God, right? An eternal God, an everlasting God, an all-knowing God, a powerful, vengeful God, right? And then, after we've created it and made it all powerful, all knowing, omnipotent, with unlimited power, right? After we've done that and we've created it, we want to try and control it. You can't control something after it's been created.
Mm-hmm.
You have
Yeah,
to,
teach them responsive.
you know, you have to design it into the creation. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Yeah.
You can't make something all powerful and then want to try and control it because it knows everything. You get what I'm saying? The government has become God, right?
Mm-hmm.
And we, the rebels, are Satan, right? Or he who wrestles with God, as the Jews like to say, right? Do you understand how they've switched everything around? This mind fuck game that they want to play with everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah. How do you create a God and then try to create it and then control it after?
For me personally, though, like what I believe you must read between the lines. Like the Bible has been touched by man through so many cultures, the Spaniards, the English, the Romans. I mean, the list goes on. People from the beginning when the Bible really started. I mean, what is it? The word of Noah and Genesis, you know? Yeah, you just got to read. For me, I read between the lines.
What is the Bible? When
That's
most
the
people
love
think,
it teaches.
or they go as far as
You
back
know?
as King James, and that's it. You know, they don't. You know, the Bible goes back thousands of years before that, and it wasn't a Bible back then. When it was the Bible that people are referring to, the stories that people are referring to, are a collection of scrolls, thousands of them, from all over the world. And they all collected them and brought them to the council at Mysia. And that's when they convened all the holiest people. The Romans did this under Emperor Constantine. He brought all the holiest people from all the known world, from Eastern Roman Empire to the Western Roman Empire. And he ordered them all to stay there and to canonize whatever they wanted to canonize and destroy whatever they didn't want to destroy. So they could kind of unify the Roman Empire. It was too much to control. So they realized that there's only so much that you can control a person through the fear of a whip and a chain, right? Eventually, they will rise up. I mean, we've seen this countless times. There were many Spartacus. There wasn't just the one Spartacus story that we heard and we've seen movies of. There were many people who rebelled, right? Many people who were sacrificed and hanged. And the story of Jesus Christ is not a story of one person. It's a story of thousands of people who sacrificed their lives because, you know, of this same power struggle that we're in today. Do you know what I mean? But the Romans, they realized that in order to truly control the masses, right, you have to control what they believe, right? So then they created, that was where they literally first created the propaganda, right? The propagandists. Do you know what I mean? We would send out you know, false messages and false, you know, and just to give the impression that they're, you know, they're doing something, or they're you know, it's all about deception. It's all about lies. And just like Sun Tzu says in his book, you know, The Art of War, you know, deception is the art of war.
Oh, yes.
You know, so they were the ones who understood how religion was so important to control the people, and they were the ones who used and created the religions that we see today, the foundations of the religions that we see today. It was from Roman design. You know, when you go into a battlefield, right, you got this Roman guy there, and he's got all these different troops. Some are Thracians, some are fucking Gauls, some are fucking from this place, some are from that place, some are Spaniards, and the Spaniards, they've got their fucking worship, their healer, fucking wizard, whatever he is, shaman, and he's fucking throwing some bones on the floor, and the bones are saying, "Nah, it's not a good time to fight." And then the other guy over there, he looks at the birds, and the birds flying over, and they say, "No, it's a bad omen. We're not fighting today," right? So the Romans fucked this, right? they decided that, you know, they're going to create their own fucking control. And how you control people is to control what they believe. And religion was born, right? Jesus Christ and all of this stuff. It's just an amalgamation of stories collected over 1,000 years and made into one person, right?
Yeah. Huh?
That kind of makes sense with the Book of Abraham. Like the Muslims use it, the Christians use it, and who else uses it? There's another religion out there.
Yeah, they were from
the Jewish
Judaic
religion.
All the same Judaic belief, you know. They all kind of like branch off from the same, you know, the God of Abraham. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
The God of David. You know, so I mean, even when you go back then, there were so many more different gods and beliefs, and it was just I don't even know how many there were. There was that many, right? And the only ones that we remember today, right, is what history reminds us. And who reminds us from that history is the Romans. The Romans rewrote history, reset history, right? The victor. You know, they're the ones that write the story, not the losers. So they're going to write their versions of the story, and of course, their versions are a lot more spicier.
Embellish, yeah.
Right? So history, thousands of years later, we now remember the Romans version of it because they were the only fuckers around that survived, you know, and wrote it something down.
That really conquered, and you know, for a long time.
Yeah, so who knows? Yeah, it's like even then there was probably a different truth of some kind.
I mean, the only reason why we know what those hieroglyphs are on the Egyptian pyramids is because of when Alexander he literally walked into Egypt. They welcomed him right after he won the battle, and that whole place they loved him there. They literally begged. Loved him, you know what I mean? Like he saved them, sort of thing. Do you know what I mean? From the slavery, supposedly. Do you know what I mean? From the dictatorship that they had before. They hated the people there. But the hieroglyphs were translated hundreds of years after Alexander left. You know, they even before, right? There was like Greek. Like travelers and philosophers who went and studied in Greece and whatever, and then they in Egypt, and they wrote down translations, you know, of some scripts. So they've got this keystone, right, in Greece where they've in Egypt, where they've translated. On one side it's ancient Greek, and on the other side it's the hieroglyphs, and it's just translation into Greek. And just from that stone with those carvings from hieroglyphs to ancient Greek, because the ancient hieroglyph language, we've lost the ability to speak it, right, and we don't know what it's, you know, what it says, right? But because we still understand the ancient Greek language, right, we were able to translate the hieroglyphs, right? And from that translation gave us the key code to be able to translate even more of the pyramids on the, you know, inside, you know, the hieroglyphs on the pyramids inside Egypt. So they, you know, it's basically called the keystone, right? That's how we were able to translate the hieroglyphs. You know, it's an ancient language that was long lost. You know, because of the Romans, right? They just destroyed everything that wasn't their religion. They just get rid of it, right? You know, but you know, even before the Romans, it was always like that. From one nation to the other for thousands of years, that's what they do. Is they conquer and they destroy everything, the religions, whatever, and just take everything. You know what I mean? Take the slaves and. And that's how they used to roll back then. You know?
They're trying to take the people, right?
We are slowly heading back to those days, right? Slowly, but not slowly, if you know what I mean. It's slow motion. It's in slow motion. It's going really fast, like lightning speed, but we're in slow motion. You know, it's like real time lapse.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
Most trauma happens like that. Like, for example, I remember one time I was in an intersection and this car T-boned this car right in front of us. And that whole moment really seemed like it's slow motion. And
Oh yeah.
you know what I mean? Like,
oh, for sure. I've been in a few
when
wrecks.
it's
Yeah,
over
yeah.
with and it happens so fast, you know, I don't know. It
Mhm.
was a weird moment.
Oh yeah, I've been in a few wrecks myself, and yeah, it's like when it happens, it's weird. Everything just becomes completely heightened, and you just kind of like see every a minute moment. It's the weirdest thing.
Yeah, everything.
Your heart's
Yeah.
beating 1,000 beats per second. You know, it's gonna beat out your chest. You know what I mean? Like a war
Yeah, it all
drum.
happens.
You know,
Mhm.
you ain't stopping shit, man. You know what I mean? You're gonna fucking have a heart
And
attack.
that's only one situation, you know. So
But yeah.
adrenaline as well. Adrenaline is a hard thing to handle sometimes.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I know what you mean.
Really
Yeah,
is.
certain. You have to think like you ever heard like people who have skydived before? It's like after you skydive, it's like you never feel anything after that. It happened to some people. It's like it's like they get so excited and so
you become an adrenaline junkie.
I guess that's
You're
part
always
of it.
seeking
Yeah.
that thrill. Yeah, it's
Yeah. So then after that, you never feel anything unless you're skydiving.
or frightening yourself to death.
Or frightening yourself to death. That's crazy.
Looking death in the eye.
hmm It's like those people that walk on those real high beams on a
It's
building or something, or
you're
stand up
doing.
there.
What you're doing is you're activating your base instincts, your fight or flight mode, right?
Oh
And
yeah.
during that process, your body is like goes into overdrive, you know, like turbo boost, you know, in
Oh yeah.
adrenaline gets pumped into your body and your heart's beating like a motherfucker, you know, and you get your juices flying. And that's where they want you at, right?
Oh
That fear,
man.
that fear, fight or flight mode, right? Because
Mm.
when you are jacked up like that, right, you can't think clearly. Your
Yeah.
mind is clouded. Do you get what I mean?
hmm
But yeah, there are people who try to activate that adrenaline. You know, skydiving. You know, rock climbing, mountain climbing. All of these things. These people they do that because of the thrill. You know,
Mm.
thrill is exhilarating and it's very addictive.
Oh yeah.
You know, some people taste it and think, "Nah, I'm gonna go back down there where it's nice and safe." you know what I mean? I want to live a little bit longer. That's it. You know, I don't care.
Yeah.
But then some
Yeah.
people, they get that addiction to it, and it's you know, there's nothing wrong with it. Do you know what I mean?
No, sure. Yeah, yeah. Yeah, it's better than Coke anyway, so whatever. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, better for you than.
But you know, I'd say check your blood pressure. You know what I mean? Don't try this at home, kids.
Sometimes things just happen, though. You have unexpected adrenaline, you know, like a traffic accident, road rage. I mean, it could go on and on and on.
Manufactured adrenaline situations, they're not the same. Yeah, they're not the same because you're kind of prepared for it. You know it's coming, you know. But when it hits you out of the blue, unexpected, and you get that, you don't even thinking, right? And it's just you're reacting. It's just pure reaction, right? That's something different.
It is instinct reaction. Like what's the
Some people
expression?
some people freeze in that
Flash,
moment, and some people excel. You know, some people that's when they are at their most peak. You know, when they're in that situation, you know, they are at their most. They're in their element. In that, you know, when it's the end of the world crisis and everyone's panicking, they are the ones that are, you know, doing exactly what they're supposed to be doing. You know, they know exactly what they're doing, basically.
Yeah.
It's hard, especially in military. I mean, it's difficult to find the right type of mentality to do the job. Do you know what I mean? I suppose not everybody's
Certain things.
made for it. Yeah, not everybody's made for that. You know, and to think that you could take a military trained person out of the army, for instance, and put a uniform on them and stick them out in the streets and think that they would be able to do the job, but you're mistaken. That's dangerous. That's dangerous.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. By putting a soldier on.
I mean, if you're going to put them through training and not send them off to combat where they're going to go and get fucked up in the head, right?
Yeah.
I'd say maybe go and give them the military training and then stick them out in the street. I say, yeah, that would be a good idea. But if you're going to send them off to combat and then after you discharge them, and then the only job that they can get is a law enforcement officer, these people are already suffering, right?
Oh, right. Like,
yeah. PTSD, whatever you want to call it these days, you know what I mean? It's a real thing, man. Do you know what I mean? And then you give him a badge and a gun and you say, yeah, I'll go out there. And this guy still thinks he's in Iraq for 1 second, right? Do you know what I'm saying? It's a bad recipe, man. Bad idea, you know? They come out of there, he's just, you know, go and do something else, man. At least not for you. Or maybe if you're going to in a SWAT and that situation, you know, and they were going to do special, you know, forces or some shit, you know what I mean? Like special situations, sniper forces, whatever. That's different, right? You want a military trained, do you know what I mean? But, you know,
so the other side,
street, interacting with members of the public, and then you give them some stupid job like, you know, give someone stupid tickets for windows and tinted windows and parking fines and stuff like that, and you give him a badge and a gun and he's just come out of a war zone, you know,
that's true.
You're not fucking gonna get a good result, man. That ain't gonna be it's gonna be touch and go for a while, you know what I mean?
That's true.
Right.
Yeah, it's like the other. That's funny. You know, the other side of that coin that I've heard that why is better is they say, well, see, they were trained, so therefore they know when to react and when not to react.
It's even worse. In my opinion, it's even worse. They swore to us. Yeah. They swore to protect the oath when they went into the army, right? They fucking fought and fucking watched their friends die, and then they come back over here and they violate somebody's rights. I mean, hypothetically, stupid.
Yeah, sure. They probably probably have ideas and things on their head.
What kind of law enforcement would you call that? You know what I mean? Like Karen law enforcement? You know, like, or extortion law enforcement? I don't know.
Yeah.
There's got to be.
That's piracy. That is piracy.
Piracy, yeah.
Pirates. They are
some pirates take care of the neighborhood, you know?
Modern day pirates.
They are the modern day pirates.
Yeah, they can take whatever they want, pretty much.
Yeah, I mean, look what they do. I mean, there was one video we were playing earlier where a guy complained. What was the complaint? The officer pulled over some guy, had £8,000 on him, and they returned 5,000, kept 3,000. You know how many of that happens all the time? There was one video. You remember that one video where they handcuffed the guy, arrested him, and took out his money from his pocket, and the arresting officer, he took some money out. He took about $1,000 out of the stack that he had, and he heard it, and he got all of them to search him, and they managed to find the money that he stuffed in the side of the thing. Do you know what I mean?
Asset well, that's more of extortion, but they got asset forfeiture in the airports, man. Like literally, like there's nothing against the law. You can travel with $5 million. I mean, it's your ass if it gets stolen, but you could travel with it, and you go in the airport with it. And then all of
Yeah,
a
you can't
sudden, the
report it. You know?
Homeland Security and everybody, confiscates it from you. And in
Yeah.
some cases, it costs more to get your money back than you did in the first time. It's the
But yeah, well,
worst
most
law
people
in the
don't carry
world,
more
man.
than really. Most people, most people don't carry more than $10,000 because that's when you have to report it. Anything over 999.
Right.
Yeah.
Well, this case, it was a guy, he wanted to
9,000.
buy a truck in a different state. So he was flying to, and I think it was like $32,000 he had on him. Maybe less, maybe more. And they claimed it from him for asset forfeiture and he had his receipts. I mean, the video's out there. This guy had his receipts saying, "This is my money. I'm going to buy a truck in Ohio." They still come. It took him like 8 months to get it back. But people went on a GoFundMe for him. And yeah, that's asset forfeiture right there. Yeah, it's out there. The video's out there. Those motherfuckers will take all your money.
Damn, it's crazy. It seems funny. It's like, in a way, why would you even take? It's like, when there a bank there, it's like, when there a bank there, we can get cash. I'm not sure why you would.
Don't even hear. So all these Venezuelan gangs and all these illegal activities going on, and all these people they're busted. You know what we haven't heard one thing about is what they confiscated. They had to get money. They had to get drugs. Like.
Oh yeah.
What
Yeah,
did they
kind of stocked up,
confiscate?
stocked up,
I mean, what the fuck?
Yeah.
We haven't
I
heard
get a
one
fresh,
thing about that.
a fresh new, a newly stocked evidence locker, for everybody to, go into,
Yeah.
And makes you wonder. I know that was a thing. I mean, I'm sure it still happens today, but I know that, that was a big thing in the '90s. Like, there was a lot of like, those stories about like, people, getting into the evidence locker, the evidence room, and getting, just taking cash and drugs, and it was a real big thing. I'm sure it still is. I mean, really.
Yeah, I'm sure it is too. I guarantee you, like some of those busts, there's still people that take money out. Like Long Island audit, like fucking what's that one? That's not Syracuse. What's the county? God, it's on top of my head. The one he keeps
The
on
guy that got
fighting.
the 30.
No, God, he's the chief of what do they call him? Crazy Rider or something like that, or Psycho Rider. There we go. I forgot what county it's in, but their asset forfeiture's out of control, man.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
most
that's
of the
weird. So you have to
town's
like,
income. He's
oh,
showing
so you
it.
had.
Yeah.
That's really what that is like it's like you have to give it, give it over until they clear it, basically. Is that what that asset
No,
forfeiture is?
so the asset forfeiture, as I understand it, and what they said in the video, Inferno, was that the person has to go back to court for it and get it.
Yeah.
In some cases, it could take months. Some cases, it takes years. See, some people don't even fight it because it's going to cost them more money in lawyers to then get the money back, and you can't sue them for it.
Man.
You know what I mean?
So
So
yeah, it makes you wonder how many. How many times does that happen? Yeah.
Oh yeah. In that case, Mellows right there. That's what he was talking about. How cops pull people over. He just showed a video. The guy had $6,000 on him. Oh no, this guy only had $300. Well, where did the other $5,700 go then?
Yeah.
That happens all the time too.
Yeah, that's why you don't want to carry a lot of cash on you, right? For damn cops too, right? No, I mean, I'm sure it's probably.
Cash was key back in the
Yeah, but I
day.
say cash.
You can't even fucking change $100 bill now unless you spend $99.99. Like you're not gonna get no. Sorry, we don't take hundreds. All kinds of stuff. You gotta like. You take hundreds.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I wish I had more time to put into this and stuff like that, but I'm just doing what I can do, man.
Yeah, man, just don't
Well,
worry about your family
Howie
and all that
wants
good
to run for Congress, man. Fuck it.
No, man, you gotta be part of the club, man. You gotta be part of the club, and trust me, you ain't in it, you know.
Yeah, well, no, I might not be in it, but
Yeah.
I've shocked people all my life, man. So
Oh,
I'm
yeah.
cool with it.
So would you like to see why is such a distraction on the news, with the Doge and all this shit, shutting down the Department of Education? Would you like to see why?
Sure.
Check this rhetoric out. There you go. Check this rhetoric. These people are crazy, man.
If the U.S. makes a deal with Iran, Israel will not strike. That's the word from U.S. President Donald Trump in an exclusive interview with the New York Post. After warning that Iran cannot have a bomb, Trump said that a deal will be made with Iran to block its nuclear program. Trump explained, quote, "I would like a deal done with Iran rather than bombing the hell out of it. Iran must be rendered non-nuclear." The president insisted he declined to reveal the specific U.S. negotiating position, but said they don't want to die. Nobody wants to die. I think they'll be really happy. President Trump reiterated an earlier post saying, "I want Iran to be a great and successful country, but one that cannot have a nuclear weapon." Iran is indicating that it is ready to give the U.S. a chance to resolve the disputes between them. And meanwhile, Wings of Zion has landed, returning Prime Minister Netanyahu to Israel after a week in Washington, centered on his White House meeting with President Donald Trump. Before leaving the U.S., the Prime Minister called Trump the greatest friend Israel has ever had in the White House, saying he's a great leader for America and the world. More from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
Prime Minister Netanyahu viewed the latest hostage release from Washington, and the image of the frail state of the returned captives brought a strong response.
אור, אלי ואוהד חזרו היום הביתה. שרה ואני מחבקים אותם ואת המשפחות היקרות שלהם. שוב ראינו מה זה מפלצות החמאס. זה אותן מפלצות שטבחו באזרחינו והתעללו בחטופינו, ואני אומר להם שוב, דמם בראשם. אנחנו נעשה הכל כדי להחזיר את כל חטופינו, אנחנו נדאג לביטחונם, זו ההנחיה שאני נתתי למשלחת, להגיד את זה למתווכות ולדרוש את זה, אבל מעבר לכך, הנשיא טראמפ הסכים איתי לגמרי. אנחנו נעשה הכל להחזיר את כל החטופים, אבל חמאס לא יהיה שם.
Before his departure from Washington, Netanyahu told Fox News that a major positive change was emerging in the U.S.-Israel alliance.
I think President Trump is the greatest friend that Israel has ever had in the White House. I think he's not only making a tremendous the Israeli-American alliance, strengthening it beyond anything we've seen up to now, but also he's a great leader for America and for the world.
Netanyahu said that on the issue of Iran, the U.S. and Israel see eye to eye.
We still have an issue. The President and I discussed it. Iran's quest for nuclear weapons, they cannot be allowed to have nuclear weapons. We both agree on that. And we also have to finish off what remains of Hamas while we try to get all our hostages out. We agree on all that. And that's a point of agreement that makes us both a lot more powerful. When there's no daylight between an American president and an Israeli prime minister, that strengthens our hand. It shortens military conflicts. It allows us to achieve a quick victory and to change the Middle East.
Earlier, Netanyahu met a bipartisan group of senators and congressmen. U.S. House Speaker Mike Johnson vowed to stand by its Israeli ally.
President Trump and Prime Minister Netanyahu both understand that peace is secured through strength, not appeasement, and not by turning our backs on our allies. Before he even took office in January, President Trump and his team helped secure the ceasefire agreement and the return of American and Israeli hostages. This week, he announced a plan to exert maximum pressure on Iran and its proxies who terrorize the Israeli people and the world.
Netanyahu spoke about the change since Trump came to office.
The critical decisions that show his commitment and the American people's commitment to Israel have come to the fore instantly. First, he renewed immediately the supply of weapons that had been stopped, which we need as we're fighting for our future, for our existence, and for the broader Middle East in a seven-front war. He immediately released those weapons.
The Prime Minister thanked the House Speaker and invited him to visit Israel.
And joining us now with more on the developments of this past week, from U.S. President Trump's statements on Iran to Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit to Washington to the hostages releases, is Colonel Miri Eisen, Senior Fellow at the International Institute for Counterterrorism. Thank you so much for joining us.
Always a pleasure.
So it seems Prime Minister Netanyahu's visit to Washington was a major success, with a new president in the White House that sees eye to eye with Israel on nearly every major issue. Stark contrast to the last administration, perhaps. What's your take on Netanyahu's visit? Did he truly achieve his goals in Washington?
I think he achieved every single one of them. He literally dotted the I's and crossed the T's. That means that he met not just with the president, and as he stated, he is on the same page. That doesn't mean we all agree with that, but they both agree completely on the way that they're going to approach both, I would say, the Gaza-Hamas problem. Take note that they didn't talk about the Palestinian issue, rather the Gaza-Hamas problem, about the Iranian nuclear issue needs to be taken care of and how that needs to be done. And in general, not just in meeting the president, the prime minister met all of the different Congress, both House and Senate. And that is a big, important step for any Israeli to feel the backing of the United States of America at this time. We do not feel like we have the backing around the world, and I think we all feel it right now.
Absolutely. And, I want to talk about one of the major issues on the table, Iran. President Trump last night making an interesting statement on the Islamic Republic of Iran. He has somewhat changed his tune, and where he's previously called on Israel to bomb Iran's nuclear sites, now he's saying he prefers a diplomatic agreement. So I'll remind our viewers that Trump pulled out of the JCPOA. So, what kind of deal would we expect to take shape now? And is Israel really on board with the diplomatic approach?
So a deal means a diplomatic approach. A deal means dialogue. And most of those who opposed at the time the JCPOA was more because of what it had in it. I'm not against a deal. I'm against a deal that makes sure not only that they don't have nuclear weapons, but a lot of the platforms themselves. Because if Iran becomes what we call a nuclear threshold country, meaning they're almost there, but not quite there, that's very scary for me. If they have the capabilities that they would go across the threshold and immediately be able to set that together with a platform, with something that would fire it against Israel. So it's not just looking only at the nuclear capability, it's also looking at the platforms. Over the last few weeks, Iran has been doing a show. I can only show it, the theater of Iran, of all of the different type of platforms that they're developing, of ICBMs, intercontinental ballistic missiles, of different types of drones and UAVs. And you look at all of those and go, what's the message Iran is trying to say? So I do think that dialogue and arriving at a deal is good. I don't want us to look at a deal that only addresses that specific nuclear aspect. That was the problem also then. It's also about the platforms.
And, this is an historic opportunity to rid the world of the Islamic regime. It's the greatest state sponsor of terrorism beyond, of course, its nuclear ambitions, and also to liberate the people of Iran. So, why would the U.S. and Israel specifically give up on this sort of historic opportunity to overthrow the regime, which is at its weakest today? Because as long as the mullahs are there in power, there can't really be peace in the Middle East.
Not just in the Middle East, but here, I'm not going to push back. I'm just going to say, for the benefit of all those watching, I do not know of any place in the world where an outside power has changed what you have, the domestic politics inside. Anytime a coup has come from the outside, and it doesn't matter if it's an outer attack that would change it on the ground, it has to come from within. Otherwise, both the different mullah leaders inside at a lot of different levels are going to be able to push back. So in this case, it's kind of like, what do the people of the Islamic regime of Iran want? We like to hear the voices of those who totally oppose the mullahs. We're not going to highlight the ones that support the mullahs. And I'm just going to say right now, at this very turn-changing point in the Middle East, just like I'm a little wary of what's happening right now inside the new regime of Syria, which is not all good news for Israel, I also think that sometimes we have to listen to the voices in Iran that are against mullahs, that they want something different, but it isn't necessarily going to bring us what we want, which is peace in the Middle East. So I breathe in deep. I need the Iranians to change Iran, and I want to hope that when they change it, it'll be to something that we can all enjoy and not to something even worse.
Mm-hmm. And now, a word about Hamas. We saw the horrific state of the 3 hostages released on Saturday. There are still 73 more hostages, many of them in dire need of medical attention. Now, both Netanyahu and Trump reiterating this week and on Saturday that Hamas needs to be destroyed. So how does this align with the ongoing negotiations now for phase 2?
We all need the hostages. There is no way to get the hostages without negotiations. I think we can all say that clearly after 16 months. The question here is the price, what the price that we're paying when we are giving out the Palestinian prisoners. I'll say up front, it's a price we don't feel as much. The one that you're stepping upon is, what does that mean about Hamas ruling after? Hamas understand that not Israel, not the United States, but more importantly, none of the other stakeholders in the Middle East are willing for Hamas to be the ruler afterwards. So it really comes down to what will Hamas be afterwards, because they're not going to rule over the Gaza Strip. And in this one, I don't have an answer. It has to do with what Israel does, with what the United States under President Trump will do, not just say, and especially what the Palestinians, both in Judea and Samaria, but also the impact of Saudi Arabia, of Egypt, the borders, the Gaza Strip, of those outer stakeholders, how they are going to hold both the Palestinians and Hamas accountable. And I know I said a lot of different things here right now. It isn't a given that Israel is going to go in and destroy all of the rest of Hamas's terror capabilities. But let's look at those pictures. Those are not terror capabilities. Those are terror theatrics. It's the little things that are there to really impact us psychologically, and they do. But they don't have the capability now not to do an October 7th attack, not to do that type of atrocity at the time, and we need to make sure that that's the way it is, that they cannot do so.
Absolutely. Well, it's been a very tumultuous week, lots of issues on the table, but also a lot of potential. Colonel Miri Eisen, thank you so much for your analysis today.
Thank you all so much.
And the 3 male hostages released officially reunited with their families in emotional and bittersweet embraces as 2 of the released men learned of the tragic fate of their loved ones on October 7th. Their conditions have left the world in shock. ILTV's Shosh Bedrosian reports in Hostages Square with the details.
Well, Lidar, the intensity to bring home the 73 hostages that still remain in Hamas captivity continues to reach a more dire point as these hostages come home, especially since the release of these 3 male hostages. Their conditions have shocked the world, with Israeli officials comparing their appearances to Holocaust survivors that exited liberated concentration camps. The reunifications were painful, but a joy to see. 3 frail, emaciated Israeli men were propped up and forced to participate in one final torturous Hamas act during their release. On Hamas's makeshift stage in Deir al-Bala, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levy were seen by the public for the very first time in a shocking state. The 3 men were forced to speak on stage. Sharabi was asked in Hebrew how he was feeling by a Hamas terrorist when Sharabi said into the microphone he was happy to return to his family, his wife, and 2 daughters. Carrying hope in his heart he would feel their embrace soon, Sharabi was seen wearing an Israeli flag, peeking his head around the corner when he arrived at Reim military base, thanking all of the staff, only to be reunited with his mother, sister, and brother. His family soon told him his wife and daughters were murdered in their home on Kibbutz Be'eri on October 7th after Sharabi was taken. His wife's parents react to the news of him being released.
It looked as though he'd come out of a concentration camp, exactly, yeah. All three of them. So what they've been through.
And he was literally the only thing you can think of. He was a shadow of his former self.
Literally, when I looked at it, the first thought that came into my mind was Belsen. It just reminded me of what the pictures you see of Belsen in the Nazi concentration camps.
Like Sharabi, Orlevi also returned home to learn the fate of his wife, Anav. Levy reunited with his family members and found out soon after his wife was murdered at the Nova Music Festival, where Levy was kidnapped from. But in his largest embrace yet, Levy saw his 3-year-old son Almog for the first time, who said, quote, "Dad, it took you a long time to come back." Ohad Ben-Ami returned home to reunite with his wife Raz, who was also kidnapped on October 7th but was released in November of 2023. His emotional reunion with his daughters took place at the hospital, but with defiance, Ben-Ami said he needs to know what happened that day on October 7th, even though he knows the answers will be painful. And Lidar, the family of Orlevi released their first statement saying their hearts tremble and their minds struggle to comprehend the current sight of Or and the devastating state he returned him. They said they hugged him tighter than ever before.
Thank you for the report, Josh. Indeed, emotional and bittersweet reunions. And the return of Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levi brought both relief and deep concern as their frail and malnourished state was evident to all. Hospitals have since confirmed the severity of their condition, highlighting the hardships they endured.
3 Israeli hostages, Ohad Ben-Ami, Eli Sharabi, and Or Levi, are receiving urgent medical care after being freed from Hamas captivity in Gaza. The 3 men, held for 491 days, are in extremely poor condition, with doctors reporting severe weight loss, malnutrition, and other serious health complications.
This morning, we witnessed significant weight loss that represent the severe conditions which endured by Hamas. These scenes presenting challenging and complex visual for the families of the returns from captive, their families of captives, and ourselves.
Doctors at Sheba and Ichilov hospitals are closely monitoring the former hostages, providing both physical and psychological care. Health officials say the damage caused by prolonged captivity is profound. The return of the 3 men who were taken hostage during the October 7th Hamas attack has reignited fears for those still in captivity. Their frail appearances shocked the nation, underscoring the brutal conditions in which they were held. Medical experts warn that many long-term effects of their captivity may not yet be visible. As medical teams work to stabilize the freed hostages, the Israeli government and families continue their calls for the swift return of all those still held in Gaza. Their release brings relief, but their condition is a painful reminder of the suffering still endured by those left behind. The nation watches, waits, and hopes.
And after the hostage exchange was completed, Israel released another batch of Palestinian security prisoners in compliance with the hostages for ceasefire agreement. More on this from ILTV's Steve Leibovitz.
In this round of prisoner releases, 183 convicted terrorists were freed, including 18 prisoners serving life sentences. Troops from the Nachshon unit, the Prison Services Transport Division, bust the terrorists from Ofer and Kziot prison to release points. 18 of those released had been sentenced to life, and 54 were serving long sentences for their involvement in deadly attacks against Israelis. 7 of those convicted of the most serious crimes were transferred to Egypt for deportation. Among top terrorists freed were Iyad Abu Shkedem, a Hamas operative who orchestrated a double suicide bombing in 2004 in Beersheba that killed 16 and wounded over 100, and Hatem al-Jayusi from Fatah, serving 6 life sentences for the murder of 6 Israelis during the Second Intifada. 111 of those freed were arrested in Gaza during operations after October 7th. Those were taken to Kerem Shalom crossing into Gaza. Others were taken to release points in Samaria. As part of Operation Wings of Freedom, actions were taken to prevent the flying of Hamas flags and other signs of celebration in Ramallah and Bethlehem. IDF attempts to prevent celebration amid the prisoner release did not prevent large crowds from receiving the security prisoners in Ramallah and in Gaza.
And U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order imposing sanctions against the International Criminal Court for issuing what he called baseless arrest warrants against Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant. The details in the following report. U.S. President Donald Trump has authorized economic and travel sanctions targeting people who work on International Criminal Court investigations of U.S. citizens or U.S. allies, such as Israel, repeating action he took during his first term. Trump signed the executive order following the ICC issuing an arrest warrant for Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu and former Defense Minister Yoav Gallant in November 2024 over alleged war crimes in Gaza. And it came just 2 days after Netanyahu was the first foreign leader to visit Washington. The International Criminal Court, which opened in 2002, is a 125-country member permanent court that has international jurisdiction to prosecute genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes in member states, or if a situation is referred by the UN Security Council. The United States and Israel are not members. According to a Reuters report, ICC prosecutor Karim Khan will be the first person to be hit with the economic and travel sanctions. The sanctions include the freezing of U.S. assets and barring entry into the United States. The executive order directed Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent, along with Secretary of State Marco Rubio, to submit a report within 60 days, naming all the people who should be sanctioned. Trump said the U.S. expects its allies to oppose any ICC actions against the U.S., Israel, or any other of its allies that have not consented to ICC jurisdiction. Meanwhile, the ICC condemned Trump's decision and called on its member states to stand united for justice and fundamental human rights. As such, some 80 member states, including U.S. and Israel allies such as Germany, the U.K., and France, signed a statement warning that U.S. sanctions could increase the risk of impunity for the most serious crimes. The country said the sanctions would severely undermine all situations currently under investigation, as the court may have to close its field offices. Among those who did not sign the statement were Australia, the Czech Republic, Hungary, and Italy. Well, the ICC has made a mockery of itself, international law, and the international justice system, so it shouldn't be surprised that it has brought these sanctions on itself. Finally, a strong American president who brings back some common sense and much-needed moral clarity to the world and to these corrupt international organizations. And not just against the ICC, but the Trump administration is also halting all financial assistance to South Africa, in part due to its role in the genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice, yet another international court targeting Israel. The details in the following report. U.S. President Donald Trump has signed an executive order to cut financial assistance to South Africa. The White House announced the move on Friday, citing disapproval of its land policy and of its genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice. With regards to Israel, the White House said that South Africa was taking positions against Washington and its allies, and the order also mentioned South Africa's ties with the Islamic Republic of Iran, an enemy of the United States. According to the most recent U.S. government data, the United States allocated nearly $440 million in assistance to South Africa in 2023 under the Biden administration. Last week, Trump posted to his Truth Social that South Africa is confiscating land and treating certain classes of people very badly, calling it a massive human rights violation. In response to the tweet, South African President Cyril Ramaphosa said his country would not be bullied. In addition to the executive order, U.S. Secretary of State Marco Rubio also announced last week that he would not attend the G20 summit in Johannesburg. He said that South Africa is doing very bad things, expropriating private property, using G20 to promote solidarity, equality, and sustainability. In other words, DEI and climate change. He added his job is to advance America's national interests, not waste taxpayer money or coddle anti-Americanism. And now, let's take a look at the weather forecast. Rainy showers and cloudy skies are expected around the country tonight.
Good stuff.
It's always raining. Always raining.
Yeah, always raining.
Well, that was quite an important news clip there. I don't know if you guys caught it.
What's up? Which part?
Well, the part
I was listening.
with I read. Whoops, sorry. Go ahead, Inferno.
Oh no. I'm sorry, I wouldn't say anything. Go ahead.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
The first
sorry,
part
man.
was as I got a guy in Denver. He's courteous Iranian. I've interviewed him several times. This guy has a lot of knowledge on all this stuff that's going on, and it's the governments and the mafia, and he's really against the Muslim, like the current regime in Iran, like the Ayatollah and stuff like that. He's really there, but he's saying there's all these peace talks, and there's never going to be peace there. They're kind of all in cahoots, actually.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the whole point
Saudi
of that thing is to be because really, what it is, they're all divided. So therefore, as long as they stay divided with all these different points of views,
What
it's
really
like
hit me though was that one lady that was talking. It's going to be up to the people. It's not going to be up to the United States government, the UK, any other government. It has to come within, and that's what that guy always says. Rashad always says, people need to stand up for their liberty, else there is not going to be change at all. They can't. You can't force a coup or a government regime change. And I think kind of what Mellows was talking about, the Romans, they're always going to construct it to rule over the people in the general area. And in my opinion, I mean, I have a lot of friends from Israel, but Israel's been treating the Palestine people like shit for years now, guys. I mean, and that's the truth. They build walls around them, barely give them anything, giving them minimum wage jobs. I mean, I don't know, man. It's gonna be a rough.
Yeah, you're better off asking the gangster mafioso fucking extortionists, right, for a break. You know what I mean? Because they'll probably be a little bit more easier to deal with. Government is just legalize extortion. That's what it is.
And the prime minister, he don't want peace, man. The prime minister of Israel, he don't want peace at all. And he's got opposition as well in his own country, So I don't know. I think it's going to go out full out war, to be honest.
This
and
is
then
what the plan
another
is.
sleeping giant now is Syria. Like that lady mentioned, Syria. Israel's got to start worrying about Syria as well. The new regime there. So,
weapons of mass destruction. This is hodge fudge. No, for sure. They're ramping up, excusing themselves to give themselves reasoning to go in and start fucking bombing the shit out of Iran because they're going to have nukes. Oh my God, weapons of mass destruction. Yeah, ring bell.
Yeah, be another 9/11 kind of thing.
Yeah. But the current regime in Iran is most definitely tyrannical, and I don't know if you ever get a chance, watch Man Stands Alone for Freedom. In fact, one day if I'm out and you're on, Mellows, I think you would enjoy talking to this guy, man. To be honest with you. I really do. Most definitely do. But he says a lot, Every government he describes, he'll go, and they're the mafia, like Saturday he was saying, the American thinks Trump's gonna solve the problem. And I forgot who, somebody said down with Russia, and Rashad said Trump is Putin's friend. What are you talking about? I mean, basically he's got financial interests in Russia. So no, Russia's not going down. And he thinks Zelensky, he's part of the mafia as well. He really does. And guy has a lot of knowledge about all these issues. And obviously he believes it because he's been standing out there for 5 years with signs. Takes him about an hour to set up, mostly every weekend. You know what I mean? So, I mean, there's signs, there's flags, there's he protests. Does it all by himself. He's been spit on, he's been kicked at, he's been called names, he's been assaulted. He's had a bullet left on his mailbox, and he's still out there, guys. So he must believe it, you know, in his heart of hearts.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And he really believes too. I did one. He says, I got this story, and he really believes this story because he's came up to me about 5 times with it. When Kissinger and Nixon and China and all those people got together, this was the start of these people's regime worldwide, you know, the elitists, so to speak. I mean, he's strong on that. That's when all the importing started, everything like that.
Well, guys, I guess about that time, huh? You can kind of wait, I guess.
I'm getting sleepy. Yeah, I got to get going in a bit here too. I got a few more minutes, so.
Yeah, probably.
There's a quick one.
Probably. Okay.
Your massive announcement that you teased earlier in the week, where you said, "I'm going to do something that will change the face of the American government forever." Here's the exact language of your post that went thermonuclear. I have an announcement next week that will impact the entire nation. Press conference to be announced soon. Everyone's wondering if it's aliens, but maybe it goes even deeper than that. Can you tell us?
I think it's bigger than that. I think, without getting too much into the details, and the date will be posted soon. You'll find that date for the press conference. I'd actually encourage everyone to tune in, and we're going to be opening it up if we can to some independent journalists as well. But I think that for far too long, people have been lied to by their government. And I think the way that you regain trust and you really help restore the nation, and I think bring back not just, I think, hope, but also, and remember, hope is contagious, but you really help it to secure it for future generations. I think that you have to have a fully transparent government. And so I won't get too much more into the details, but we're going to be doing something really big. So I am happy that I was entrusted with this, and I'm going to be doing some good stuff with some incredible people, and I'll leave it at that.
For Bledsoe, who personally witnessed UFOs. So, Chris, the CIA studying you, NASA studying you, the History Channel studying you. Tell Jesse Waters Primetime the truth. You can summon alien orbs.
Well, it's been happening for the last 15 years, and I ask them to come, and they come, and I don't know why, but they do. And I've taken 2,500 videos in the last 24 months, like you're seeing there.
How do you ask them?
I just simply say a prayer. That's all I do, and they come.
And do you
That's how it happens.
Do you think there might be something wrong with you?
No, I don't think so. I think the government's trying to figure out why this is happening. They have been for quite some time.
How did it start?
Well, it started in 2007. I was down on my luck. I'd lost basically everything. After the World Trade Center disaster, I had 130 houses a year I was building. I had 70 under construction. And Fort Bragg is where I live in that area, and they stopped buying houses. And with interest rates at 8 and 9% on construction money then, it was flying out the window so fast. I just watched it in a slow motion train wreck. And it got so that I couldn't even buy my children lunch at school after being successful for 20 years.
So you were down on your luck.
Yep. And so I was on the Cape Fear River with 3 other guys and my son, and they were fishing. I just took them there. I was contemplating everything. I was just, I was thinking the worst thoughts, and I was crying out to the heavens, whoever's up there, I need help. And that's when I walked around the corner and up to the top of the hill, and these 3 big balls of fire was sitting about 300 yards away. And the next thing I know, I walked back to the fire, and it was close to 4 hours later. And there'd been a manhunt for me, and I had no clue that any more than 20 minutes had passed.
Unbelievable. All right. Well, listen, I hope these things are peaceful, because you were summoning them all over the place. And they look like they're lighting up the sky. God bless you. And just tell them I come in peace.
Well, I've heard plans of 2025 since I met Hal Povenmire in 2008. He told me then that they were going to have disclosure in 2025. That was the plan. Listen, there's a whole lot that I haven't talked about, such as NASA. Why was I at NASA? Why did they get me down there? How did I get into astronaut crew quarters? I got to meet the general. I got a special pin that only certain people have. And they wanted to know from me what, in other words, let's just say, they're just now talking about the plasmoid. Those are the orbs that I interact with. They're the angelic beings, because they're not just, there's an intelligence there. It's created, some force created it. They were being harassed. They're astronauts, and everybody were being harassed by these orbs and stuff.
You were told that by Tim?
I knew about it way back then.
When he briefed you, when he showed up to your house, how did he introduce himself? Like, what agency?
Showed us all his credentials. National Reconnaissance Office. He had a necklace with badges, credentials, and they were individual.
Wow.
Air Force, CIA, NASA, DOD, Area 51, and more.
If aliens crossed the galaxy in whatever is their spaceship and arrived at Earth just to throw some balloons across North America, I'm thinking, really? Really? We have crowdsourced any possible alien invasion on this Earth because there's 6 billion smartphones in the world, and everybody can take a high resolution still frame or video camera. We have 1 million people at any moment who are airborne. We can look out their windows. I need better evidence than just, we don't know what it is, therefore it's alien. Our capacity to detect alien life with the crowdsourcing of eyes on Earth tells me that it's less convincing than ever before. Correct.
At one point, you had said that there has been harmful activity or aggressive activity. Has any of the activity been aggressive, been hostile in your reports?
I know of multiple colleagues of mine that got physically injured, and the activity. And
by UAPs or by people within the federal government?
Both.
Okay, so there has been activity by alien or non-human technology and or beings that has caused harm to humans.
I can't get into the specifics in an open environment, but at least the activity that I personally witnessed, and I have to be very careful here because they tell you never to acknowledge tradecraft, right? So what I personally witnessed, myself and my wife, was very disturbing.
The Pentagon says mysterious drones spotted over New Jersey recently are not from a foreign group or government. The FBI is investigating sightings of dozens of them spotted flying over the state at night in recent weeks. The Pentagon spokesperson also denied a claim made on Fox News by Republican New Jersey Congressman Jeff Van Drew. He claimed the drones were from a mothership from Iran that is, quote, off the east coast of the United States of America. The Pentagon spokesperson said there is no truth to that.
My new excuse now when I wear double glasses, I can see them.
We got one that can see.
Yeah, I gotta watch that movie.
It's a brilliant movie, man.
Oh yeah, I heard it
I
was
forgot the
kind of
name
like
of it, but yeah.
like the reason why it didn't. I guess it was kind of like a. I mean, not really a low budget, right? But it just something about it that makes it kind of like less than stellar as far as the production of it, right? Right? Is that? Have I heard that about it? You know what I mean?
It's most definitely a B movie, but
Okay, right, yeah,
it's a good
yeah.
movie.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's like yeah. I mean, some of the greatest movies are B movies, you know. So for
Yeah.
sure, you know.
It's a classic.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Like yeah, it's a lot. It's like yeah, that guy Lucius that we were talking about earlier. He talks about there's a lot of movies that in the '80s that actually do talk about some pretty deep stuff. But the thing was that the movie was just kind of so cheesy that it kind of outweighed the story. You know, like some of those older uh, I'm trying to think in one in particular, but uh, one of those maybe King Arthur, maybe the King Arthur story, or there's a few, a few of them out there.
Excalibur in the Stone.
Yeah, Excalibur. That's it. Yeah, that movie.
Yeah, King
Yeah, I think that
Arthur.
movie was kind of like. I think that movie was kind of like that. It had a amazing story, but yeah, the production made it suffer a bit, I guess.
Yeah, I like the Gladiator 1. The Gladiator 2, though, I think they overdid it. So to
Oh,
speak.
okay, yeah, I haven't seen it. Yeah, I haven't seen it yet. I was going to, or I want to, but yeah, I had a feeling it wouldn't be great. I think the new
Yeah, they
Matrix. Have you
just
seen the? The new Matrix is ridiculous almost. It's like there's a little, and I probably haven't seen it, but on YouTube there's a little, a looping of like the Matrix, the movies, and the very end of it, they show the latest one. It's just awful, man. It's not even the same Matrix that the first ones were.
Yeah, I didn't understand the Matrix. I was never a big Matrix fan.
No,
I don't know. I watched it, but I just couldn't get into it. I guess it wasn't just my sci-fi. But that's another question for you, Mellows. So we have AI now, correct? And we have aliens. We have nuclear war. We have Mother Nature herself. Everybody forgets about Mother Nature, but Mother Nature is most definitely a power force. How is it going to end? I guess, or do these all collide together? Have they gone as far as to control weather?
I can give ChatGPT a call and we can ask it if you want.
All right.
Yeah. Like, where does it go? Like, I was watching Terminators too. I was watching kind of Terminators this weekend a little bit.
Oh yeah. T2 is the best one. Yeah.
Yeah, I like T2. Well, the new ones that like Genesis and all that. They got to put a twist to it. They did a good job
I haven't
on
seen
improving.
Yeah, I didn't see
you
them.
got to watch them.
Mm-hmm.
Arnie's in most of them.
What's that? You say what?
Arnold. I said Arnie. Arnold Schwarzenegger is in most of
Arnie.
them.
Oh, sorry, man. You didn't hear the Arnie part.
Arnie.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I know, I did see like a little clip of the one where he's taking on himself or something, or the new, the new Terminator, and then and then by the time he's all like old and kind of busted, you know what I mean, but still kind of working,
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of which part. I guess it was just the latest one. Right? Yeah, the last.
Yeah. Yeah, no, they've done a pretty good job on those. Those ones have just improved the Terminators over the years, I feel, but The rest of
Yeah,
them,
that should
yeah.
be. But I think
And
like
at the same time,
Terminator 2 is like I think like in that genre, in that deal, like I think Terminator 2 is kind of the best, the best movie of all time. In that,
at the, but at the same time, when I was watching these movies, like in the 70s and 80s and stuff, that was advanced, man. Like Star Wars in 77. I
Oh yeah,
remember
right.
my dad took me to go see that movie. He fell asleep and I
Oh yeah.
watched the whole movie.
Yeah, he
That
fell
was
asleep.
that
Like,
was
it
like
was a stupid
advanced.
stuff. Oh yeah, I'm sure. It's like, yeah, I remember the. Well, I mean, even I think even cartoons. When you think about cartoons, like growing up as a kid, it's like I remember like certain cartoons, seeming pretty cool, but then you see them today and it's just so so simple. It's like the drawings are so simple or just something about it. But back in the day, it was the shit.
Well, there's like a lot of 3D graphic in cartoons now, but like nothing
Oh
will
yeah.
take away from the cartoons in the past. It's like Yogi Bear, Bugs Bunny, all Deputy Dog, Yosemite Sam, God, all them, man.
Oh, yeah.
Grape Ape,
Yeah.
Captain Caveman. You just can't take away from Hanna-Barbera.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah, I got you.
I like it better than Warren Brothers, really. I mean, Warren Brothers are great; they're classics, but
Oh yeah. Yeah, that's Scooby Doo, right? Scooby.
cartoons.
So yeah, I used to love I think the song, the old Scooby Doo theme. It's like, I love that song. Yeah, it's like one of my favorite songs. You know what I mean? It's a great song. Yeah.
Yeah.
It just had a certain time, a certain sound. It was just perfect.
Had a beat to it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. And some of the cartoons are good now, but some of them are, I don't know, too advanced, I think. Like Avatar was good, but I don't know. It was all right.
Yeah, the first one was better. It had more. Kind of meant more. But by the time the second one came along, it was kind of like, it's about time. It really wasn't much. To wait for. Yeah, I think they were going to have that out way before. Well, I mean, they probably would have had it out around 2020 or something. But because of the pandemic and all that stuff.
Yeah, these movies were the advancements, and now it's like, wow, what they do now, it's crazy.
Huh. All right, guys, it's about that time, huh? I know I'm getting kind of as you relax. I'm kind of sitting in one spot, kind of not being very relaxed.
Yeah, it's almost 5 a.m. to me here.
Oh yeah, man. All
right. Should we call this we wrap this up?
Sure, I guess so.
All right, well,
It's a wrap.
you. Howie, thank you, mate. Thank you for jumping up. Keep me company.
No worries.
Thank you, everybody, for tuning in and staying with us.
Yeah, man.
Until the next one. See you again.
This is your emergency broadcast system. All civil unrest has gone global. All capital buildings and cities are under siege by the United States government to quell the domestic terrorist threat. All residents of urban neighborhoods and cities are being ordered to stay in their homes until the threats are eliminated. If you disobey orders, you could be shot on sight by rogue agents, federal forces, and domestic terrorist militias. This is your emergency broadcast system. This is a national alert. Imminent threat is nationwide. You must stay in sight of your homes or risk being shot on sight. The conspiracy is upon you. Your conspiracy friends were right all along. Now you must learn to survive. If you hear this, you are the resistance. This is your emergency broadcast system. End of broadcast.